freedom fighters, comrades and friends. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to Accra and to this conference of African freedom fighters and supporters of the growing movement for Africa's liberation and unity. It is good for our cause to have a periodic meeting of this kind to examine our position in the great struggle to rid Africa completely and forever of imperialism and its handmaidens, colonialism and neocolonialism. It gives us the opportunity also to review our strength as well as that of the enemy, and to reorganize our forces and our strategy in order to carry the struggle forward to victory. We have shaped a destiny for ourselves, and no one can alter the course of that destiny. It is the destiny of complete freedom for Africa, the total liberation of our continent, and its political and economic unification. We have achieved some measure of success in this struggle for human freedom and dignity. But we still have a great task ahead. We can only know the extent of our task and our own strength when we have examined and ascertained that of the enemy. Who is the enemy? Fellow freedom fighters, the enemy is imperialism. Which uses as its weapons colonialism and neocolonialism. Let us be very, very clear about this. Let us also not lose sight of the real objective, which is the liquidation of colonialism and imperialism in all its forms: political, economic, ideological, and the political unification of Africa, our dear continent. Then we must ask, what is imperialism? And what are the forms it has taken? And what other mask is it likely to put on? Modern imperialism arose when capitalism had achieved both industrial and financial monopoly, and the competition for raw materials and markets had made it imperative for the advanced industrialized countries to expand into the less advanced parts of the world. This phenomenon led to the partition of the world among the great powers. Asia and Africa were divided up among them. Fellow freedom fighters and friends, African nationalist thinking has been adjusting to internationalism within the continent, the development process that must lead to the political unification of the African continent. But the objective of African unity can be seriously undermined by tribalism, which provides one of the happiest hunting grounds for the colonialist and neo-colonialist enemies of African independence and unity. Unless we take this problem of tribalism very carefully in hand, it can undo all our valiant efforts to bring real independence to Africa. We all know the evils of colonialism, but there are some of us who do not appreciate the malevolent possibilities for infinite destruction and even chaos of uncontrolled tribalism, which can make havoc of our hopes and our aspirations. We know that the colonialists are past masters in the policy of divide and rule. They are quick to seize on tribal differences which they discover among us and use this to pit one group against the other. Soon, these superficial differences become exaggerated into serious political factions, which sometimes lead to tragic fratricidal struggles within the same territory. You must guard against it. guard against it by forging a common united front against the common enemy. The dangers it opens up and the manipulations to which it can be put are too numerous and too threatening for us to ignore its urgent demand for critical and constructive attention. Failure in this task would only risk all the efforts and sacrifices that we have made so far in our common cause and place in jeopardy the future peace and development of the continent. I therefore charge you to place high on your agenda and to give it your most thoughtful and creative consideration. Colonial rule has left a high degree of illiteracy among our people. And we all know that in conditions of ignorance and superstition, it is easy enough to fan internecine feuds. This menace can be met by unity among the leaders and the creation of a nationwide, firmly knit political organization, receiving the most complete loyalty and devoted service from all its members, especially its officers and organizing officials in the field. Colonial rule has left the masses of our people poverty-stricken, disease-ridden, while enormous quantities of mineral and agricultural wealth were drained out of Africa year in and year out. I am not making this point merely in order to harrow you with ugly memories. Many of you have been confronted only too recently with the shocking actualities of calculated oppression to be able at this moment to push them out of your mind. I raise this point so that it will stay in your minds when you may be tempted by the seductive promises of new colonialism to forget the real character of colonialist imperialism and be persuaded away from your own true interests and those of Africa. For today, we must each see ourselves as part of Africa in order that we may face colonialist imperialism and its new form, neocolonialism, on a continent-wide front. For unity must be the keynote of our actions. Our enemies are many, and they stand ready to pounce upon and exploit our very weakness. They tell us that this particular person or that particular country has greater or more favorable potentialities than the other. They do not tell us that we should unite, that we are all as good as we are able to make ourselves once we are free. Remember, always, that you have 4 stages to make. First, the attainment of freedom and independence. Secondly, the consolidation of that freedom and independence. Thirdly, the creation of unity and community between the free African states. Fourth, the economic and social reconstruction of Africa. I must again urge the United Nations to see to it that its own declaration on the liquidation of colonialism is given practical effect without further delay. So long as colonialism exists in Africa, Africans cannot help talking the way we do now. And mankind cannot escape the constant threat of war. Africa therefore appeals to the United Nations to live up to its reputation as the greatest bastion of world peace and demands that a meeting of this year's United Nations session should be devoted to the problem of colonialism in Africa. It is folly. It is folly for the colonialists to think that they can hold back forever the progress of history. The process of change is inherent in the interplay of social, economic, and political forces. It is true that these can be hindered and impeded and even bent to different purposes, but not forever. However, we who are concerned with the immediacy of African independence and unity are not prepared to wait upon the evolution of history. We are determined to give history a revolutionary push. We must adopt a positive, all-out anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist attack, and this quickly, for we cannot afford the luxury of delay. Time acts for the enemy, no less than for ourselves. Let us therefore examine our position seriously and objectively to see how well we have managed so far and evaluate our points of weakness and the necessary remedies. Let us determine what modifications are needed to adjust our strategy to counter the movements of the enemy and overcome him. This requires some plain speaking. And for the sake of Africa, let us speak plainly. As I said, our greatest danger stems from disunity and the inability to see that the realization of our hopes and aspirations, the realization of our objective of total African independence, and of our future progress and prosperity is inextricably bound up with the necessity to unify our policy and actions in connection with the continued struggle for independence and the greater task of economic and social reconstruction beyond it. We must therefore face the issue of African unity now, for only unity will make the artificial boundaries and regional demarcations imposed by colonialism obsolete and superfluous. African unity will thus provide an effective remedy for border disputes and internecine troubles. In a united Africa, there could be no frontier claims between Ethiopia and Somalia, or between Zanzibar and Kenya, Guinea or Liberia, or between Ghana, Togoland, and the Ivory Coast. Because we would regard ourselves as one great continental family of nations. Some of the leaders, it must be confessed, do not see the struggle of their brother Africans as part of their own struggle. Even if they did, they would not be free to express their solidarity. These rifts are consciously created by the imperialists between Africans, where they can sit back and watch with sly satisfaction, as well as contempt for those who fail to see how they are being used against Africa's best interests. Regrettably, those states include some who were among the freedom fighters of yesterday and who haven't won their independence, are willing to drop it for some token aid, and thereby deny to those still struggling for freedom even their moral support. Here is a phenomenon against which all African freedom fighters must be on their guard and resist to the utmost. Even though I appreciate the difficulties facing us, I must admit, I find it strange to watch some of us returning willingly to the colonialist fold. This time, they don't even have the excuse of being forced to subject themselves to foreign domination. It makes one wonder, why so much effort and sacrifice and so many lives were given up to the achievement of independence in the first place? if it can only be so quickly and easily surrendered. Unhappily for us, colonialism creates in some intellectual allegiances which are not severed at the moment of independence, but remain to condition loyalties away from Africa towards the metropolis which draws them. They are unable, it would appear, to accept the idea that Africans can get together to make viable and going concern of a combined African continent, but rather see their salvation in coming together in association like the Franco-African community mooted recently at Bangui. Although there are many here who speak English, French, Spanish, or Portuguese, nevertheless, we are all Africans. Africans fighting for Africa's independence, Africa's unity, Africa's future. I have said that I understand the difficulties of these states, which are drawing away from the African community back into that of Europe, faced with the demands of their people for rising standards of living and better social conditions, but charged with economies that can hardly meet the recurrent expenses of administration and maintenance. They are in dilemma. And standing at their elbows are the new colonialist agents, beckoning them back with a smile into the web of imperialism, though it may have a new look this time and offer the irresistible bait of immediate help. This help will be far outweighed, as they will experience with no great loss of time by the knots into which their economies will be tied by the Euro-African Association. Imperialism does not change its nature. It only changes its front. It still needs colonial appendages, whether in name or in fact, to exploit and at the same time to support its Cold War strategy. In the face of this serious threat to our economy, the independence in Africa, we must begin to build immediately our own continental common market. For it is easy for anyone who studies the common market organization closely to realize that the common market is aimed at harnessing the African countries to satisfy the profit lust of the imperialist bloc and to prevent us from following an independent neutralist policy. It is easy to see that the imperialists and the colonialists are determined to retain the African countries in the position of suppliers of cheap raw materials. If we do not resist this threat, and if we throw in our lot with the common market, we shall doom the economy of Africa to a state of perpetual subjection to the economy of Western Europe. This will, of course, hinder the industrialization of our young African states. It is impossible to think of economic development and national independence without possessing an unfettered capacity for maintaining a strong industrial power. The activities of the common market are therefore fraught with dangerous political and economic consequences for the independent African states. The organization constitutes an attempt to replace the old system of colonial exploitation by a new system of collective colonialism, which will be stronger and more dangerous than the old evils we are striving to liquidate from our continent. There is an alternative to Euro-African Association with these deadly implications for Africa's independence and progress. It is in an African economic community in which we can all pool our production and our trade to a common advantage. It is not difficult to imagine that the new colonialists would describe this as a pooling of poverty. It is, however, too simple a distortion of fact. Africa is rich and not poor. As the great wealth that has been taken out of our continent over 5 centuries of spoliation and extortion very well proves. Africa has immense actual and potential wealth: gold, diamond, copper, manganese, bauxite, iron ore, uranium, asbestos, chrome, cobalt, a host of other minerals. Our essential agricultural produce have all been drained away by colonialist imperialism. Africa is far from being poor. It is Africans who are poor, not Africa. And they are poor because of the uncounted profit that has been made out of the exploitation of their labor and their lands. If we are being baited to enter a European community, we must have something that community needs, and needs badly, when it pretends to offer a bonus by way of aid. When Greeks come bearing grapes, should we not look them well in the mouth? If I may mix my metaphor, but I'm sure you get my meaning. When we, new, untried, inexperienced states, are flattered into European alliances, we enter not as equals, but as suppliers of primary products at the generosity of industrial competitors. How generous they can be, we have learned from our sad experience over a good long time. Who fixes the prices? Who can play off one against the other by allowing the goods of associates in free of tariff and placing a tariff on others? As long as it is possible to deal with this singly, one by one, we are at the mercy of the imperialists rather than their generosity. And we shall find ourselves in the same old cleft state of receiving the lowest possible prices for our raw materials, while those of us who are obliged to buy their manufactured goods because of being members of the association will pay for them through the nose. These same states will find themselves tied up in knots which will prevent their going into an open market for their needs of goods and capital investment. And above all, they will lose their option of non-alignment and find themselves dragged into the diplomacy of imperialist Cold War politics, which will operate against the independence and intrinsic interests of Africa. Those of us who cannot see through these implications can only be suffering from an intense myopia. within our African community. Our pooled production will place us in a position to bargain for higher prices and so secure greater revenues, out of which we can invest in our development. At the same time, we can trade freely among ourselves and buy from ourselves in the cheapest markets. We can turn for aid to those sources which will give us the most suitable terms while leaving us free to follow our own internal and external policy. But more even than this narrow cooperation, we need a wider continental economic plan which will allow us, within unity, to exploit Africa's tremendous resources for our common welfare and greater African development and progress. If we are really sincere in our desire to see the end of imperialism in Africa, then, apart even from the consideration involved in African unity, we should turn away from any form of association with Europe, which, through its new colonialist control of our policies, will help rather to sustain that imperialism and undermine it. It is bad enough that our economies, as a legacy of colonial rule, are imperialist controlled, and that we have to strive every means to rid ourselves of this economic imperialism and secure our development and progress on solid African foundations. This is another reason why we should come together in a unified African economic plan, which, operating on a continental scale, can make a solid attack on the imperialist domination in Africa. We should, without delay, aim at the creation of a joint African military command. There is little wisdom in our present separate effort to build up and maintain defense forces, which, in any case, would be ineffective in a major world conflict. If we examine this problem realistically, we would ask, which single African state could protect itself against an imperialist aggressor? And how much more difficult this will be when some states are allowing the imperialists to maintain bases on their territories. I have already referred to the military forces which South Africa is raising and the danger it poses for the new African states and the struggle of those still in chains. Only our unity can provide us with anything like adequate protection. If we do not unite and combine our military forces, South Africa, along with her allies or any other colonialist imperialist power, can pick us off one by one. Not only that, some of us, out of a sense of insecurity, may be drawn into making defense pacts with imperialists, which will endanger the security of us all. It follows that if we set up in Africa a common economic planning organization and a joint military command, we shall have to work out and adopt a common foreign policy to give political direction to our continental development and our continental defense. Fellow freedom fighters, you may perhaps wonder why I have dwelt at some length with these problems of the unity of independent African states and what relevance they have to our immediate problems of how to overcome the obstacles standing in the way of your own struggle and independence as freedom fighters. I think I have answered any such questions by pointing out that the dangers to the whole subject of your fight for freedom in the fragmentary state of Africa at this present time. Moreover, the moment you have achieved your independence, you will be faced with the practical problems of protecting that independence and securing your viability in order to lay the foundations on which you build up economic and social development. You must know where you are going, what avenues of support await you, which will contribute to your real consolidation and protection and meet the problems that will confront you. Those problems can best be met within a unified Africa, and it should be possible in the higher reaches of our endeavor to devise a constitutional structure which will secure the objectives I have outlined, and yet preserve the sovereignty of each of the countries joining the Union. Countries within the Union will naturally maintain their own constitutions, continue to use their own national emblems and national anthems and other symbols and paraphernalia of sovereignty. Regional associations and territorial groupings can only be other forms of balkanization unless they are conceived within the framework of a continental union. There are existing models which we can modify or adapt to our pattern. The United States of America, the Soviet Union, India, and China have proved the efficacy of unions embracing large stretches of land and population. When the first 13 states of America tried to promote the idea of a United States, this was ridiculed as an empty dream and vigorously resisted by many. Today, America is the foremost industrial country in the world, and the states within her union number 50 states. And who would have thought that almost 100 different peoples of various levels of economic, social, and political development could have been welded into the mighty state which the Soviet Union has become in such space of time. Such short space of time. For example, the example of Europe, which is left in confusion after centuries of mutually destructive economic warfare and competition, because it failed to build a sound foundation for common political action and understanding, should be a lesson for us all. But with the exigencies created by the shrinking of empires, the growing socialist world, and the need generated by the greater productive capacities inherent in present-day techniques, even Europe is now beginning to seek its common association. It is paradoxical, therefore, that some African states should be turning away from their proper African affiliations to those of other continents. Rather, we should all be working ceaselessly to bring to fruition the fond hope of African unity, to which we all give lip service and to which most of us are resolutely dedicated. And now, fellow freedom fighters, let me say a few words about the sad development in what look like hopeful moves towards the unity of the Caribbean islands. It may sound far-fetched, but it has a meaning to us as Africans. We regard West Indians as our brothers. For they have strong ties of kinship with us here in Africa. They, like us, have suffered and are still suffering the iniquities of colonial oppression. I think it's only right that we should show concern over any development which tends to undermine their solidarity and progress. And we have indeed been saddened by the failure of the attempt at federation. How can these little islands hope to stand by themselves in the future any better than they have done in the past? When the trend is toward the creation of bigger units of economic viability, it is most distressing to find that some of our brothers across the Atlantic seem to be unaware of the vital needs of the widest possible federation, drawn together by a central government with sufficient powers to make the principle of unified progress a working possibility. It would be tragic, yes, tragic, not only for the West Indians, but also for Africans and other people of African descent, if the islands in the West Indies were to remain apart. For we have reposed so much hope and faith in the emergence of the Caribbean islands as a United States, free and progressive, federated in strength and purpose, and contributing substantially to the total success of our peoples. I hope that the West Indian leaders, who are men of learning and progress, will see the folly and danger of this disuniting development and arrest the process for the good of all concerned. And let's do now. Here in Africa, the increasing activity of freedom fighters all over the continent is one of the most hopeful signs of the victory that must crown our efforts. Many how to take what is not ours, but we have a perfect right to fight for the birthright of freedom and the ownership of our land that has been filched up from us and is being illegally withheld. Inasmuch as our struggle for independence and our subsequent national and continental development is bound up with the question of peace, since our very survival hangs upon the decisions of the great nations, we once more put forward our appeal to them. Immeasurable quantities of money, not to talk of the futile waste of energy, brains, and productive capacity, and put into the manufacture and explosion of most lethal weapons of destruction that man has ever bent his ingenuity to devise. It is a fair comment on the state of Western civilization that this should be regarded as its highest pinnacle of achievement, while millions of the world's population in Asia and Africa, yes, even in Europe and America, exist on the fringe of bare subsistence. We call upon the powers who hold the fate of mankind in their hands to turn away from the production of these appalling means of mass destruction and to devote to peaceful use the harness power of the atom. How excellent it would be if, instead of preparing for the destruction of mankind, one barest part of the means financing it could be used in the rapid development of the less developed parts of the world, and thus destroy colonialist imperialism forever. It's a sad reflection on the leadership of these nations that they should have within their reach the power for doing good and yet refuse to adjust themselves to the opportunity for making effective their ability for doing good. I hope that before long, sanity may prevail and that mankind will receive the benefits of the uncountable wealth now being catapulted into the atmosphere. Long live African freedom fighters. Long live African independence. Long live your struggle. And long live African unity.
Africa. My name is Kwaku Adisi, and I'm one of the brothers on the Johns Island here.
Okay.
And what I do a combination of things, but I participate in a lot of Afrocentric programs and to help wake our people up. A lot of people don't know. And trying to make us a better people and be the people that we're supposed to be. Understand that this is a tree that our ancestors, who was on John's Island, the tree was a place that we buried our people, had ceremonies around this tree in order to honor our ancestors, worship them. But a lot of people don't know it because through history things have been watered down and forgotten about.
We are now on what used to be the plantation of Mr. Justice Angel. Okay, and so he had this land in the 1700s. And so primarily, this tree was on his property even back then. This is the oldest known tree in this part of North America, east of the Mississippi River. It was here during the period not just of enslavement, but during the days when the Edisto, the Yamasee, and the Wadmalaw, and various other Native American tribal groups walked this land. So they have the saying, if these streets could talk, they could tell us wonders. The same is true of this tree, because this tree was here when Justice Angel owned this plantation, where, of course, many of our ancestors from the Johns Island area were once enslaved.
The people that buried under this tree. Because as it was saying, this was a marker of grave one time. On the plantation, they buried near trees so they can know where their people was buried. No ceremony for my people in this land. We remember them today because we need the positive energy of the ancestors be with us in our travel, as our journey. We need the power of the ancestors not to survive, but to live. We live. We don't survive. Animals survive. We live. As Africans, we live. No matter where we are, we live because we have DNA information of Africa in us, and whatever name was before they named it Africa, we are. Mama Africa. Yeah, your children in this strange land crying out. Mama Africa.
See, unlike America would have us believe, the greatest problem confronting this country today is not pollution and bad breath. It's black people. It's black people. See, that's just one of the big lies that America tells you and that you go for because you chumps. You go for it. One of the lies that we tell ourselves is that we are making progress. But Huey's chair is empty. We're not making progress. We tend to equate progress with concessions. We can no longer make that mistake. You see, when they gave us that nigger astronaut, you say we were making progress, but I told you they were going to lose him in space. He didn't get that far. You put Adam Powell in office and you couldn't keep him. What you think they're going to do with Thurgood Marshall when they get tired of him? They gave you Walter Washington of Washington, D.C., and you said we were making progress. That's not progress. See, it's no in between. You're either free or you're a slave. There's no such thing as second-class citizenship. But a lot of you running around talking about you Democrats, and the Democrats got you in the biggest trick going. They tell you it ain't our fault. It's the Dixiecrats. No such thing as a Dixiecrat. The only difference between George Wallace and Lyndon Johnson is one of them's wife got cancer. That's the only difference. You go for it because you chumps. You go for it. The only thing that's going to free Huey is gunpowder, black powder. That's no victory, that's a concession. When black people become serious about the revolutionary struggle that they are caught up in, whether they recognize it or not, when they begin to go down and knock off people who are oppressing them and begin to render these people impotent, that's when the revolutionary struggle unfolds. Not until. We have to recognize who our major enemy is. The major enemy is not your brother, flesh of your flesh and blood of your blood. The major enemy is the hunky and his institutions of racism. That's the major enemy. That is the major enemy. And whenever anybody prepares for revolutionary warfare, you concentrate on the major enemy. We're not strong enough to fight each other and also fight him. We will not fight each other today. We will not fight each other. There will be no fights in the black community among black people. There will just be people who will be off. There will be no fights. There will be no destructions. We are going to be united. We must begin to develop, number one, and this is the most important thing we can do as a people. We must first develop an undying love for our people, our people, our people, our people. We must develop an undying love as is personified in Brother Huey P. Newton. Undying love for our people. Undying love. If we do not do that, we will be wiped out. We must develop an undying love for our people. Our slogan will become, first, our people, then, and only then, me and you as individuals. Our people first. Our people first. Huey Newton is the only living revolutionary in this country today. He has paid his dues. He paid his dues. How many white folks you killed today? But you revolutionaries, you are revolutionaries. Che Guevara says it's only two ways to leave the battlefield, victorious or dead. Huey is in jail. Johnson can always sit up and talk about, he can always raise an argument about law and order because he never talks about justice. But black people fall for that same argument and they go around talking about lawbreakers. We did not make the laws in this country. We are neither morally nor legally confined to those laws. Those laws that keep them up keep us down. You got to begin to understand that. And in ending, I'm going to end in the Swahili saying. It says, Lasima tusinda bila shaka, which means we shall conquer without a doubt. Black power. And so in talking about Brother Huey Newton tonight, we have to talk about the struggle of black people, not only in the United States, but in the world today, and how he becomes part and parcel of that struggle, how we move on so that our people will survive America. All right.
Therefore, we are not talking about politics tonight. We're not talking about economics tonight. We are talking about the survival of a race of people. That is all that is at stake. We are talking about the survival of black people. Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing. And he will consciously wipe us out. He will consciously wipe us out. Let us check World War II. He will not do it unto his own. Notice who he dropped an atomic bomb on. Some helpless yellow people in Hiroshima. Some helpless yellow people in Hiroshima. In Hiroshima. If you do not think he's capable of committing genocide against us, check out what he's doing to our brothers in Vietnam. Check out what he's doing in Vietnam. We have to understand that we're talking about our survival and nothing else. Whether or not this beautiful race of people is going to survive on the earth. That's what we're talking about. Nothing else. Nothing else. If you do not think he's capable of wiping us out, check out the white race. Wherever they have gone, they have ruled, conquered, murdered, and plagued. Whether they are the majority or the minority, they always rule. They always rule. Always rule. And check out the pattern in which they move. They came to this country. They didn't know a damn thing about this country. The red man showed them how to adapt to this country. He showed them how to grow corn. He showed them how to hunt. And when the Indians finished showing it, he wiped them out. He wiped them out. He wiped them out. He was not satisfied. He went to South America. The Aztec Indians said, this is our silver. This is our copper. These are our metals. These are our statues. We build them for the beauty of our people. After the Indians showed it to him, he took it and he wiped them out. He wiped them out. He's been able to make us hate each other. He has transplanted that hate and the love for each other for a love of his country. His country. We came to this country as black men and as Africans. It took us 400 years to become Negroes. Understand that. That means that the concept of a black man is one who recognizes his cultural, his historical, and the roots of his great ancestors who were the greatest warriors on the face of this earth. Africans. 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 Many of our people's minds have been whitewashed. If a Negro comes up to you and you turn your back on him, he's got to run to the hunky. We're going to take time and patience with our people because they're ours. They're ours. All of the Uncle Toms, we're going to sit down and we're going to talk. And when they slap, we're going to bow. And when they slap, we're going to bow. And we're going to try to bring them home. And if they don't come home, we're going to off them. That's all. That's all. The 3 M's, the missionaries, the money, and the Marines. That is precisely the way it's moved all over the world. It is the way it moves against us. They have sent the missionaries in. We sent them out. They have sent the money in with the poverty program. The Vietnamese and the Koreans are pulling the money out. The next thing comes the Marines. Comes the Marines. And if we're talking seriously, we get prepared for the Marines. Now, if some black people do not think that the white man is going to wipe us out completely, then it won't be no harm being prepared just in case he decides to do it. Just in case he decides to do it. So there'll be no harm in us preparing ourselves for the Marines. Now, there's a lot of tactics we can learn. The VC is showing us the best way to get it done. Best way to get it done. And don't be afraid to say it. Tell them, yeah, you want the Vietnamese to defeat them because they're wrong from the jump. They're wrong from the jump. They're wrong. They're wrong. Don't get up there and play games with them. You ever see them on TV? Well, actually, we were wrong going into Vietnam, but we can't get out unless we save face. To save that hunky's face, millions of Vietnamese got to die. That's a lot of junk. If you're wrong, say you're wrong and get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Since we know the problem, since we understand the problem, then let's not focus on the problem, let's focus on the solution. Because see, right now, we have the power, we have the ability to create institutions within our own community that we control and that benefits us. We can do that. We can create our own school. We ain't got to keep on complaining about, man, the schools are failing us. But we need to create schools in which we can control. We can do that. You know what I'm saying? Just instead of buying the Michael Jordans, let's put away something for our own schools.
Right.
Instead of talking about how bad the food is and how it's killing us, and it is killing us. We can get some of this land and we can grow our own foods. We can create our own grocery stores. We can do for self. You know what I'm saying? At some point in time, we got to grow up. And stop saying, I'm a minority. Minority means you're a minor. That means you're a baby. You're not an adult. But globally, we ain't minorities. We outnumber other people who have been dominating us over 10 to 1. So we need to act like it. Be grown men and women and take responsibility for our community. Because we can do that. Because you come from the greatest people on this planet. We have been through hell and back and we are still here. So don't tell me what we can't do.
Just trying to be in your face, but talk behind your back. Put poison on your name, but who got time for that? Let me rewind it back. Let me remind you that pile of hate you make, see I be climbing that. Everywhere, that's where I'm shining at. I see a better world, and I'm designing that. A way to make a difference, you know I'm finding that. So on that next level is where you find me at. They try to tell me.
And right now he's the chairperson of the New African People's Organization. And we'd like to bring on right now Brother Chokwe Lumumba.
I want to bring up one of your brothers and sisters warm and revolutionary greetings. Now, I just came up from Jackson, Mississippi, so y'all need some warm greetings, right? But actually, when I speak of these warm greetings, I'm not really talking about the environment as it relates to the climate outside. Because if we look at our situation today, then we'll find that it's social, political, an economic environment which is cold. It's not the physical environment which we're most concerned about. In fact, it's not only cold, but if you examine it, it's cold-blooded. And the reason why it's cold-blooded is because cold-blooded people are the ones who are running the society today. I bring you revolutionary greetings because I think in the history of times, when we think about what has happened in America, when we look at the fact that this is a country which was stolen from the Native Americans, and then it's a place that they stole with us to bring us here in order to develop the country. If we look at the bombs that they dropped just recently over in Iraq, bombing people day after day after day after day, and then cry crocodile tears because a few Scud missiles land in Israel. If we look at the climate in America today as well as yesterday, then we realize that there's no place in the world which deserves a revolution more than the United States of America. So we bring you all warm and revolutionary greetings. And on behalf of the New African Independence Movement, the movement which seeks the independence of our people in America as well as around the world, I once again say, free the land.
Free the land.
It's always good to be here in Chicago. I see Brother Dr. Andy Thompson, who we go back a long way, because I guess our gray hairs can tell we go back a little ways. But and Larry Kennan is a brother who participated with me in the Pontiac case. Pontiac case, for those who may not know, is a case of 16, actually it was originally 17, then 16 brothers who were accused of killing 3 white prison guards in Pontiac, Illinois. There was only 3 guards killed, but they claimed that each one of these brothers killed them, you know. So in other words, you had 3 guards killed, what we say must have been killed in 15 different ways, right, all together, we ended it up. But actually, this was a case which would have been one of the biggest executions in history, had they been successfully in the United States in history. And the biggest one before that was when they executed about 21 soldiers in Brownsville, Texas, back in, I think it was 1920. We were fortunate that we were able to win that case, and the Pontiac brothers still live. This is one of the many battles that I've had the pleasure of participating in the courtroom on behalf of our liberation struggle. And I think that you should give Brother Kennan and Brother Thompson and all those warriors who have been around for a long time battling in different arenas, because we have to battle in different arenas in order to win this struggle. I want you to give them all, a hand for that. Today, my brothers and sisters, we want to just stop for a minute and chat. I just want to rap for a while and talk about the situation that we find ourselves in. These are serious times. We are bedeviled people, being beleaguered by many different situations which confront us here and which confront our brethren and sisters around the world. We live in a country right here today where you have a United States president who will send you over to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Iraq in order to give your life, in order to win the freedom of a place that wasn't free in the first place. We'll send you over into the deserts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq in order to put your life on the line. At the same time that right here in this empire, the United States empire, what they call a nation, they won't even sign a civil rights bill. They say you really don't need a civil rights bill because, of course, you're free over here. You live in a country where today there are more young black men in prison than there are in the colleges and the universities. The number of black men have literally quadrupled over the last 10 years. We have seen the prison population rise from in 1980 to some 200,000, and now it's beating on the door of 1 million. And they promise that they will be able to put more than 1 million people behind bars within the next few years. We live in a situation where really, in real terms, perhaps 40 to 45 to 50% of our youthful population is unemployed. And when we count all of those that they consider to be unemployable, then you find out that the older population is not really much farther behind. You actually live in a time, though, where you have a few more jobs, and yet you make less money. You have more jobs than you did 5 years ago, yet you make less money than you did 5 years ago. Now you figure that one out. The reason is that the industrial infrastructure of the United States is disintegrating. And as it disintegrates, you are being displaced from the industrial jobs that we used to work when we moved from the plantation to the plant. And right now we are being incorporated into the United States' so-called service industry. So what do? We work at Burger King or Burger Chef or McDonald's. We work at jobs for minimum wage. We work at jobs where actually we make just enough money to get back and forth to work and sometimes pay a babysitter. We work at jobs which are the kind of jobs that would make children go to the street to sell drugs, because they're the kind of jobs which are dead-end jobs, no promise jobs. We live in a situation today where we are living in an empire, the American empire, where black men are pitifully poor, yet black women and black children are poor yet. This has caused all kinds of social destabilizations on our street. And so we have young brothers and sisters who kill each other and older brothers and sisters who kill each other. We have a situation where drugs actually constitute one of the gamest ways of employment in our cities today. It is very difficult to show somebody a TV which promotes Rolls Royces and all kinds of lavish wealth on a daily basis. Show someone billboards which does the same thing, newspapers which does the same thing, which actually equates self-esteem with material wealth. And then at the same moment, ask them to work at a place where they will never have it. And they know this. And so they have created conditions in our community which are calculated to bring about the destruction of our community in whole or in part. They know the day that they dry up those drugs or dry up those jobs and put out those drugs, that you will wind up on the corner selling it. But this problem that we have is not a problem which is anywhere near unique to us here in America. All over the world, our people are being dealt with the same situation. And I think that what I'd like to talk about for a few minutes today, before I get into talking about what I feel to be some of the important solutions to the problem, is the new characteristics that the problem is taking on. The problem is actually the same. You should never be deceived into feeling that you are being treated, that the problem is any different today than it was 200 or 300 years ago. Your problem started when they snatched the first African off the African continent, and your problem has not ended yet. It's the same problem. Malcolm put it very eloquently once when he explained. They asked him, they said, well, Brother Malcolm, can't you say that, brothers and sisters, that the black people, that their conditions have changed? And Malcolm says that's irrelevant. Perhaps our conditions have changed, but our position has not changed. He says that if I'm on an airplane going 100 miles an hour and I'm sitting in the back of the plane, and then the plane speeds up and it goes 1,000 miles an hour, you can argue that my condition has changed, but the problem is that my position has not changed. I was in the back of the plane when it was going 100 miles an hour, and so I'm in the back of the plane when it's going 1,000 miles an hour. And the problem is that there's somebody in the front of the plane sitting in the seat where I need to be. There's somebody driving the plane or flying the plane that's sitting in the seat that I need to be in. Because if anybody can speed the plane up, then surely enough, they can slow the plane down. And this is the situation that we find ourselves in today. There's all kinds of decisions which the Supreme Court of the United States has reached in the past, saying that black folks had the right to jobs or affirmative rights, affirmative action. Various different decisions which have been made, which were said to be the promise of freedom. They've taken it all back, and they're taking it all back. We're having jobs snatched from us. We're having various different educational situations snatched from us. We're declining in virtually every area of human endeavor. And so when we look at ourselves today, we realize that the problem is the lack of self-determination. The problem is a lack of self-defense. The problem is a lack of self-respect. If you had the proper self-defense, the ability to defend yourself, then you wouldn't have Brother King being beaten to death by Los Angeles police out there a few weeks ago. If we had the right kind of self-respect, then you wouldn't have children selling drugs. We wouldn't go to so-called black institutions where they teach less about black history than they actually do in the white institutions. If we understood our need for self-determination, then we wouldn't have to depend upon an economic system which has held us at the bottom since we have been here. And so what it is that we need all three elements. And the problem has been the same, the deprivation of each. The problem is taking on new characteristics, and you have to recognize it when you see it. And so this is why we must talk about it. In most instances today, when our people are oppressed, the conveyors of oppression, the agents of oppression, the lackeys of oppression, the one who actually do the oppression, in more instances than not, are actually people who look like us. They look the same way we do. They have the same chocolate colored skin and kinky hair if they haven't fried it, you know what I mean? And if they haven't changed their nose or did something to their facial complexion, they look like we do. And this is a method that the system uses to try to confuse you about the source of oppression. Just recently, I was down at Grambling State University, a place that you know for producing football players. Along with the football players that they produce, and many of us have had many a proud moment thinking about the SWAC football players that conference has produced. Unfortunately, that's not all they produce at Grambling State University. They also produce what we call plantation mentalities, and they produce them in mass. Here's a place that they don't have as many black history programs or black studies programs as they do at the average community college in the city. White-run community college. At Grambling State University just recently, they suspended 15 black students in a situation which occurred where the students were beaten up by police, essentially because they stood up to object to the prosecution of a couple of brothers who stood up at a Black History Month program outraged because they had invited a white speaker to speak at a Black History Month program who had never even heard a Black History lecture before, had never read a Black History book before, knew nothing about Black history, yet he was the featured speaker at the Black History program. So the brothers took it into their own hands to make sure he didn't speak. They helped him off the stage, and somebody else took the microphone. Now, the white guy, he didn't even raise the question. He didn't prosecute. But Grambling State University and the automatons, you know what an automaton is? That's a Negro on automatic. You understand what I'm saying? They don't even need white people to remind them what they're supposed to do. They're on automatic. They automatically do what the white people want them to do. So they had to prove to the white power structure that they could maintain discipline amongst their Negro students at Grambling State University. And so essentially they put these brothers on trial and were charging them with assault on the white boy. Now to beat that, the white boy didn't even show up at the hearing, right? Okay. So he wasn't even there to testify. And assault, for those who understand it, means is that you're put in reasonable apprehension. You're afraid of somebody. Someone threatens you. Now, how did they know that he was threatened if he ain't there to say he was threatened, right? I mean, how they going to read his mind? But they convicted the students, and they convicted 15 other Black students who stood up for these students and put them out of school. And said that they couldn't go to school because they hadn't come in and apologized to the school. Now, these are the same Negroes that's afraid to stand up to the white people who are trying to snatch the school from them today. Yet they will come in and act in a tyrannical fashion toward the students. Grambling is just one of many different examples of an epidemic which runs throughout our cities and our communities. It's an epidemic that we see as far away as Africa. When you look in Southern Africa and see the Negroes who are beating up our people on the street, they are Negroes. They're Black like me and you. These are the ones that the white power structure has now employed to do their work. In many instances, the brutality which occurs in our community are because of Black police officers. In many instances, or Blacks who stand by as whites beat us up, all right? And call us niggas and various other, and do various other unsavory things to us. So what we have is the Negro being used as the tool of oppression. In some instances, we actually have Negroes who have been placed in a position where they feel that their financial interest is based upon the way that they serve the white power structure. So in the city of Detroit, where we have a person who was once thought to be a well-respected Black man, but now has turned out to be nothing but a Negro, right? To study this epidemic of handkerchief headism, because this is what I call it. You know, we'll have to create the science of handkerchief headism, right? What we can do is to look at the recent trip of Brother Nelson Mandela through the United States Empire. And let me just say as an aside, because I don't like to say anything which I don't define or explain. Why do I call the United States an empire? Well, you think about it for a minute, and you will call it an empire. You shouldn't call it a nation. You first of all should call something what it is. Now, what did you call Rome? They call it an empire, right? Because these folks started out in a little bitty city and they stole everybody else's land. That's why they call it an empire. What did you call Britain? You called it an empire because they started on a little bitty island and they took everybody's stuff. Now, the United States didn't even start from a little city or a little island. They jumped off the boat stealing everybody's land, right? So if you took everything away from them that they shouldn't have, they would have to go back on the Mayflower. And so this is why we call it an empire. They stole the Native Americans' land. They moved across the American continent under the notion of manifest destiny, which means that God gave them the right to do it, right? Manifest destiny. White men take all. Stole the upper part of Mexico, and now they make it illegal for Mexicans to cross borders, which are illegal in the first place. And then they stole us and brought us over here in order to develop one of the most powerful economic systems that has ever been built. And so this is an empire, and this is why we call it that. But as Brother Mandela came to the United States Empire, two things happened. One of them was very good. Our people demonstrated their devout love for a person who had given 27 years of his life because of being arrested for the struggle of African people. This is to be celebrated. And I think that we can find in our communities almost without reservation, black people, African people, irrespective of what the media was saying about Mandela. And you have to say, I was really happy to see the brother crucify that old cracker on TV. What's the cracker's name? I can't think of his name. The big head cracker. Yeah, right. He just tore the cracker apart, right? He just ate him up, and then I had the nerve to shake his hand afterwards. And, the cracker was falling apart. He was shattered, but they tried to cross him up because he had some alliances with Gaddafi. And they tried to make him say that Gaddafi was a bad person, he was a terrorist. And for those who know a little bit about Libya and have been to Libya and know Gaddafi, know that as far as the Arab world goes, Gaddafi is probably the most supportive person in that world as it relates to African people. And Gaddafi is a person who lives independent of the United States and independent of Russia. So they call him a madman. Anybody who lives independent of the two leading Caucasian empires in the world, they call him crazy, right? And so this is true. And he wouldn't divorce his relationship with Fidel Castro. He talked about Fidel. He said, when I needed help, Fidel would help me. You didn't help me, right? He pointed out just like he should. And he wouldn't divorce his relationship with the Palestinian people because he realized that the Palestinian people are basically in the same position that we're in. And we should understand that. We should first of all understand that we're Africans and that we should unite as Africans, fight as Africans, and seek our self-respect, self-defense, and self-determination as Africans. But we should also understand that there are people in the world who are similarly situated to us, and we need to understand their struggle and not get bulldozed out of understanding their struggle and get all confused and wind up supporting an enemy thinking that you're supporting a friend. We should understand the Palestinians' predicament. Now, a lot of us, have problems with Arabs and things of that nature because of what the Arabs that come here do to our people in our communities. This is true in Detroit. This is true in New York. And I don't even know. I haven't been in Chicago lately, but it's probably true right here in Chicago, right? But then you have to understand the source of that. The Arab that you're dealing with here in the United States is not the oppressed Palestinian who's getting kicked in the butt every day like you getting kicked in the butt. The Arab that you're dealing with here is the same Arabs that were back there oppressing the Palestinians before the Palestinians booted them out. So the United States gave them a better place to come over here and oppress you. The same thing is true with the so-called Chaldean Christian Arabs that come from Iraq. The same thing is true with the Vietnamese and the Koreans. These are all people who were aligned with the United States. And when they got to the point where they could no longer oppress their own people, they sent them over here to oppress you. They all come over looking for the streets paved with gold in America. And the United States points them right to the streets. Say, like, you go right down there where those niggas live. Those are the streets that paved with gold. They say, don't look like there's no streets got no gold down there. So you look, we know they got gold because we exploited them. The Jews exploited them. Everybody exploited them. And everybody who did came out rich, right? And so those are the streets that's paved with gold. But we must understand that, we have allies in this world and be consistent with that. But when Brother Mandela came here and took these principled positions, we were proud of him. But the very demoralizing factor about his visit here is the fact that it seemed that all the people that the organizers of the tour decided to associate him with on the tour were people who believed in absolutely nothing that he stood for. Now, we have to be correct and accurate about our analysis of the situation. Where did he go when he came here, and who did he go there with? First of all, he went to Boston. And in Boston, he went up there and met with Kennedy and them, and went up and spoke in some park. And the NAACP in Boston had to protest the fact that they weren't letting enough black people come to hear him speak because of where he was speaking at. Then he went down to New York. And who did he hook up with in New York? Or who did they hook him up with in New York? They tried to not let him speak in Harlem. They told him he couldn't speak out there in Brooklyn. And then the brothers and sisters in Harlem says if he don't speak in Harlem, then he don't speak in New York, right? He says he's not going to speak out at the stadium, the Yankee Stadium, if he's not going to speak in Harlem. They threatened to close the subways down. And so the people who were organizing the tour, and I'm not putting this on Mandela, I'm telling you, the people that was organizing the tour had to back down and take him to Harlem. And he gave one of his best speeches in Harlem and got some of the best speeches given to him in Harlem, too. And so, but what happened essentially is that he was running, they had him running in the crowd with old Dinkins. That's the fellow's name, right? Yeah, right. Dinkins, over in New York. Now, Dinkins here's a fella who feels that he has to go overseas, and he goes to Israel wearing a Hanukkah, walking around talking about he's a Jew. And at the same time, he doesn't even go down to Africa and deal with our people who suffer from apartheid. Here's a man that when our people stand up in Brooklyn and stand up to the harassment and the murders that's going on, he calls the people standing up to the harassment and the murders thugs. We told the brothers and sisters in New York when they elected Dinkins, which was something that you could understand because they had Koch in them. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, Koch was a real enigma to people, but we had to say at the time that he was elected that the brothers' best days were already behind him, right? And he's shown that. And so what he did is he refused to allow, or tried to refuse to allow, the revolutionary Puerto Ricans and other revolutionaries who had come to join Mandela to even sit on the stage. He tried to keep Mandela out of Harlem, tried to keep Mandela out of Brooklyn. Dinkins walking around with his Hanukkah was not the kind of person who Mandela should have associated with because he doesn't believe or support any of the people that Mandela supported. We then went down to Atlanta and the old bourgeois Negro clique, which has been around Atlanta for a long time, seized control. They took him and they put him up in the place and they wouldn't let the masses come in to hear him speak. It was only the bourgeois Negroes who could come hear him speak and white folks. This is true. I mean, I hate to say this about people, but we have to understand what is happening. The same kind of Negroes who hid the fact from us that the Ku Klux Klan was involved with the killing of our kids in Atlanta way back in the 1980s are the same kind of people who were courting Mandela, acting like they had some kind of empathy with him and his struggle down in Atlanta. It got so ridiculous that Mandela had to protest himself because they came in and the first thing they gave him was a bottle of Coca-Cola, right? Now, as everybody knows, they're boycotting Coca-Cola, and the South African brothers and sisters are calling for the boycott of Coca-Cola because they are one of the companies down there exploiting people in South Africa. And so he refused to take the bottle of Coca-Cola. And they had a big Coca-Cola sign up right there on the stage where he was. I mean, this kind of insanity. Then he went to Detroit. Coleman Young. I mean, these are people these are the political dead, I'm telling you. These are people in their cities who have been booed and, by our people. This is not to say that these folks haven't made some kind of contribution at some time. But look, if you're going to be real, you got to stay on the track. And so we got to tell it like it is because they are being used as instruments of our oppression. They found out just recently in Detroit that Coleman Young was selling South African cougar rounds on the side. I'm telling you. They caught him. His company was selling South African cougar rounds. He's the one that refused to support the divestment movement and tried to have some of us arrested in Detroit when we protested against General Motors being over there in South Africa. Then we went out to Uncle Tom out in Los Angeles. Good old Uncle Tom Brad, right? Good old Uncle Tom. The guy who had given the key to the city to South African dignitaries, white South African dignitaries, 5 years before Mandela get there. And he appointed to the security of the Mandela Security Force one of the agents who testified against Geronimo Pratt, one of our political prisoners here in the United States. And Geronimo Pratt is somebody we can talk about in the question and answer period. But he was one of the Panthers. And one of the fellas that helped put him in jail for all of his life was the person who was put in the head of the Mandela Security Force. And at the same time, you had CIA agents that were supposed to be his security. And for those who understand history, know that the CIA are the ones who put him in jail in the first place because they told the South Africans where he was. And so we went up, and it goes on and on. Up in Oakland, he had somewhat of a break. Sister Richardson, you probably know what I'm talking about out there at the bookstore out there, who's a renowned Black historian and also a strong sister, Ray Richardson, I think her name. Yeah. Right. Yeah, right. And they were out there, and they entertained him, although there was still some handkerchief heads in that bunch. Now, what is the problem here? What is the problem? I think that we have to ask ourselves how this non-leadership leadership has taken control of our movement. Cheerleadership has taken control of our movement. Cheerleadership, they cheer for Nixon in 1 year and cheer for Carter or cheer for somebody else, Non-leadership, people that talk you out of struggle rather than talking you into struggle. We have to ask ourselves. And what we see is that the government has used a very slick process. In the 60s and in the 70s, when our people were in the streets moving, they used a two-part process. One was to use the sword to cut the head off of the militant movement. So right here in Chicago, they shot down and killed Fred Hampton. At the same time, all over the country, they were shooting grassroots leaders in the street or otherwise defaming these leaders to the point where the masses were being taught that they were dangerous people or that they were some other kind of unsavory or unfit types. They even did it with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They tried to discredit him, and then eventually what they did is they essentially killed him. And so all over the country, this kind of thing was happening with the grassroots leadership who was in support of activism. It didn't make any difference whether you were a nationalist or whether you were a socialist or what you were, as long as you were consistent and genuine about changing the situation in America, then they made you a target of the counterintelligence program. And this is what it was called. And they used the same methodology against us that they've used against Fidel Castro, against Patrice Lumumba, against various other leaders and various other movements around the world. And so as our grassroots leadership was being eliminated, they were busy trying to put into position people who were no leadership at all. At some of the very schools that we seized buildings and created Black Studies programs, they were able to get the students out of the schools who took the buildings over and forced the Black Study program and put people in charge of the Black Studies programs who didn't even support the Black Study programs when we were fighting for. And some of the very programs that we caused to be created in the communities, they were able to get people who were opposed to the work that was done to get the programs and put them in charge of the programs. And these people show up on the scene, and you be a young person coming along, don't know what has happened. They talk all this militant talk. I used to hang around with Fred Hampton, right? Yeah. Don't mention the fact that they used to be the guy that was spying on him. You know what I'm saying? I was down with Malcolm X, right? Yeah, you helped bring Malcolm X down. That's what you did. You know what I'm saying? And so these were the kinds of folks that they put in these positions and put out in front of us, and they discredited other people, caused people to break up in their families, caused people to lose their jobs. Literally, hundreds were killed, hundreds more went to prison, others were discredited or left unemployed in various other ways. At the same moment that they were working that, then they were offering the carrot to those who would cooperate. They gave us all a few more positions in colleges. They let us all go to law school a little more. Some of us went to medical school, and some of us got a job for a little while. And so what happened is that much of the leadership of the movement became either sold out or confused. They became confused because they did not realize that it was not just the job that we were fighting for. We were fighting to take control of the factory itself. It was not just the opportunity to get in the door and to go to school that we were fighting for. We were fighting for the opportunity to take over the school itself. And not just to take it over and run it like white folks used to run it, but to take it over and turn it into an Afrocentric, a new African institution. One which would teach the self-respect, self-defense, and self-determination of our people. And so that kind of strategy, it put us in a situation as our youth come up now, that many of the people who pose as our leaders are actually our worst enemies, are the tools of a power structure that would do us wrong. Now, with the recent thing that occurred in the Persian Gulf, what we have seen is an extension of white supremacy on a worldwide level, and reaffirmation of white supremacy on a worldwide level. The extension of white supremacy occurs when George Bush talks about the creation of a new world order. And at the same time, listen to him now, a new world order. At the same time, he's calling the other guy Hitler. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is what Hitler was talking about. This is precisely what Hitler was talking about, a so-called new world order. Now, and then let me say at the beginning of this discussion, is that this is not a hoorah Saddam Hussein rally. Saddam Hussein, first of all, was working with the United States less than a year ago. So as far as I'm concerned, he couldn't be all that cool, right? So, but by the same token, though, you have to understand the strategy which is being employed here. The strategy is not to do anything to Saddam Hussein. In fact, they haven't really done anything to Saddam Hussein. The strategy is to destroy the infrastructure of the people. One of the things that the Ba'ath Party in Iraq had done is created one of the most progressive economies in the Arab world. Just like the same thing that occurred in Libya. The wealth that was produced by the oil wells was spread amongst the people. You didn't have a sheik. You didn't have, what do they call this joker? Emmerich, or whatever, all these kinds of clowns. Sleazy individuals who take all the people's money and spend more time chasing ladies in Los Angeles than they do back home in their palaces, governing people. And this is the kinds of things that you have in Kuwait. This is what you had in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia, people literally live in squalor, right? That kind of thing does not happen in some of the countries which they fight against the most. And so, but what it was about was destroying the infrastructure of that country. To take total control and to say that you don't, to give a message to the non-white world that under no circumstances do you dare stand up against the power of the United States. The methods which are employed in doing this are much more sophisticated than they used to be. It used to be that they tried to take out Fidel Castro and people would get upset because he was a popular leader. It used to be that they killed Patrice Lumumba and people would understand that he was a righteous leader. And so what has happened now is that they have begun to demonize leaders, to create them as devils, or either to position people in leadership with their help who actually are negative characters, and then to use their positioning in leadership as an excuse to destroy the infrastructure of the country. They did it with Noriega. They actually did it before that in Grenada with CORE, in situation of that. What they do is they get people and they position them in leadership. They put Noriega in leadership. He was the CIA's choice. He was George Bush's buddy. We got pictures of them sitting down chatting with each other, probably talking about drugs, right? Because they have reports saying he was selling drugs. In fact, he was selling drugs to help them raise money for the Contra effort. This is what he was doing. And so, I mean, there's all kinds of information which support this. But what they do is to get him in a position, and then when the people demand their rights to the Panama Canal without all these concessions that they're trying to get, then what they do is, under the excuse of trying to get Noriega, they butcher the country, bury over 3,000 people in graves which are unmarked, and take the country apart. And right now, the country is living in absolute squalor. You go where the United States has been, and you will see absolute squalor. You go to Grenada, a place that was on the uptrend, which was building this economy, building this political system, had all kinds of enthusiastic people back under Maurice Bishop, and you will go there and you will see absolute squalor today. And you will see the same thing in Iraq. Everywhere that the United States touches, they destroy. And you see that all over the world. And so, but what has happened is by creating a demon of the leader, they create a target, or a supposed target, a false target, which then gets us thinking that they're doing something righteous. And then at that time, we'll get our people thinking, hopefully nobody in this room is silly enough to feel that way. And then they will do is they will go out and sometimes get caught up in the United States effort, which is basically to extend white supremacy. You know, these things really aren't that complicated. Most of the time, all you have to do is ask yourself what side the United States government is on, and then you either get on the other side or at least don't stay on their side. That's generally the correct answer, to most questions. Most questions. I mean, and you can raise just about any international situation that's occurred, and that will generally be the correct answer. And why is this true? Because you're dealing essentially with a white supremacist government. You're dealing with a government which is white supremacist to the core. It was created by white supremacists. It's got a White House. I mean, they tell you, the writing's on the wall. A white man in a White House with a white Senate, right? With all the important people, white folks. They have a couple of Negroes running around every time again, like Colin, Buffalo Head Powell. You know what I'm saying? I mean, here's a guy who basically he's tough. He comes out, all right, we're gonna cut him off and kill him, right? Now if the regular brother would have said something like that in the street out here in Chicago, they'd be ready to put him in jail the rest of his life, right? But as long as he's talking about killing somebody else for white people, then it's okay. I call him Buffalo Head because really what he is a lineal descendant of the Buffalo Soldiers. This is what he is. You have to understand that the Buffalo Soldiers are black men. I'm squeezing a little bit of history in here because this history helps us learn. The Buffalo Soldiers are black men who actually struggled in the Civil War as troops. They came in the war because it was their understanding, or most black people's understanding back that time, that their participation in the Civil War would help win black people freedom, particularly freedom from slavery. They were also promised 40 acres in the mule. They were also promised liberated territory and reparations. And so, in fact, in some instances, they had that. South Carolina, Seattle, and various other places, they actually established independent black communities. But after the black soldiers helped win the war and actually were primarily responsible for winning the war, Then the old slick cracker pulled the number over, all right? First of all, because blacks were rebelling in the South, in South Carolina and Mississippi, demanding land and actually moving to take it over land, they moved the black soldiers out of the South over into the West in order to fight, guess who? The Red Nations, right? And these became your so-called Buffalo Soldiers. And see, if you're not careful about history, they'll have you proud of a Buffalo Soldier because he could ride a horse fast and shoot straight, right? And so this makes him a hero. It's not what you do that makes you a hero. It's who you do it for that makes you a hero. Now, some of the Buffalo Soldiers had better sense than to shoot at the Native Americans, and they shot at the Americans, you know? And so this was cool, you know, and so they were heroes. But the other ones weren't. They basically helped, and at the same moment that they were doing this, now the Ku Klux Klan and other white terrorist groups were down there lynching people in Mississippi, killing people in South Carolina, and taking over the government structures, you know, from our folks. So this is why we give Colin Powell his respectful name, Colin Buffalo Head Powell. You know? And in fact, he's proud of that. I'm telling you, because they got up and gave a speech about the Buffalo Soldiers in that lower ground. You know, his true lineal ancestors. This is what he was talking about. Okay, no problem. No problem. This is I want to congratulate the brother because he's doing a job on this video here, and unlike a lot of people who just take the video and don't tell you what to do, he's told me what to do down to the final detail. He even wrote my speech for me. No, he didn't do that, but he's very, I think he's very efficient, and I think we should give him a round of applause. Okay, I'm ready. Whatever he's ready. Okay, thank you.
See him off one at home. See if he can get. He had arrows. He can get some video. Straight up. How you been doing, brother Lyon? That's my boy Dave right here. That's Trinity right there. Tried to bring as many as I could.
I guess I should make a couple announcements then. Malcolm X College is having a problem, and some of the other black city colleges are having problems with the administration threatening to cut off some of their funding or whatever. So they're going to have a meeting at the Center for Inner City Studies, April 29th at 7 p.m. Community forum, in which we're going to try to develop some type of strategies to fight that effort. The other thing is that it's 7 o'clock Monday, April 29th. The other event is there's going to be a march against racism in Bridgeport, Mayor Daley's neighborhood, against police brutality and racist attacks. Next Saturday, step off at noon, meet at 35th and Low for the march and rally. So what's down for that? It's being sponsored by ACT UP Chicago, American Friends Service Committee, Chicago Conference of Black Lawyers, CBUC, Committee to End Marion Lockdown, John Brown Anti-Clan Committee, National Lawyers Guild, Leonard Barrister Memorial and Defense Committee, and other organizations. We need a chapter of the New African People's Organization so we can sponsor. Munir Muhammad is the business manager for Crow. And next Saturday, May 4th, 1991, he's going to have a program. It's going to be here, okay, at 7 p.m. Crow. Okay, the Coalition for the Remembrance of Elijah will have a program here May 4th, 1991. You want to do Shahrazad?
Yeah.
We'll have a book signing with Shahrazad Ali May 10th. What time? 6 o'clock.
Better bolt the doors.
What's up, man?
Odessa.
Yeah,
Odessa is an African fighting arts instructor. The brother's going to be here next Saturday. What time? 7 o'clock. He's going to be doing a demonstration and a lecture / lecture. Brother's art is deep. Check it out. Odessa Mandarasi. It's African fighting arts. He,
Long Suma 2 fighting arts.
yeah, he comes from West Africa.
Derived of Caporetto and a few other arts. She's developed himself. He's a master teacher. He's got certificates in several different martial arts. Brother, check him out. Self-defense.
We got more flyers of the march up front and the circular thing. We got a couple of flyers about the meeting at the Central City State.
Fight like this. They be lifting 10,000 pounds away and fight like this. Are we still taking?
We didn't lose, bro, dude.
No. Somebody would drop me off.
Friday, May 24th at 6 p.m. at Kennedy King College, the National Black United Front and the Worldwide Oneness Church will be presenting an African Liberation Day Symposium featuring Bob Law, syndicated New York City Night Talk radio host, Conrad World, Reverend Nelson Brown. Entertainment will be by D. Alexander and the Worldwide Wonders Church Choir. The topic will be the origin and history of African Liberation Day and the continued motion toward the liberation of African people worldwide. This year's ALD will be Saturday, May 25th. Assembly at Jackson and Austin at 10 p.m. Step off at 11:30. We have a rally. 10 a.m. Rally in Garfield Park at 1 a.m.
Oh, I thought you said that's my horn right there in the crowd. You want to do those comments?
Oh yeah. We don't have our slide together, but the Coalition to Commemorate Malcolm X will be having our second annual conference in commemoration of the birth of Malcolm X, our shining black prince. We'll have it May 17th through 19th at Malcolm X College. The conference theme this year will be Unity in the Community. And we're expecting to have Dr. Betty Shabazz kick us off that Friday evening. So, everybody come out. For more information, call 568-1243. Anybody have any other announcements?
Free the land, Brother Hannibal.
Free the land, Brother Sherwood. We're in the war.
Right on. So the Malcolm X program is coming up is
17th through 19th.
And that's the sequel to what you did last year.
Yes, sir.
Right again. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, brother. It's me. How you doing?
How are you, sir?
Okay. We gotta begin again. As I was saying, is that at this particular point in the struggle, is that the system has basically adapted to some of its challenges. It's kind of like that picture that you saw on TV or the movie, what was it called? The Empire Strikes Back. You have to understand that this empire was shaken in the 60s. It was shaken on an international level in its defeat in Vietnam. It was shaken internally as the Black Liberation Movement leveled Detroit, leveled Newark, leveled various other cities, and as they were put in a position where they had no choice but to at least get rid of the discriminatory laws which were on the book. They had no choice to do that rather than because the alternative was to face the wrath of angry black masses, not only internally, but to face the wrath of a world which basically they had to explain to African countries which were becoming increasingly independent while they were still treating Africans here in America in the overtly racist fashions they were. But after being shaken in those ways, now it's important to note that there's a difference between being shaken and being beaten, right? There's a difference between being shaken and being destroyed. There's a difference between being shaken and being dismantled. The problem with our movement in the 60s, from a historical perspective, is not what it did, but what it didn't do. You understand? The problem was not that it didn't do a lot of the right things, but it didn't do a lot of those things long enough, thoroughly enough, completely enough, until we accomplished the whole problem. That essentially was the problem of our movement in the 60s. Our movement in the 60s took the route that most revolutionary movements take. They first start off as demands for democratic rights. They want the people to just be treated justly. That's why the people are interested and involved. So although many of us revolutionary nationalists and nationalists were dismayed at the King demonstrations because they had people walking down the street and getting hit in the head and calling for nonviolence, that was a necessary stage to introduce us to the next level. If King wouldn't have done what he did, then we wouldn't have been able to hear what Malcolm had to say. If King wouldn't have done what he did, then the real power power that went into the creation of the Black liberation movement, the Black power movement, would have never occurred. Because the wisdom that we had at that time around nationalism, around our identity as a people, around the fact that we were a nation and that we were Africans and we came from Africa was nothing new. We had had that wisdom for centuries. The problem is that the wisdom in some instances had gotten divorced from the action. The activists were those people in Mississippi and in South Carolina and Alabama and the civil rights demonstrators who were challenging the system where it stood, who were not trying to duck the system, but who were confronting the system. The wise people, in many cases, had sometimes put handcuffs on themselves. And Malcolm understood that. And that's why the contradiction arose between Malcolm and the Nation of Islam. Because Malcolm understood the need for action. And so what he said that he was going to do is infuse the nationalist movement into the civil rights movement and elevate it to a human rights movement. And that's the course of revolution. You move from a struggle merely for democratic rights to a struggle for power. Because you understand that the only way you're going to get the democratic rights is, in fact, to get power. You understand that as long as you rely upon people who control you, as long as you rely upon people who control you to do you right, then you'll never get done right. And even if you are done right for one day, for one moment, for 1 second, if they're still in control, then they can make another decision the next day. And so what had happened is that in the 60s, the system had been shaken, but it had not been destroyed. We had young groups, young movement, young people. We had suffered from a long time of what I would call discontinuity, a lack of connection from some of the movements of the past. We didn't fully understand, share, and devour the wisdom of Marcus Garvey. We didn't totally, and in fact, what we did is at times some of our elder statesmen who were around, rather than embracing this movement that were on the scene as they should have, many times because the movement didn't encompass all that they felt that it should have had, or because of personal problems with people, they actually estranged themselves from the movement. The Nation of Islam, in my view, and Elijah Muhammad should have embraced the Panthers, not condemned the Panthers. And that was part of our problem. So what we had on the scene and what we had at that situation was a lack of ability to benefit from the wisdom of our past. And so we were vulnerable. And we were vulnerable to the counterintelligence program. We were vulnerable to every dirty, low-down trick that the government was going to put on us. We were vulnerable to a trick where they basically froze certain people mentally where they were. They froze certain people in a civil rights time warp. You understand what I'm saying? Where they could not understand that it was more than going and sitting on some toilet next to some white person, right? That it was more than getting the right to go to a restaurant that you didn't have money to get into in the first place, right? And that they didn't understand that the civil rights movement, if it did not logically lead to a black power movement and a black liberation struggle, would only and could only turn out to be a movement for the petty bourgeois, the bourgeois blacks, those who had enough money to do the stuff that you were getting the right to do in the first place, those who had the ability to get it, the few that would have the ability to get in the law schools or the medical schools. And now we've come to turn out that it really wasn't no gold mine for them. Because they putting them out now too. In fact, those who become lawyers and doctors, a lot of them are as poor as you are. I'm telling you. They walk around in 3 pieces and briefcases and go home and don't have no food to cover it. Some of them are 2 paychecks away from poverty. I'm just telling you. And so, like, the reality is that they tricked everybody. And so what we came up with is that when we talk about the empire striking back, is that they responded. They responded to the situation that had been put upon them by basically striking back at our movement. And they strike back in a very vicious kind of way. And the veneer of oppression now is now the point I'm making, a black veneer. So you have to recognize it. And you have to oppose it every bit as strong and as vehement as you did when the white man was out there whooping your head. It doesn't make any difference whether the guy who whooped the brother's head out in Los Angeles would have been white or black. Your response to him should have been the same because their boss is the same. The person they're working for is the same. It all goes back to the white supremacist core. This is what we're saying. There is no black leadership of a police department anywhere, really. Anywhere, really. probably the most progressive form of city government that we have seen, or in terms of a leader, and I'm talking about objectively because I know all of you might have problems here too, but probably the most progressive mayoral leader that has been elected for black people in our lifetime probably was Harold Washington. But at the same time, there were still problems right here in the city of Chicago. Why was there problems in the city of Chicago? Because first of all, even if Harold Washington was the epitome, if he was the epitome of a great mayor, he don't control Chicago because he didn't control the economics of Chicago. And if you don't control the economics of a situation, there's no way you can really control the politics of the situation. Secondly, he didn't really even control all the politics because the city is nothing but a subdivision of the state. And the state is run by a lot of white racist crackers in whatever they call it, Illinois, Springfield, Illinois. That's what it is. This is who the state is run by. And the state is controlled by a federal system, which is run nothing but by the descendants, the lineal descendants of Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and all the rest of those slaveholders, you know? And then I see people run around here today celebrating the American flag. And I get so nauseated with that thing. I mean, I ask myself, what is it that they see in that old red, black, and red, well, excuse me, that old white, what is it, white, red, red, white, blue, see, I'm so into the bright black and green, I can't even get the other one out of my mouth, right? But I mean, you know, but that old rag, I mean, what is it they see in it? And then, I mean, you know, what we opposed the Ku Klux Klan back in April of last year. We fronted them on the street and sent them running. And you know what they had in their hand? They had the American flag. Now, how you gonna carry the same flag that the Ku Klux Klan is carrying? In fact, in Johnny, Mississippi, they were criticizing the state because, you know, the state of Mississippi, the government, the white government still uses the rebel flag. I'm telling you. These crackers got the audacity to still be flying the rebel flag. And they say the South lost the war. I'm telling you. And so they got these flags, they carry them together. The red, white, and blue over here, and the rebel red, white, and blue, because it's red, white, and blue too, right over here. And so they carry these two flags. And so a lot of brothers and sisters in Mississippi, the NAACP, said that they didn't want them to use the rebel flag no more. And so I said, well, that's cool. But while you're at it, take down the other one too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what does it represent? We have to ask ourselves, where has it flown before? I mean, it flew when they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Do you want to be responsible for that? They flew on the ships that carried you to slavery in the latter parts of the slave trade. They flew on the plantations where you were in slavery. In fact, the old northern New Englanders are the one that brought you over here in slavery. This is the ones that brought you in slavery and delivered you into the hands of the southern plantation owners. And so the flag, you know, and this is why, like, you notice that in these so-called pro-world war rallies, and you know, it's an interesting concept here. These crackers were given pro-war rallies for peace. You know what that? They were pro-war for peace. You know, that just goes to tell you that when people go crazy, you can tell them anything. You know, they can tell you that. I mean, how they go pro-war rallies for peace. Okay, so I mean, you know, but anyway, this is the crackers were doing. But the biggest ones were right down there in the same places where they are the most overtly, most overtly come out with this white supremacy and this white racism. David Duke supported types. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, anywhere like in Mississippi, man, these crackers ain't came out so much as they did for that rally in years, right? I mean, they can't even get crackers to come to football games right in Mississippi no more. Jackson State pulls more people than the University of Mississippi and Mississippi State because they ain't no good. That's the main reason, you know. But I mean, they can't even get crackers to come out for football games. But they came out 100,000 strong in Mississippi. And you realize that Mississippi don't have as many people in the state as you do in the metropolitan Chicago, which means that they got far less white people than you got here. You know, far less white people because black folks constitute over 50% of the population down there, really. You know, the truth be told. But 100,000 crowds, they're waving these red, white, and blue flags, you know, and things of this nature. And so how, and this is the reinstitution of white supremacy in a big way. And so we have to understand it, and we have to recognize it as we see it. On an international level, as well as on the local level. What we have to do is adopt a program. We've got to adopt an agenda. We have to adopt a strategy which will address itself to the various problems that we are confronted with now. We've got to adopt a clear strategy which addresses itself to the various issues. One of the reasons why we are able to be put in a situation where we are controlled by non-leadership is because of the fragmentation of our people and the fragmentation of our movement. And so we need a people's unification movement. We need a movement where we understand that the purpose of the movement is to unify the people. Now, I didn't say just unify the big shots. I said unify the people. First of all, if your effort is just to unify the people who are allegedly supposed to be leaders, you will wind up getting a lot of people in there who shouldn't be in there in the first place, I'm telling you. But secondly, you'll wind up getting imposters there, people who don't represent nobody. In fact, you don't have a right to be at the table unless you represent somebody. You understand what I'm saying? So what we have to do is, like a lot of brothers and sisters, especially young brothers and sisters, rightfully today say, look at here, y'all been around here all this time and y'all can't get together, right? But look, you part of us. You understand what I'm saying? You go out, if you can go out, if you can't unify nobody else, unify your classroom, where you go to school. Unify your block where you live. Unify your friends. Y'all can't even get together in a basketball game. You're out there fighting, yelling at each other, right? We couldn't either. So but the reality is that this is what we got to do. We have to unify the masses. Unity has to be mass-based. So yes, we have to bring organizations together. But the greatest incentive for genuine organizations to come together is the unity of the people. Now, how do you build unity? You can't just walk next door and tell a guy, well, let's be together because we black. He ain't going to do it, and she ain't going to do it. What we have to do is struggle. Unity is a struggle. Unity is a struggle, and the struggle helps build unity. What we need is a concrete revolutionary unification program. We call it a Malcolm X grassroots movement. You can call it what you want. But what we need is a program which talks about self-defense, self-respect, and self-determination. If you can't get to that, then you really aren't interested in the unification of black folks. This is what we need. Self-respect, self-defense, and self-determination. And what you have to do is to sit down and institute the program wherever you see the need to institute it. So if you are in a school which basically is dealing with backwards, white, Caucasian, reactionary, misstated history, it is your absolute responsibility to get a hold of some information, first of all, in your head, get a hold of an Afrocentric educational process, and go down there and demand it at the school. And if they don't want to give it to you at the school, organize the people to turn the school out. This is what it is. It's better not to go to school than to go to school and learn how to be a fool. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, why go backwards in life? This is what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, we have people that go all the way through law school and are dumber when they get through than they were when they started out kindergarten. I mean, some people got basic knowledge when they're in kindergarten. I mean, they studied ants. They know the ants are trying to take control of some land, right? But once you get through law school, you don't think you ain't got enough, right? Except kissing white folks behind. This is basically what it is. And so we have to straighten people out. I'm telling you, it's necessary. And so, like, we say we need a Malcolm X grassroots movement. Now, I think that the program here around Malcolm X Day is a great program. You need to get involved with it. Brother Hannibal's program. Or not, it's not Brother Hannibal's program, but Brother Hannibal's the person I know that's one of the people that sponsor it. But it's important to go out there. Malcolm's name is important. Malcolm's name at this point in history, I think, can help build this unity, at least amongst the ranks of a large percentage of our youth population, because the youth have a great respect for Malcolm. They see him as an uncompromising, righteous, stand up, straight up, no step back individual. It's important that we have such a symbol. The Sandinistas had a symbol like that in Nicaragua. They call him Sandino. And even 50 years after he died, they used the image of that man in order to build a movement that set imperialism on his head in Nicaragua. And is going to set imperialism further on his head in the future. And so the situation is we need that kind of symbol. Our children need that kind of symbol. And so we should use it. Now, that doesn't mean that Malcolm X grassroots movement will complete the process, because we got people who basically don't understand Malcolm or who are against Malcolm for one reason or another. So we're not going to get caught up over an individual or a personality. But the point is that the Malcolm movement can unite a large segment of our movement. And for those Muslims that it doesn't bring in, or for those Christians that it doesn't bring in, then what we do is look for a national self-determination movement, even greater than that we'll bring them into the fold too. Because the question is self-respect, self-defense, and self-determination. If we can achieve all those things, then we have achieved what we need to achieve. The self-determination movement must take place at a grassroots level. It has to take place around police brutality situations like we see out there in California. Sometimes we get so revolutionary that we get so revolutionary we don't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a protester is not revolutionary. I can't do it. I got to go back and read, some more books. I mean, that's cool. But what are you reading about if you ain't doing nothing? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what could they possibly be telling you in the books if you coming out still ain't doing nothing? You need an interpreter, somebody help interpret that book for you. I mean, really, there's no book worth its salt that's going to tell you not to do nothing. I mean, and so like what I'm saying is this is what we have to do. Yes, we have to read. It's a question of theory and practice. Theory and practice. Theory and practice. The youth generation has an obligation to get away from some of the foolishness that we got caught up in. Your obligation is to make sure that you don't allow the enemy to divide things which go together. Of course, theory and practice go together. I mean, what do you look like learning how to cook a pie and don't never cook one? You know what I'm saying? Just stand around reading the book. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what do you look like cooking a pie and ain't read how to do it, or don't know how to do it? You're killing some people out there. And so obviously you got to have one in order to have the other. And so theory and practice go together. Don't let nobody talk you out of it. You got to study and you got to work. But basically, generally speaking, in this movement, we have to deal with educating, organizing, mobilizing, and agitating. Agitation is the way to stir up the pot, so to speak. When we talk about agitation, you're not creating anything that doesn't exist, but you're exposing what exists. You are bringing the people into a political experience, which will essentially give them the ability to seek their aspirations in more politically concrete ways. You are introducing the people to a political experience that will put them in a prolonged confrontation with their enemy. You will introduce a person who has a landlord-tenant problem to a struggle, which will elevate their understanding from the fact that it is not just the landlord who is the problem, but it's the government that's behind the landlord. It's the laws behind the landlord. It's the economic system behind the landlord. And so it's regular old American imperialistic racist system that they're up against. And so this is the kinds of struggles that we have to engage in our educational arena and all over. I think that that's why the Grambling situation is important. I think that that's why when we talk about demonstrating against racism, and particularly in situations where we as African people begin to organize and against police brutality, all of those things are important. You don't get too advanced to deal with these small, quote unquote, small issues, because it's the small issues that will bring people to larger understanding. And remember, it's not just about you. You can't win no revolution by yourself. So you've got to get out there and do the things necessary to introduce the people who haven't heard this lecture before, who have never heard a lecture like this before, right? And so you've got to do the things necessary to introduce them to the struggle. We need an empowerment campaign. Anything we do has to be geared to taking control, taking power. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing sinful about having a little control over your own life. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be about taking control. And so if you don't think you can, if it's not about taking control, then you shouldn't do it. I mean, this is true at our jobs where we work. In many instances, we're in situations where we're being discriminated against. In the South, they got a pitiful situation. I mean, the situation is like, most of 75% of the working force in Mississippi is clearly black. It's not like, I know like in Michigan where I was born, when you go through, you see workforces on the street and stuff, they're always white people, because basically they won't let the brothers have a job. In Mississippi, everybody's working is black. Everybody working is black. I guess white folks never really learned how to work. That's the only thing I can figure out. But they all black. Now, they always got a white supervisor. But the people doing the work, even if you go to a high-class, quote-unquote, cracker restaurant, you know who's back in the back cooking? Black folks in Mississippi. I'm telling you, this is who's cooking. So the workforce is just about all black. But the problem is that they have no rights. No rights. No right to unionize, no right to struggle. In those kinds of situations, we have to organize our people to fight against oppression. We need to support workers' caucuses. We need to make them intelligent, too. We need to have them following black Afrocentric theory, which is going to help us lead independent. Some of the problems is that some of our workers' organizations have been following stuff which basically doesn't really address our specific needs or doesn't motivate our communities, right? They've been following this white man or that white man or this white theory or that white theory. And any theory that is worth its salt will tell you that you have to take a theory and adapt it to your particular situation in order to win your empowerment. So an empowerment campaign is important. Organization of our defense capacity are what we might call a military campaign. Now, it's interesting how things will affect you I just recently had to go before the State Bar of Mississippi, and they basically were saying that I was unfit character, and so they didn't want to let me in the bar. They didn't want to let me practice law there, although I've been practicing like 15 years in Michigan. And they said it's because I believe in the violent overthrow of the United States government, And so, so I think every time I read this about this organized, this military campaign, I think about this, right? And the reality is that I guess it's like this. They can disbar me in the morning, but I'm going to tell you the truth tonight. You understand what I'm saying? The reality is that we have to have a defense campaign. What do we look without a defense campaign? I mean, we can't defend ourselves. We aren't organized to defend ourselves now. So what we do is we invite the very people into the community to defend us who have brought us the problem in the first place. The police are the drug sellers. They're the drug dealers in Minneapolis. They're the conveyors of drugs and those who work with the conveyors of drugs. And if they aren't, their bosses surely are, right? And so why would we invite them in to our communities to defend us from anything? The problem is because we don't have any defense and they don't inspire us to. And so we have to train ourselves physically. When the brother talked about the martial arts class and other forms of defensive arts, we have to be on top of it. You should have a security group in anything you do. If you got a T club, you should have the T club security group. I'm telling you, whatever you do, you should form a security group and you should train. You should know how to defend yourself. And so you can't have any reason for allowing people to prey upon you regardless of who they are. Now, the situation is that there are, in addition to what we call the need for a mass people's defense movement, there's also a need for a specialized defense force. We call it what we call the Black Liberation Army. And if you're serious about winning, you got to have one. You call it what you want, but you got to have one. You don't know anybody that's ever won that didn't have somebody that was ready to throw down around any way they had to in order to win. The United States certainly didn't get their freedom by talking to people about it, and nowhere is this true in the world. And so what you have to have is a revolutionary army, underground people, what I call a peekaboo force. Now you see me, now you don't, right? Now, and this is a reality. This is what we need. Now, I'm kind of like the doctor. I'm diagnosing this problem here and telling you what the disease is and telling you what you need, right? So I don't want you to get the impression that I am the underground, right? Okay. I mean, I don't want you to get that, and I'm saying that for the tape, right? Okay. but because first of all, even if I was, you wouldn't know it, right? And I wouldn't say it. But this is an army which basically has to put teeth into our struggle. If you don't have no teeth, then protests become very, very difficult because you always get your butt kicked. You know what I'm saying? So what you have to have is somebody ready to make it, to impress them with the fact that they don't prey on the people like that. When there were, and there still are actually, these kind of forces around, it was a lot more difficult to sell drugs on the street. It was a lot more difficult to sell drugs when drug men had to look over their head and under the bed and worried about some panther breaking down the door, coming in to take the drugs out and flush them down the toilet stool. And then what they did is they claimed that they were cleaning up the streets. They put the panthers in jail, killed the panthers, and so these very corners that the panthers used to sell papers on, they sell drugs on those corners now, right? The very places that they helped close down created situations now where drugs are flourishing throughout our community. We have to essentially have a revolutionary force which is ready to take matters into our hands, Pan-Africanism is necessary. We have to have a revolutionary Pan-African policy, a revolutionary Pan-African policy. Right behind this flag is a map which has the states of Africa on it. Actually, this up here is interesting. You notice how they stop coloring Africa right here, and all of a sudden it becomes a different color. This is what they call the Middle East. It's not part of any continent. Now, I mean, that's strange, isn't it? I mean, the reason why they don't tell you it's a part of any continent, because only continent it can possibly be part of is the continent that touches here and the continent that touches way down here, and that's the continent of Africa. And so this place way up here, they done told those who've learned for years and years about Jesus Christ and about the Hebrews and about, but they don't want us to know that was us, right? Okay, and so the reality is that they take the part of the world where those events occurred at away from Africa. But this is all of Africa, and there must be a united Africa. There must be a united Africa. Africa must unite because Africa is one of the richest, wealthiest areas in the world. It is the motherland. It is our motherland. It is central to the efforts, not only for our freedom, but actually central to the efforts of the freedom of the world. I will just pause here to say I'm talking about revolutionary Pan-Africanism. I'm not talking about handkerchief heads, so-called Pan-Africanism. I'm not talking about leaders who some of them who help their lineal ancestors help sell us over here, and they're still selling their people out today. You know, unfortunately, most of the governments of Africa are either controlled by the United States or controlled by the Soviet Union before the Soviet Union got out of the game of controlling people. Right now they trying to go, they're going through a withdrawal, so to speak. You know, but before they got it, they were controlled by one or the other. So what it means, that's not to downplay the revolutions which occurred to put these people in power, because those were necessary. But it just shows you that life is a continuing struggle. And anytime you stop, then you get set back. Now, we should know that because our ancestors are the ones that come up with the concept. The whole thing about the unity of opposites and there being...
Sorry, it's about to go out.
Okay. About there being negative forces and positive forces. And we have to interact, and we have to interact and struggle in life in order to move from one stage of life to the next. And so what that means is that the African struggles which brought those governments to power were positive. But what happened because of an absence of struggle during a period of time, because of a compromise with imperialist forces, most of those countries now are controlled by economic policies which are decided in Washington, D.C. This is the reality. But most of those countries are controlled by policies which are decided by the International Monetary Fund. Many of those countries, like Nigeria, repress their own youth. They repress their own youth. And the countries, even countries that don't want to be repressive, many times are repressive because they haven't gotten control of their own economics. That means that there's another African revolution on the horizon. And this revolution is going to sweep the whole continent of Africa. This revolution is going to do away with those who are working for someone else and deliver Africa into the hands of those who work for us. This revolution ain't going to worry about paying the United States or the International Monetary Fund back a dime, because this revolution will have enough sense to know that anything that we've gotten from them, they owed it to us in the first place. You understand what I'm saying? It's all a reparations debt, and they owe us a great deal. So Pan-Africanism, but Pan-Africanism doesn't stop with those borders. Pan-Africanism is a concept which embraces you right here where you are, in the city of Chicago. It also embraces us around the country. And it embraces us around the world. Pan-Africanism is a concept that says, well, African people, wherever they are, have to be free. Africa is a focus of it because Africa was the central land base where we came from. But what that means is we also must understand the need for liberation movements where we are. Liberation movements where we are. We must understand the need to fight a new African liberation movement. The best thing you can do to contribute to the struggle in Africa is either to go there or to create a fight right here, which will basically help to destroy the same imperialist empire which is responsible for the oppression in Africa in the first place. You cannot just help the African Revolution by just thinking about it or just praying about it or even just giving a few dimes to it. I mean, it helps to give money to it, but you have to be a revolutionary. And so what we have to do is struggle for self-control right here. And right now, right in what we call New Africa, in the South, there's a black belt. Thousands of acres, thousands of miles of land, inhabited primarily and predominantly by black folks. There's some 40 county area in Mississippi, going up and down the western coast of Mississippi, where blacks outnumber whites something like 8-1, where blacks are something like 90% of the workers and something like 90% of the consumers, where the culture is the blues, where the culture is the African spiritual, where the culture is the culture that we've made. It's the only culture that is there. It is New Africa. It is Africa. It's where we have large stretches of land which sit right at the doorstep of the Caribbean community and nations like Barbados and the Bahamas and other black nations in Haiti, which sits right along, almost right up and a little bit to the side of the Nicaraguan East Coast and the Belize, which are black territories where Africans live, which sits right above Southern America, where Brazil has some 60 million people, and which sits right across from Africa on the 30th parallel. It is not New York across from Africa. It is the South. It is Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and Louisiana, which is the South across from Africa. That is a critical territory. It is important that we understand that the need to wage struggle for land right here in America, to take control of land, not only to help to liberate that land from the American empire, but to support the struggle of the Puerto Ricans to free Puerto Rico, to support the struggle of the Caribbean communities to free their countries, to support the struggle of the Mexicanos to free the upper part of Mexico, to support the struggle of the Native Americans to help free the territories which they seek to free at this time, even given the limited numbers which have been left of Native Americans in the United States, although there are large percentages of Native Americans like in Southern America and various other places. We must understand the need for what I would call anti-imperialist action, which is to take apart this empire. You cannot solve American imperialism by walking away from the place where American imperialism was born. American imperialism was born right here. It was born when they jumped off ships, stealing the Native Americans' land, when they put us into slavery here, and when they took the whole upper part of Mexico. That was the birthplace of it. And from there, then they became the surrogates and replaced British imperialism in Africa. They became the surrogates and replaced imperialism around the world. We have to destroy the creature where it started. We need unity between liberation movements around the world. That has to be part of our plan. We need to link up with other African liberation movements in order to formulate Pan-African liberation strategy. We also need to link up with genuine liberation movements on this continent. When I say link up, we need to form anti-imperialist alliances with Native American groups and with Puerto Ricans and Mexicano groups. Not to have them come into our communities to win freedom for us, but to have us go into their communities to win freedom to them. But to have coordinated struggles, which realize as we struggle to take self-control over different institutions in Chicago, as we struggle to take control over land in the Deep South, which supports the Mexicano struggle to take the Southwest back from the United States of America. The population ratio is beginning to support us. Our numbers are increasing. All over the continent, our numbers are increasing. The white man is becoming the minority in a lot of situations. Down in Mississippi, the white man is already the minority, right? If you're talking about a non-self-governing territory, you've got it there right already. The same thing is true in LA and in various parts of what we call northern Mexico. So what has to happen is we have to support these righteous struggles. We need economic action. Economic action is absolutely essential. Economic action means that what you have to do is begin to lay the foundation for a future economy, and at the same time create actions which help to destabilize the economy, which is basically controlling you. It means boycotts and strikes in order to destabilize their economy. And it means the building of people's institutions, people's cooperatives, and all kinds of businesses which will help to build the future of a new African economy linked with an African economy around this world. This is what economic action is important. It is very important to understand that economic action is tied to revolutionary action. You cannot separate the two. Anybody that's willing to build a store and not willing to support the revolution, you need to forget about it. You need to boycott them just like you boycott the white man, because it ain't going nowhere. It don't mean nothing. I'm telling you. And the reality is that just for some brother and sister to take it upon themselves to get a little more richer by opening a store doesn't make us all better off. It only makes us better off if there's a contribution back to the movement. We have to start taking hard positions in our movement because these are hard times. We need to deal with Afrocentric socialism. We have to deal with the notion that capitalism doesn't work. It's destructive. It's destroyed us. We were the capital that they brought here to build this thing. We have to move away from that. We have to denounce it. You can't get food and tricked out of space because they say, well, look at the Soviets. They're falling apart. They were dealing with socialism. First of all, that's questionable anyway, whether they were really dealing with real socialism. Secondly, they were clearly racist. And thirdly, of course, the United States system is more stable than the Soviet system and more stable than everybody else in the world. If you had 200 years of free labor behind you, you'd be pretty tough too. It don't make no difference what you call your system. You can call yourself a fiefdom if you want. Right. If you got 200 years of free labor, you got a pretty good corner on the market, right? And so the reality is that socialism does work. It works for people. I've been to places where I've seen it work. I've been to Cuba. It works in Cuba. I'm not satisfied with everything happening in Cuba, but I can tell you that the economic system works, right? The reality is that you don't have the kind of crime that you got here. You can walk the street. You can leave a briefcase full of money and come back and it'll still be sitting there. And you try that here in Chicago, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, the economic system works. They don't have drugs for the most part. Their biggest problem, and that's just centered around the places usually where the Americans come to visit the hotels. I'm telling you. And so, like, the reality is that you actually have kids who play on playgrounds, happy kids. You saw happy kids, you know what I'm saying? I mean, happy kids who believe in their country, who believe in their revolution, who believe in their cause, you know. And so, like, I think that, you have to look at the situation is that any system which says that the people will control the economy, this is the system that you want to be part of. And you have to make it work. We need full participation of our women in our movement and full rights of our women in our nation and in our liberation movement. I'm not going to be here when Sister comes for the signing of the book. Let me say this. That's a controversy we get into a little later. But let me say this. You have to be careful. And see, the problem is that sometimes we have uneducated or undereducated people trying to speak on things that they know just a little bit about. Now, I will start with Sherazade. I heard her on radio, and I don't know what she's saying now. I haven't seen her and heard her in a long time. But when she first started out, she was talking about how we had been duped by the white system into such a way as that the men were allowing the women to be leaders, and they really should be submissive to the men because that's the way it was in Africa. I bet you wouldn't tell Queen Candace that, right? Okay. I bet you wouldn't tell Queen Nzinga that, I bet you wouldn't tell Cleopatra that, or you wouldn't have your head, you know what I'm saying? The reality is that, of course, there were cultural variations in Africa, just like there's cultural variations in various other parts of the world and other things. But the reality is that Africans respected their women. Under any kind of system, they respected women. Women were not weak people, they were strong people. Women were leaders in many parts of Africa. There were some kingdoms in Africa where women were not leaders, and where it was predominantly a role which men had. But there were places where the women were the leaders and the men were not leaders in Africa. So the reality is that we have to understand, especially our African tradition gives us nothing that says that we should keep our movement, our women submissive. That's a misnomer. And secondly, we have to look at our situation today. Even if your African tradition did tell you that, you'd be a fool if you didn't throw it out today. I mean, what do you look like trying to fight with one hand behind your back? You know what I'm saying? We need every soul we can get on the battlefield. We can't excuse nobody because of sex. I mean, we have to deal with people's abilities as they are to create what we need. And that means also that we need men to participate in child rearing in terms of the development of children. That's one of the problems with some of our young men now. They don't have enough example from the men. They don't have enough supervision from the men. The men are never there. They go through whole lives. They don't have a father in the home. They don't have men teaching them at school. It used to be, we used to go to the playground. And we used to have wrecks. We used to call them the wreck. And we'd go out there and play baseball, or there'd be a big muscular-looking brother out there, hitting balls over the fence, and stuff like that. Now you go to the playground, and the wreck is somewhere getting high on weed. You don't even see him all the time, him or her, or whoever it is. But the reality is that we don't have those examples, and we have to deal with it. We have to deal with it in a serious way. But full participation of our women in the movement. Anti-imperialism, which I spoke on, and finally I would end with the notion that what we are talking about is revolutionary. We call it revolutionary New African nationalism, which is part of revolutionary Pan-Africanism worldwide. And it's not only revolutionary New African nationalism as it relates to us here, but it's revolutionary New African nationalism as it relates to African people all over the world. All over the world now, we are creating a new African reality. Nations which were old nations are combining into African nations which are larger nations. They are combining into African states which didn't exist before the colonial experience. And they will combine into larger conglomerates of United States of Africa, which have never existed before, either before or after colonialism. The new African reality is the reality which calls for people's war. And if you take every one of the principles that I just laid out, and if you use the first letter of each of those, then what you have is the term people's war. And this is what we must fight as a people. We must fight the war. We cannot leave it upon anyone to do it totally for us. We all must have a part in it. We all must take part in it. We all must find our place in it. There's a place for all of us. There's more specific agendas for more specific times. But what I've shared with you today, hopefully, is a broad outline of what I call a strategy for independence, for self-defense, self-respect, and self-determination for African people in America. I leave you with this strategy to think about, to debate about. and to hopefully join us, the New African People's Organization, and the Malcolm X grassroots movement, in our struggle, in all of our struggle. When I say our, I talk about all of us, because we don't come from Mars or from Jupiter. Nobody sent us from anywhere else. We come from you. We come from your community. We are the same people who you grew up with. We are the same people who went to the same schools, who had the same problems, and who have fought the same crackers throughout these years. And so what we're saying is that it's necessary for us to now unite in the independence movement and to struggle for our freedom with all of our people here and around the world. Thank you very much, and free to land. Questions? Anybody that wants to ask questions, and anybody that wants to make comments can do so. Brother, thank you. Have your hand up there.
Yeah, brother, I'd like to say you gave a good speech, and I have a question for you. Okay, we speak of revolution, and knowing that a revolution can't be brought about without blood being shed. Okay, my question to you is, we talk about a revolution, and revolution bringing about a radical change, bringing about 360 degrees of change. But I say, but with what? With what? You gotta think about this. Revolution cannot be brought about without blood being shed. Okay, that's what Malcolm said. Okay, and I say with what? Because if we talking about a revolution, I gotta worry about my brother stabbing me in the back, and we both the victims of the same problem. What are we gonna do? Okay, because we gotta be prepared for this. Suppose this man, we gotta face reality. Suppose this man cut off our lights, our gas. He's in charge of everything. He's in control of everything. We gotta face reality. Look at what he did in Iraq, in the Middle East, in Kuwait. He got all these weapons and these helicopters and stuff. Anybody see the movie Blue Steel? How a helicopter in the urban area, in the city area, that can just blow up buildings, infrared things, and heat seeking. This is a helicopter in the urban area. Or what I say, with what? Okay, we speak of a revolution, and in dealing with people who might not know what a revolution is. At first, a revolution got to be brought about in yourself. You got to bring a revolution, a radical change about yourself to be able to deal with a revolution. How are you gonna deal with it? And some people don't know what it is. Suppose he cut the food off. You can't eat. Suppose he cut the lights off. He cut the lights off. What now? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do right now? What are we gonna do? This man is a man. He's not playing. He is not playing. We got Scud missiles and all this. What are we gonna do? You talk about revolution, and what are we gonna do right now? Okay.
Okay. Well, let me say this. There's two things, and I think that you basically said the elements of both. Number one, revolution is a complete change. And number two, revolution normally involves some form of bloodshed. And bloodshed is not just in terms of shedding blood, in terms of getting shot with a bullet, but bloodshed means enduring all kinds of harsh conditions, just like you just mentioned. And the strategy of our revolution has to be, first of all, to educate our people, to educate the people about the real purpose of the revolution. The real purpose of the revolution is not just to engage in warfare or to bring armies against armies, but the purpose of revolution is to engage system against system, a new system, a new way of doing things, and a new type of people against people who've been basically corrupting and degenerating the earth. The kind of people that we have to be about the process of building and training and educating are the kind of people who create a martial culture. A martial culture is a culture of permanent resistance. Even if you turn the lights out, even if you turn the food off, the babies, when they come out the mama's womb, you whisper it to them. In fact, when they're in the mama's womb, the first thing you tell them is you explain to them the revolution. This is our land. We're entitled to it. We intend to take it. And so it's a perpetual revolution. It never stops. And so you can't kill the revolution because the revolution lives in all the people. Now, I can talk about specific things to deal with many of the specific features that you talk about in terms of, helicopters and all that kind of stuff. First of all, especially given your situation, they're not the only one that can bomb, right? Now, the Iraqis were in a different situation. They're over there 15,000 miles away and apparently can't even get a plane in the sky, to get over here or to shoot a Scud missile straight to 200 miles. But the reality is that really all you got to do is walk down the street sometime and take care of some business and can cause them serious consequences in terms of their businesses, in terms of places which are very valuable to them. In other words, if they bomb we have the capacity of bombing back. But that is not really what wins the revolution. The revolution, what it's won, is the persistence, ready to say, regardless of what they do, you continue. First, is to paralyze their economic system. Revolution means that you're prepared to strike, to boycott, to close down the subway system in the city of New York. They can't solve that problem by killing all the blacks in New York, because the reason that the blacks are in New York for a purpose. They're in New York to run the subway system. They're in New York to run the postal system. They're in New York to run the factory, or in the other places to run the factory. The same thing's true in Chicago and everywhere else. So the only way they can solve that kind of problem is to create for themselves new problems. And so I think that that's the kind of program we have to develop, and the kind of attitude we have to develop. Let me say this. We build the country already. We build this one, right? UAP Newton used to say something. He used to say the spirit of the people is greater than the man's technology. There is no form of war that they've ever come up with that we haven't found a way to get around. They had bombs in Vietnam. They had all kinds of bombs that boom and napalm and stuff like that. People who didn't have as much wherewithal as you got beat them. You know what I'm saying? They beat Iraq. They beat Iraq for several reasons. But what the critical question becomes now is not to despair and say we can't win. The critical question becomes to start figuring out how we can win. And the kinds of things that I can talk about in these rooms are the kinds of things I just got finished talking about. You are responsible for the transportation system. See, part of the problem is that when I say you have to use that you in a collective sense. You are responsible for the brother who drives the bus. You have to reach that brother. You are responsible for the brother who drives the subway train. You have to reach that brother. You are responsible for the sisters that work in all these restaurants and things of that nature. We have to reach them. They are part of us, and they suffer from the same thing we suffer from. And so if we're to confront the system, all of us have a part. And the quickest way to bring any system down is to paralyze the structures which keep that system up. People gonna die, but that ain't new because you died anyway. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you couldn't get any deader than you're getting already. I mean, and so like the thing is that like you almost at the point of you ain't got nothing to lose, And so like the thing is that yeah, some people go that because that's the way struggle is. But the reality is that we're already losing lives, and so what we have to do is stop the bleeding. I mean, we got to stop the bleeding by bringing the war to a successful conclusion. They said that the United States was the baddest country in the world. Yet, the Black Liberation Army in 1979 went into Clinton State Prison, took a sister out, and she's free as a bird today in Cuba. You know what I'm saying? They said that couldn't have been done, but they did it. You know what I'm saying? They say that the United States has got a sophisticated system for finding everybody doing anything. Yet the Black Liberation Army, according to the FBI, took over $6 million over an 8-year period, and they didn't know who was taking it, right? Sent money to Zimbabwe, sent money to day camps here, to all kinds, built a hospital in Harlem, detoxed thousands of drug addicts. And so the point is that I think if we adopt the mentality and the genius that we have, we find a way. And if we don't have all the answers now, then the point is to train the children so they will get the answers. And as far as backbiting and backstabbing and things of that nature is concerned, one of the reasons that we do it, brother, is because we haven't been struggling. See, like energy is energy, and it's going to be used. If it's not used constructively, then it's going to be used destructively. So what that means is that because we haven't been moving in a forthright forward direction, struggling against the real enemy, then what we do is we struggle against each other. And that has a large part to do with it. You will actually find that less, quote unquote, African on African crime or black on black crime actually occurs during periods of high points of movement than it actually occurs during periods when you don't have any movement going on at all. And that's one of the reasons why they deal with that. Oppression brings about either crime or revolution, and which is going to bring about one of them. So what we have to decide is which one it is. We can either go out and kill each other and commit a lot of crimes and destroy ourselves, or we can create a revolution, which will help to solve the crime problem forever. And so this is what I've said. And it's a part of it is a mind, it's an attitude. It's not all attitude, but there's science there to handle these problems. You know what I mean? If they did it, we can do it. In fact, we invented all the stuff that they're using anyway. I mean, God, they don't have nothing that they're using that we didn't invent at some point in time. Going back to mathematics and technology and law and medicine and all these things that they have now are extensions of those things. So we can deal with it. somebody.
Yeah. With respect to this other brother's question, for a price of a pair of Nike gym shoes, you can buy an electric gas generator if you're worried about them turning the lights out. Start thinking like that.
A lot of people already have it. Like in the South, a lot of people have it. Because first of all, they like to go out all the time anyway, because the light system is so bad. And that's probably a blessing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Brother Chokwe, even Bishop Tutu is talking about reparations. I also would like to know about the head of state of Nigeria who brought up the question of reparations, not what the context was. But also, could you perhaps give us an update on what's happening with respect to reparations in Professor John Conye's relationship of his appeal to what we would see as reparations?
I think that the reparations movement may be the central most important movement in the struggle for people's unification movement. Because the reparation movement implicates all of us. It implicates us not only in terms of the present, but the past and going into the future. It's a question that there can be no bad answers to if you insist upon it. I mean, it's how do they really say with a straight face that they don't owe us nothing? You see what I'm saying? And if they do say it, who except a fool really believes it? You know what I'm saying? And so, I think it's a central movement. And so, what is happening right now is that there's a group we have formed called the National Coalition for Reparations for Blacks for Reparations in America. This is a broad-based group, consisting of revolutionaries and non-revolutionaries, and just a broad base of people. And one of the actions that the group is doing is supporting the bill which John Conyers has put into Congress, and that's what he's talking about, Brother Dr. Thompson. Is that there's a bill which he put into Congress calling for a research on the question of reparations, whether researching the damage which has been caused by the years of slavery and things of that nature. Now, the bill has its weak aspects, but it is a bill. It gives us something to work around, and it also really can be used very well in some situations, because one of the things that the bill is going to call for is hearings around the country. The bill, to answer your question right now, it got through committee, surprisingly. Okay? So I think the next thing, they accepted it in committee, and I think, if I understand correctly, and I have to check with people in D.C. who are working with this, that now they're going to have to call for hearings around the country. So what we're going to have to do is prepare in different places, in Chicago and other places, is people prepared to testify, people prepared to come and demonstrate at the hearings, people prepared to raise the question of reparations when they come through. But that's what's happening on that. We've had several meetings to try to start talking about organizing people in cities, to deal with these hearings. The other thing is that you mentioned the brother in Nigeria. They have a meeting set up for June, and I'm not sure the exact date in June, but in Nigeria they're going to have a meeting to deal. This is the Organization of African States, or Organization of African Unity, okay, which is and it has a committee which is situated to deal on the question of reparations. And they've invited, for the first time, they tell me it's the first time, they've invited Africans from this country to come and participate. So that shows you what kind of potential that issue has, is that it can unite. They could actually get us the kind of respect to be invited to sit down with the Africans and the Organization for African Unity. And so it's a very powerful issue. I think that we have to prepare a group to go over there. We need to really sit down and plan it well. And Cobra is moving in that direction. And if any forces that's moving in that direction here, you could let me know, and maybe we can hook up, and we can see if we can, correctly plan for that. Because it's going to be a very big thing, and I think it's important for us to be there. Let me say this: the reason why is because the reparation issue is very powerful, which means that there's going to be all kinds of efforts by the enemy to misguide. They will be trying to get the African nations to settle for reparations in terms of a couple of breaks of a few loans. You know what I'm saying? They will be trying to get us to settle for an educational program where we send 2 or 3 people to college, on scholarships, and other pitnesses, But we have to have an in-depth understanding that reparations means a total economic, political, and cultural settlement. And reparations is not just economic, because your injury wasn't just economic. Your injury was as cultural as it was economic, and as political as it was cultural or economic. Your injury started with the fact you were deprived of self-determination. It also goes into the fact that you've been robbed of your culture. Your culture has made millions and billions and trillions of dollars for this country, and at the same time, you haven't gotten the benefit of it. So I think that all those things have to be in the reparations demand. So we need to be present where places are talking about, and particularly where states are talking about the reparations demand, because states will tend to be more conservative than people who aren't states. I mean, what I'm saying, at least at this point in history, this is true, okay? Because states are impacted upon by, economic considerations, and they're concerned about diplomatic relationships and all that kind of stuff. So we need to be there. Yeah.
So the change to the information that you gave about reparation, it's not a set agenda already set to carry to these people, or if you waiting, it sounds kind of weird to me to go and expect them to come with an agenda.
No, we should take our own agenda, but the agenda is in the process of being developed. But the agenda right now is to make the demand and to set up for a conference or a commission to come up with precisely what the demand should consist of. The agenda is not to say, because that has been a problem that we've had in the past, that a lot of people have gone on their own, come up with, we need this amount of money or that amount of money, we want this, and it has not been something which has been sanctioned on a broad level. And so there's no reason why you have to come up with a dollar amount today or even in June. But what we have to do is come up with a program and a plan whereby we bring people together all over the world, get their view, and then register a demand. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the agenda is. I mean, the National Coalition of Blacks in American Reparation, that's essentially their position. Is that a commission, a huge commission of Africans in this country has to be selected, which will in fact determine what the actual demand should be. All right. And we all have our own individual proposals of exactly what the reparations should be. I'm one of the authors of a book that has a long proposal in it, called Reparations Yes. But it's not just what I think or just what somebody else thinks, it's what all of us think that has to come.
Of course, Afrocentricity is being hotly debated. And what is your position on how and what should the role of Afrocentricity be in public school education, and how should that struggle be raised?
I think that Afrocentricity should be used as the offensive weapon against white supremacy in schools. It seems to me, I think that we have now developed Afrocentric programs, actual curriculum. And what we need to do is to use those. First of all, they need to be in schools. Our kids have to be educated about themselves. And here again, this is really a reparation statement in and of itself, is that in order to repair ourselves, we have to repair our minds. And I think that's part of what the brother here was getting into. We have to repair our minds and our spirits. And so Afrocentric education is absolutely critical to it. And so I think that we're entitled to it, we should demand it, and we should organize groups of people in any city, in any school where we are, to fight for it. Where we have parents who can go into PTAs, they should fight for it. We have educators, they should fight for it. Where we have children, they should be prepared to boycott and leave school about it. You know what I'm saying? But let me say this too, is that I see it as a constructive thing, but I see it as an ongoing struggle. I guess this is the point. Until we win, until we get control over the schools and really get control over ourselves as a national entity, then of course we will never get precisely the education that we need. But I think that sometimes the struggle itself can be an incentive to educate you a lot better than you would have been educated had you not launched the struggle. So I don't expect that schools controlled completely by white folks are going to concede to us the ability to teach revolution in the schools. An Afrocentric revolution, education, essentially has to teach revolution in the final analysis. Because that is the reality of Africans in this country. But I think that we can get major programs into schools, and I believe that the struggle itself will raise us all to a higher level of understanding and be one of the things which will help motivate our people to fight all over this country. So I think it's very extremely important that we push for those programs. It's one of the primary tools against white supremacy, which exists in all the schools, even in the black schools. White supremacy in the black schools.
Well, in line with that, is there any, does NABA have educational materials?
We
advocating certain.
Right. Well, let me say this: we have actually we have developed a manhood and a womanhood course, which we've been fighting for in Detroit public schools. Okay, and we have curriculum on that, which deals with basically the whole idea of, I think, somewhat similar to the whole thing about rites of passage, but it also deals very much with contemporary problems that you face. So we have materials that we developed along that line. We have actually, asked the Black United Front, which has developed an Afrocentric education, program, to send us that. Brother Conrad hadn't got it to me yet. I'm sure it's coming, but
that's the Portland model that the Black United Front.
Pardon?
The Portland models,
right.
Black United Front.
Right. I haven't ever seen it because I've been asking for it, and I'd like to see it. And I think that we have not developed anything that extensive. We would like to be part of helping to develop and offer our suggestions to it. But I think that I would like to have the Portland model because we would be prepared to raise that in the issues in places where we are strongly, like in Jackson or Atlanta and places like that. And I think it's very key to those areas which are predominantly black, in which in many instances you have black schools, who are not teaching any kind of Afrocentric curriculum. And sometimes you actually even have receptive people in the PTAs. Now, I don't know how receptive they'll be once they really see what's going down, but I mean, they are receptive people. There's some strong black folks in some positions in PTAs and things of that nature, and who are fairly conscious and who are thirsty for ways to deal with youth problems, with male, youth, boy problems in terms of, destructive behavior and stuff like that. So to answer your question, Honorable, no, we haven't developed a total overall curriculum. We would like to be part of developing one, and we would like to get the Portland model so we can make our comments on that.
Is your manhood program available?
I can get it sent to you from Detroit. Okay,
yeah, as a proprietor here, we're working with a lot of young people, but I think the adults that are working here at the store we're all kind of frustrated in the fact that we got a group of conscious young people, but they're not doing too good in the public school. And I think that amongst ourselves, we may have generated too elegant of an atmosphere, meaning we don't got them in here painting walls. We're not creating a very serious work ethic for them, and they're not taking that back to the public schools and getting A's and B's. Most of them are getting C's, D's, and F's. And it's frustrating for us to want them to achieve in life, but yet they're much higher. I know their consciousness is a lot higher than ours was at that point, but yet it's still not proving it, in the academic arena. And some of them don't have any feeling whether or not they should go to college, and I'm not really giving them guidance either way. I'm telling them it's a choice they have to make. But what can we do as elder young people as far as giving them guidance and encouragement?
I think we should read Malcolm carefully, because remember Malcolm said that education is our passport to the future. He said that tomorrow will belong to those who prepare for it today. And so what is that to say? I mean, that's to say, I guess Malala Karenga used to say, you go to get the A and to get away, you know what I'm saying? But I think that it's even a little deeper than that. I think if you really understand what's being taught here, then you should be able to master easily what is in those schools, you know what I'm saying? And in fact, I think that there needs to be some monitoring of the situation in the schools to some degree. In other words, the child should never be forced to tell a lie, on the test. Say that the United States is something that it never was. I think you should tell them, yeah, Thomas Jefferson did this and George Washington did this, and the suckers were both slave owners. Screw them. You know what I'm saying? That should be the answer on your test. Right. And it should be accurate, complete. Give them what they want, but at the same time, give them the answer. And certain things in school, like math, and science, and things of that nature, are things which, you know, we need. We got to have. We got to be able to deal with technology. And so there's no real excuse for not learning those things. You know, there's no excuse for not learning those things. And if you really understand African history, then you understand history. You know what I'm saying? It's really a great aid to any kind of history. You know, because you know, like we are the originators of we are the first human beings, and a lot of that history, you know, comes from us. And so I think that it's important that we study hard, and then like I went to law school, and the reason I say I went to law school, because I could tell you about elementary school and stuff like that, but I was basically, first of all, I almost flunked out of elementary school every year, so that ain't nothing to tell you about. You know, but by the time I got to law school, I knew. I mean, I was a conscious individual. I mean, I really was a revolutionary long before I decided to become a lawyer. You know, and so, but when I went to law school, I was able to do a lot better because I had a command of what the reality was. I knew that the law was just a tool that I was studying, that I needed to understand in order to utilize, to understand, in order to accomplish a purpose in this world. I knew that somebody had to defend the Geronimo Pratts, you know, the Pontiac brothers, right, and the other people. And so I used law in that way. I was able to not get knowing the law confused with self-esteem and dignity. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people think that, you know, if they don't capture every nuance of the white man's education, then they're lesser people, you know. But I knew that wasn't the case, which allowed me a lot more psychological coolness in order to really comprehend what they were teaching. Because a lot of people get all shook up because they think, well, this stuff is so important. And it's important to know, but it's not as important as you are. You understand what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make. And once you really understand that, then your level of confidence should really rise. And you should be able to handle it. You should be able to tackle it. It's like a doctor that's studying a disease, you know. You study a disease not because it's good, because you need to know it in order to cure it, right? And so I think that this is the type of attitude that we should all have in school. We need people to get through school. Everybody don't need to go to college, but some people do need to go to college. And in fact, you know, the fact of the matter, they ain't letting everybody in college anyway. So, you know, those who can get in probably need to go. You know what I'm saying? They need to go, and they need to get as much education as we can so we can be formidable in the struggle that we have. You need to help carry out the revolution in college. We need to get you in there in order to turn some of these places out. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I mean, you know, there's a lot that needs to be done. So I think it's important that you do it. And there's ways that you can struggle and at the same time learn and get information, which somewhat is training, somewhat is education. Brother there.
Brother Chokwe, I respect my brother and I came down from the University of Illinois, Champaign, Urbana.
Thank you, brother.
I'd like to ask two questions. One being that in The Wretched of the Earth by France Fanon, he talks about the pitfalls of black nationalism. Can you identify any pitfalls that
he talks about the pitfalls of national consciousness, right? Right, okay. I think, there's a lot of pitfalls in national consciousness that we have had. That is a heck of a book, you know, that's a heck of a chapter. And, you know, every sentence almost, you know, implicates something different, you know. So what I think that France Fanon was trying to touch, which might be useful to us, is that, secondly, first of all, he was saying that in many instances there is no national, you know, that there's a struggle against national consciousness. National consciousness is a vital tool. It's a vital tool because national consciousness is in a very definite way more important than, quote, nationalist consciousness. So you got to distinguish the two. See, national consciousness means is that you know who you are, you know. And this is what he was saying, that just his situation was just similar to ours, is that they had tried to talk Algerians out of the position that they were Algerians. They were trying to tell Algerians that they were essentially Frenchmen, you know, second class, third class, whatever, you know. But that's what they were doing. And so, like he was saying, that when the people begin to realize that they are Algerians, that they are a nation, that they are, you know, part of the same people, then that is a powerful statement for the revolution itself. And it begins to, the reason I say it's more important than nationalism or national nationalistic consciousness because, see, like, if the people don't understand who they are, then nationalism is nothing but a conversation. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I said that's really what it is. And so, but once the people understand, then they automatically move in what has been defined as a nationalist direction, because they begin to deal with their own self-interest. You know, they begin to deal with it as an expression not only to help themselves, but as an expression to help the rest of the world. Now, the other thing that he gets into, we talk about pitfalls of national consciousness. If I remember right, it's been a little while since I read the book, is that sometimes people confuse national consciousness with a certain narrow-mindedness. Okay, I think that that is like, they become, they begin to isolate their experience from the experiences of the rest of the world. Okay, they don't appreciate the fact that just like they have a right to be a nation in their nation, that other nations have that same right, and have in that, legitimately speaking, they should support struggles of other oppressed people. And so that becomes a pitfall when it really doesn't become national consciousness. Because see, national consciousness is not a statement against anybody else. It's just a statement for you. See what I'm saying? And when it becomes a statement against other folks, against other oppressed folks in particular is what he's talking about, then in fact it becomes sometimes counterproductive because you get involved in all kinds of conflicts which really are unnecessary. Now, national consciousness will help define for you who your enemies are, because they help to define an interest, and the people who are against that interest are people who are essentially the enemies. You see what I'm saying? So, I like I said, it's been a while since I read that chapter. In fact, when I read that, I was in Chicago, back when I was in college in 1969 and 68 or something. But the thing is that I think that those were the points that he was trying to make. He called it pitfalls of national consciousness. And he basically, his main thing is that without national consciousness, I think that you could not carry out a struggle. And he pointed out that sometimes you become too narrowly, quote unquote, nationalistic. And you don't understand that you are, when you talk about national consciousness, you're a people, you're a nation, right? It's not just about your shade of skin, It's not just about any kind of more narrow definition, but it's you as a nation of people, with rights as human beings. So that's what he's talking about.
The second part of that was, in what way should we take a stand against imprisoning of political prisoners in prison of war?
Well, I think that first of all, you should start spreading information about who they are. We are finally been able to come up with some videos of like Geronimo Pratt. We will be producing a booklet before the end of this year, really hopefully by Malcolm X Day, which is going to have a rundown on a lot of the political prisoners. Every paper we put out by any means necessary, it has a list of political prisoners and prisoners of war in it. Those kinds of things should be used. That picture, there's a number of good pictures around here. Some of them I haven't even seen, but I understand they're good. The picture on Fred Hampton, I understand is a good picture. You need to show these kinds of things, especially to the youth who don't know anything about what has actually happened. A lot of us who've been around for a while, so we assume everybody knows, you know what I'm saying? Or we basically we know it, so we don't actually stop to think. Sometimes we get mad at people. We say, well, how can these niggas act this way? Get what we've been through. Sometimes we forget they don't know what we've been through, you know what I'm saying? And so, like, I think that we have to push that. That's key. Political prisoners and prisoners of war are key to the victory in any struggle, because political prisoners and prisoners of war embody the ethic of the struggle. They are what the struggle is about. You know what I'm saying? First of all, they're generally exemplary in terms of their unwavering commitment to the struggle, to the point that they would give their life for it. Okay, that's one thing. And more importantly, that they would give their life is that they would live for it, that they would actually live for it. And secondly, they become a constant reminder of the penalty that we are paying because of oppression, because they're behind bars. And they become a constant example of injustice, you know what I'm saying? They're in jail only because of the oppressor's political will. That's the only reason. And because of their political will, which has clashed.
And so I think that you have to talk about it. And I think that one of the things that I would also say about our brother Mandela, I was dismayed that he didn't talk about our political prisoners. In fact, brother Daruba Ben Wahid checked him on it, in Harlem. He said, you should, brother, I've been in jail almost as long as you had. You know what I'm saying? You don't say nothing about me. You know what I'm saying? This is an honest question, In fact, the people who are the political prisoners are the ones who originally led the struggle on his behalf. The Jesse Jacksons of the world and the Andrew Youngs and the what's his name? Joker in Detroit, Coleman Youngs and Uncle Tom Bradley's. Man, these cats, you talk about Nelson Mandela back years ago, they went and hide under the bed, you know what I'm saying? Or anything that looked like it was violent struggle. That's very real. So when you got people that went out there in order to cultivate the understanding of this struggle, and African Liberation Day struggles, and even in terms of the Panthers, they used to have, and I'd use the Panthers as an example because they're the best known, but really, many groups, they'd sit people down inside of their, in some groups much more than the Panthers actually on this issue. They sit groups down inside of their little offices and stuff, and they talk to them about what was happening in Southern Africa, And this is long before some of these guys were willing to go out and get arrested for 10 minutes and then get out of jail. You see what I'm saying? And so, it's ridiculous for him to come over here and not to speak on that. And we have to give criticism where it's due, And so I think that's one of the beefs that we have. It's not just the beef that we're just talking about, but we're actually taking that to the ANC. Apparently, the ANC has reached some agreement that he would not talk about the struggle in this country, of black people. It was obvious. In fact, they couldn't get what is it? The sister's name, Winnie Mandela. They couldn't shut her up. She started talking about it anyway. She got to talking about this looks like Soweto to me. She said this stuff doesn't negotiation. I don't know about this negotiation. She said I'm ready to go back to the bush. That's what she said. That's what she said in Brooklyn. Once they got to New York, they didn't let her talk no more. But see, I think that was not good. And I think a lot of that, obviously, Mandela was willing to challenge them on Palestine and stuff like that. So a lot of that, not talking about the struggle here, I'm sure had to do with people that was around him, the so-called black people here that were around him, and that's disgraceful. It really is. You got these people in jail, and we don't talk about it. So I think that's, but the political prisoners are very important. Yes.
Yes, I would say, brother, I really enjoyed your speech very, very much. It was very profound to the ear, and especially for the young people, the younger people coming up today. Because it's so hard for adults, to get together. Our people now. For instance, I live in South Shore, was a brutal area. I worked on the police department, retired, and it's getting manifest with gangs. And I live in a 12-unit building, and I have been around every door and knocked at every door and tried to get people, to get together now and do something about the gang situation. Well, there's no one to go along with me, just the landlord and myself. Now you take Thursday, he had to put fences around the building to keep them out the yard and so on. The landlord and myself, we are dealing with these gangs. Thursday, there was 14 cars. I don't know what happened. In the front of this building, I'm in the shade now because I have a handicapped son, and he do have a parking facility, and they will come and get in his spot, and he works, and he goes to school. And as soon as I leave, he leaves, someone will pull right up. But I will call the police department. I try to wait till give them some opportunity, to leave. But they'll get there and they'll start to use all type of language. Now, I can go out and talk to them. They will listen. Some of them will listen. And some of them say, oh, no, man, I ain't. Well, here come the police and they start running. As soon as they leave, see the old white car, they return. Some of them move out and move on. And they come in, they start to call them. And I have saw the police, the commando have spoken, we have to command meeting to see, and he is telling them, we're watching you. walking the street watching me. And he pulled out his belly club. And he said, you want to fight me? And I pushed through the wide open. And he went to running. And he pulled his gun out. And I just got away from the window because I did not want to see a bullet going in any more of these black youths. This is my youngest son. I have raised 4. This is my youngest. And he do not deal with him. He hasn't got a photo with him. He don't use drugs, anything like that. Like every meeting, he's there. He's going. He's ready before I am.
Well, we very
And I just wish that more young youth was here to listen to your lesson because it was very nice and I enjoyed it.
I thank you for that, and we're proud of your son, and proud of you too, you know, for the work that you've done. And I think that the sisters' dilemma is a dilemma that our people face on a daily level. You know, if we deal with the question right, then this question of quote-unquote crime actually becomes something that will help move the struggle further in terms of organizing ourselves against it. But if we deal with it wrong, then of course it fragments us. Because the one thing about it is that no longer can anybody say that they're not feeling oppression. Because they don't feel it no other way than they feeling it through quote-unquote crime. You understand what I'm saying? So that even the so-called bougie blacks, you know, take their cars and their TVs just like anybody else. You know what I'm saying? So like I think that what's important is that we got to be out there to communicate. This kind of discussion that we could have with the sister here today is a discussion that we need to have not only here but in households. You know, one of the things that we're working on is developing videotapes and discussions. You know, and then you have some people over your crib. You know, like even if it's a semi-social setting. You know, this is a hangout setting. They want you to talk about it, and we have to keep educating people. And we have to start groups. We got to have groups that's gonna police our own neighborhoods. I mean, that's straight up. You know, we can't depend upon the police to crack no heads. You know, in fact, you know, they crack our heads. That's the problem. You know, so what we want is groups that's gonna stop it for her. You know, it's gonna stop. It's gonna allow her to live in a neighborhood like she should and raise children like she should. And I think that's extremely critical. Let me just pause here to say this: is that you know, I'm here for a purpose, right? Okay, I'm raising an army. It's not to go to Saudi Arabia, right? Okay, the army I'm raising is one that's going to help us participate in this movement. People are interested in being in the Malcolm X grassroots movement or the African People's Organization. I got a list here. If you would like to participate in a study group, which we will probably try to start at this site. I haven't talked to the people inviting me here yet, but they've been real good. I guess I hope they're gonna carry this on. But we'd like to sit down and see what we can do. A study group looking toward building a movement which is going to help to do some of the things that need to be done in the street, some of the things that I talked about here today. And so we have we have a youth group called the New African Panthers too. You know, but in any event, you know, all that we can explain later. But if you're interested, put your name on this list, and your address, and your phone number, and then we will be back in touch. Okay. Any more questions?
When you your study groups, you have them in second grade.
Yeah, we start off with familiarization with we have some history about Africans, you know, and mainly we start off talking about our situation here in this country, history of Africans here in this country. We also have a study about our organization, that we're going through about the organization, what its principles are, what Pan-Africanism is, you know, and different things that we believe in. And so it's a critical. I mean, it's a laid out format. And then, but the study never ceases with us. Okay, and so like there's more in-depth studies at different points in time. I mean, I have to study, you know, all the time, and I don't, and I'm always trying to review things as well as learn new things. But the initial thing is kind of like an introduction. And one of the things we're particularly concerned about is give the people the history of the last 20 years, you know, because most of them don't know that. You know? So we kind of emphasize that in some of the introduction sessions. Right.
But you're saying where your comments are great. I mean, there's a huge gap in knowledge in the past.
Yeah, But once we get started, it never stops. It kills me that they give us the shortest month of the year. Talk about the greatest subject in the world, African history. And then it is also, it's just pitiful because, see, like in all of us, and you can't help it if you've been educated in schools. When somebody thinks, say, black history or black studies, a lot of your contemporaries will think, oh, that black stuff, and you think it's something that you go into for a session or so and you learn about it, don't mean. I mean, you don't ever stop learning African history. I mean, nobody can ever know all of it. It's impossible to know all of it. It's such a great study, such a breadth study that can help your self-esteem, to know what our people become. Deadbolt.
Yeah. I studied with Angie at the center, and one of the things that they helped us understand was this history of resistance and how heroic it is, and Nat Turner, MIBC, and Palmaris and whatnot. If I was just wondering if you could pick one, extraordinary military campaign of the last 20 years, and if it ain't too sensitive, just let them know how,
Within the last 20 years, it's sensitive.
I mean, I tried looking at some things, I'm just tripping,
Well, let me just say this. I think that, and the reason I know about this, by the way, is because I was a lawyer in the trial, and I read the FBI documents. But I think that if you look at what the quote-unquote Black Liberation Army did, around Assata Shakur's liberation, I think that's an extraordinary military campaign. And not only do I think that was extraordinary, but if you listen to the testimony which came out in court about the group, the dedication to training, the dedication to learning, they would sometimes practice what was called, what did they call them? Like they would practice for attacks that they were going to make. For sometimes as long as 2 years. The patience. This was also allegedly the group that was expropriating money from the Brinks trucks. But they would sometimes find a place, and they were meticulous in researching the job. They would sit down, they would see, like, when the people came, when they left. And then, sometimes they had little notes like the guards threw snowballs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, while they were on their job. Other times they say, very, very vigilant, very, very vigilant, very, very ready, very, very extreme. And this kind of persistence. And all of the people who they claimed was involved in this, fit-looking people. I mean, no shabby physical presence. And then the other thing that I thought was so extraordinary about them is their concern for life. Now, see, this is not something that the FBI, of course, have emphasized. But even the informant said that the primary purpose of training, of rehearsing, was that as least amount of bloodshed could be shed as possible. All right, they were there to use enough presence to get the job done. Right. So when they went to get Assata out of jail, and what essentially happened there is that Assata was locked away in a prison. Okay, Assata Shakur, for those who don't know it, was called the soul of the Black Liberation Army. This is the name the press gave her. She was a sister who had been a Black Panther, and when they started destroying the Black Panther Party, she went underground and started fighting with the Black Liberation Army to help rid the city of drugs, of police who were attacking brothers and sisters, and also of raising funds to help the Black Liberation Movement. And so they wanted her on some 8 different charges. Allegedly, mainly, they claimed that she had knocked off a certain amount of drug houses. And so they were looking for her on these charges. They finally arrested her on the turnpike in New Jersey in 1973, shot her, paralyzed her temporarily. She recovered from that paralyzation. They killed, a cop was killed in the incident, and it was a brother that was with her, a friend of hers, a good close friend of hers who was killed. They took her to jail and they celebrated her capture because at this point they said that they had destroyed the Black Liberation Army. And they celebrated her capture, and it was a big thing in New York. So they put her in jail, and her case came kind of like a cause celebrity. In other words, a number of people in New York, particularly, and some around the country, and actually some around the world, were supporting her case, trying to get her out because they felt that she was set up. She won all 8 cases that they was trying to arrest her on. They either got dismissed or the juries found her not guilty. But then what happened is they took her and convicted her of the shooting incident which occurred with the police. They claimed, knowing that she didn't shoot the cop, because she couldn't have. She was paralyzed at the time he was shot. They had shot her already. But they convicted her and sentenced her to life plus 30 years. And so what happened was that she had been in jail. I had the good fortune of representing her in one trial, which was dismissed, and I had a chance to meet her. it wasn't until years later I understood what she told me. I asked her how her appeal was going. I said, Brother Chokwe, I don't know, but I ain't gonna be here forever. Is what she told me. But and so what happened was that the Black Liberation Army, according to what the FBI says, this was something that they had waited on for almost a year. In fact, according to the FBI, they actually started a protest about her. They helped to instigate a protest about her prison conditions where she was presently located in order to force the state to move her to another institution where it would be easier to accomplish the objective. All right. Okay. But this kind of like shows if it's true, and I think it is. Okay. The orchestration between the political movement and the defense movement, the military movement, because the day that she was liberated now was 2 or 3 days before a massive march on the United Nations, where some 5,000 to 10,000 people marched on the United Nations and presented a petition to the UN claiming abuses by blacks in this country. And in fact, her tape with a speech on it was waiting for her when we arrived at the place where we had the rally. It was a tape that waiting from her. And so she gave the first speech, you know, and everybody. And so this was the thing. But essentially, they basically came into the, according to what the police said, it said people came into the prison. It was 2 men who came in. The way it was the prison is you had a gate out here, and then the prison would be way inside, right? So you had to come through this gate, and then there were guards here. You had to get past this gate, and they would usually take a van and ride you in to the prison, and then the prison, they would, you go into the building, and there was bars, of course, separating the people, and there were guards in there, right? So what happened is that the first 2 people came, and they went on into the prison, and they had it synchronized that at approximately the same second, right around the same time, when these people had gotten inside, and apparently they had somehow or another gotten some guns concealed on the premises that they had gotten to, all right? At the same moment that they picked up their guns and held the guards at bay inside of the prison and told them to open the gate, these people had 2 more people who were just coming in as supposed visitors, and also seized these guards here, and these guards forced them to ride them to the place, to the prison, right? And so just as they were getting the sister out here, they were coming up with the van here. You got in the van, and then they basically left the prison premises. Now, here's the thing about how that human conduct pays off. During the course of the ride, the guards were scared to death. I mean, in fact, anytime white people see black folks with guns, in fact, I'm telling you what happened. Here in the situation was, in a couple of instances, they had the cop, when the cops were shooting at them, this wasn't this time, it was another time. The cop, this cop got so shook up that these brothers and sisters shot back, is that they had to, he couldn't remember his testimony. So they had to, and in fact, they had to, use hypnosis. They had to hypnotize. And so when he started telling about what happened, he said, I was there. I opened the door, and all of a sudden, there was a nigga. Niggas with guns. And so one of the brothers named Kwesi Balagoon, who was subsequently captured and arrested, he wrote a poem called "Niggas with Guns." It was a hell of a poem, but anyway, they said niggas with guns, so it's a very frightening experience. But throughout this van ride where they had these guards in the truck, they were constantly reassuring them. So nothing's going to happen to you. Everything's going to be all right. In fact, one of the guards dropped something out of her nervousness. They picked it up, gave it to her. Everything's fine. Everything. They were so assured this happened over a matter of seconds now, that the guards because apparently the brother who was driving the van made a wrong turn. He was going down because it was a little funny road, so he went the wrong way. And so they told him, no, don't go that way. This guards told him. They said, go the other way, because this is the way to get out of here. He said, if you go that way, you're going to run right into the state troopers. And they knew enough about the terrain to, once being straightened out, they realized that was correct. And so they went the other way, and they got out. Now, what that says that those guards were more afraid of the police than they were of the brothers. They knew what they would do, because they knew what they had done in the past. They would kill the brothers, they killed everybody. So that's why. And just to skip ahead a little bit, Kwesi Balagoon, who was caught and later on tried, he gave an opening statement at his trial, which I thought was amazing. I mean, it not only captures the essence of the whole question of the struggle, but it got off into the real human quality. He says, as a Black Liberation Army member, we've always understood the quality of human rights. You know what I'm saying? And he says that we always have endeavored. He pointed out the incidents where they could have killed people, and they did. You know, they avoided it meticulously. They could have killed people who probably deserved to die. You know what I'm saying? Really, a lot of it. And they didn't do it because because they realized that there's every action was not only action, but it was a statement. It was a statement of who they were, who they were, and what they represent. So anyway, they got off the prison grounds, and they had it set up where, you know, immediately after they got out, you know, the police was just totally befuddled. They had them going west, they had them going, north, they had them going south. I think they had them going every way but into the river. You know what I'm saying? Okay, into the ocean or whatever it was. So they had them. They were just totally confused as to what had happened. But later on, they supposed to have found out that what happened is that they got the van off, and then they switched into several cars, and then they switched at another point into other cars. You know, and essentially what the Liberation Army was doing at that time is that they had these sometimes Caucasians and sometimes sisters. All right, it depends on the situation and what kind of community they were in. But what they would do is that they would be the drivers. All right, okay, and so like, you know, especially since white folks are so racist, and they figured that no white folks ever obey any instructions that Black people give. You know what I'm saying? Is that they would see these vans and stuff riding, you know, and they don't see no. They're looking for Black people, and they see like a white man and a white woman driving a van. You know, look like a couple. So they just let them go through, you know, and that happened for 8 years, you know what I'm saying, before they finally figured out there was some connection. And then when it finally broke, the first thing that came out was, you know, like, yeah, these are some Black folks who've been involved, you know, who basically these white folks got doing this, that, and the other. I was never so proud as in my life when I sat through that trial. And I saw how allegedly, here again was alleged, okay, how these brothers handled this situation. They basically took all authority to themselves. I mean, white people didn't even know what they were doing next. I mean, you know, really. I mean, you know, they plus they had screened them for over 2 years. They got them to do other projects. At times, they had them collect information on the claim, and they had them collect other intelligence information on the government. And they would come back and they would study information. They would have critique sessions on whether this person. In fact, most of the white folks never even saw. And these were mostly old SDS folks, old-time white folks who had, in some way or another, shown that they felt that they were willing to make sacrifices to Blacks. And the one thing that they absolutely required is that they committed themselves to Black self-determination. You know, the idea that Blacks had a right to independence over land. You know what I'm saying? And so, and then the other thing was that, but they would, you know, it was apparent from the trial. You know, they would get things settled, then they would tell so and so, say, "Well, go get the white folks." Actually, they didn't say go get the white folks. They said go get the crackers. You know what I'm saying? And so, but then what they would do is that they would get, they would do what had to be done, and and so I think that was good. I mean, in fact, to tell you the truth, their screening process was so good. There was one white person who never should have been involved, but that didn't. Her name was Modine, but she didn't. She didn't actually. She did not. She was called in at the last moment. Had a marginal relationship with the whole situation, but she didn't. She never talked or anything. She got a break because of who she was, because she was white. Okay, but she never talked. None of the white people ever said anything. Parts, to some degree, they didn't know everything, but they never said anything. The person that cracked was actually a militaristic blood. You know what I'm saying? When I say militaristic blood, one who was a good soldier but had no politics. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that was in summing up the situation, one of the flaws that they saw in what had happened. You know, and it's easy to compromise. Like, it's easy for young brothers to say, "Well, look, you know, I don't want to just sit around listening to this politics. I just want to get down." You know, but see, you're dangerous if you don't listen to the politics. You're dangerous. You're dangerous to us if you don't listen to the politics. I mean, that's true, because this was the problem. This guy had been a good soldier for over 10 years because he actually knew the guy. He actually worked with the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa as a security person at one time. Probably been through his Chicago movie sometime. Good security man. You wouldn't want to mess with him if he was there. But he was just there, a soldier. He had been in Vietnam, and we found out later that he had done some really hideous kind of things in Vietnam to some of the Vietnam people. Then when he got out, he joined the army. And then when he looked like army was having a downturn, he joined the army again. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way he looked at it. You know, and so he wound up testifying against us. And really it's him that gave them what they needed to convict some of the people.
And this guy, he's still under the witness protection.
Yeah, he's still hidden someplace. His name is
Tyrone Ross.
Tyrone Rat. Yeah, Tyrone Rat. Huh? It's another name. His African name was. I stopped using the dude's African name. I do know it though. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. Let me think. But anyway, but this was and we in action. I don't give you a name. I will give you pictures of them. We have pictures and stuff. We need to get those around. But see, this is the reality. Is that that was that was the flaw. And then afterwards they tried to sum up some say that you got to look at not only see it wasn't a problem. A lot of stuff came out. They had agents in the group. Now that was not true. In fact, they had a very powerful program against COINTELPRO because they were very, according to the police again, they were very closely linked to the National Task Force for COINTELPRO Research and Litigation, which basically apparently was advising them as to ways to avoid COINTELPRO, ways of using the phone and surveillance and counter surveillance and all that kind of stuff. But what was true is that you have to look at people not only for the ones who are agents, but ones who have the capacity to turn. And so people have character flaws, and that's why we all have to challenge ourselves. There's an agent, look at an agent in all of us. You know what I'm saying? You have to challenge yourself. You got to challenge. Anytime you get weak, and even in the way you eat and carry, in the way that you deal with your presence, and in terms of doing things that you shouldn't be doing. Dealing with those, sneaking into those drugs if you do that, or whatever. That's a weakness which shows up. And it showed up in that situation too. Where it was a flaw later on. But anyway, I would say that is probably one of the more, besides liberation, is probably one of the more amazing military feats by the African underground in the last 20 years. And there's a lot of feats now. It's not just that. I mean, you had situations like during the rebellions in the 60s where we tied down whole cities for days. You had a lot of stuff that went on where actually, and I think that this is the way that the underground got a little loose in terms of including people, is because, see, in the first part of the struggle, brothers, just street brothers, were real. I mean, they were some good soldiers. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, real good soldiers. I mean, and they would go out and sacrifice for the movement. I mean, they go out and do things, and they would bring it in. And so, but as the struggle drags out, and becomes less impressive, and it becomes more of a job, then, you have to have those politics. You see what I'm saying? If you don't have that politics and realize where you're going, just being from the streets ain't gonna do it. You see what I'm saying? And so, and sometimes there's a few things you get in the streets that you got to get out of you. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm saying? So that becomes a reality. So that's but that I would say that was one. And the Black Liberation Army period didn't start then. The Black Liberation Army started about 70 and 71, and when they first came on the scene, it was very effective at dealing with drug houses and attacking police who had attacked people, and but they they ran into some problems, and a lot of people got shot, and arrested, and a lot of other things. But it lives on. It lives on. So, but it'll live on as long as you resist. You resist, it'll live. If you stop resisting, then it'll die. And and the kind of person you are, is it going to be the kind of person it is? So I think that's what's important.
So when you talk about screening, a lot of people tell us, the younger generation, that one of the critical mistakes that the Black Panther Party made was that, just like you said, it didn't screen enough. But how does an organization do that? I mean, how does it happen?
There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways. I mean, at this point, I don't really think I should answer that. Okay. I mean, no, don't be sorry, because don't ever be afraid to ask a question. Okay. I mean, and I know it's asked with a good intention, but that is something that, like, for instance, if you work with us, you will learn. Okay, you will learn. But there's a lot of ways. I will say this much about it. Probably the best thing that you do is that you help, you try to clean yourself up in terms of your behavior, and you get to know other people, you know, and you get to know their behavior, you know what I'm saying? Because, see, if everybody's acting like a nigga, then it's hard to identify a nigga. You see what I'm saying? You know, I mean, and that's extremely important. Because, see, like, and one of the things is that a lot of times we couldn't identify agents because everybody was that crazy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, everybody was acting like a provocateur, you know, because they, you know, they couldn't control. They had, you know, every issue they had to take to the death. You know what I'm saying? You know, and then it was like, you know, everybody was cheating on their lady. You know, I mean, everybody. And so, like, you know, but sometimes agents would come into groups and disrupt the groups, really by, you know, mess with other people's ladies and things of that nature. But see, sometimes everybody was cheating on their lady, so you couldn't really find an agent like that. You know what I'm saying? And so, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm very serious. All these things have an impact. Because first of all, your lady might be what saved you. You know what I'm saying? You know, okay, you know, it probably will. You know, so if you're not treating her right, you got a problem. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, these are all things which come into place. And so it's a serious movement. And there's nobody flawless. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you know, nobody's flawless. But at the same time, you got to be willing to recognize your errors and go to tackle them. So I guess what I'm pointing out to you is the conduct is something that you use, you know, to use to screen people. You look for signals, you know. And it's also a little easier for us to do now than it was back when the Panthers were doing it. Because, see, the Panthers, for all intents and purposes, were starting out. So they didn't have a chance to live with the people for 20 years that they're working with, you know. And so they had to stuff. So everybody was living. Whereas some of us have lived for 20 years, and so we might not know about everybody, but we know about the people who live with 20 years, and that gives you some place to start with. You know, it gives you somewhere to start with. And I think that's very important. You know, it's very important. That's why struggles usually don't occur in a very short period of time. A lot of times they take a while. You know. Any other questions or comments? I appreciate the interest, and I don't want this to be the last time I come back. So, or that other people come back, because there's a number of other people who work for organizations that I'd certainly like to come through here and to share things with you. I think that Chicago is very important to the struggle of African people in the world. You know, America is, you know, it's important to America, but it's also important to the world. There's a lot of information here. There's a lot of Africans here. I mean, you got how many of y'all here? So like 1,500,000. That's a lot of people. And so that means that we have to do some things. We have to do some things. We have to be training grounds for the revolution. We have to train by inserting ourselves in our community, but understand in your mind that that kind of training has to materialize at some point in the concrete governing of land, you know, taking of land. We believe land in the Deep South as well as land in Africa. You know, all of it. That's what you're training for. That's, to me, that's what you're training for. And I think that you got to keep that in mind. And you know, we got to take this empire apart. You know, who knows? We might decide to come on up the Mississippi River and take this part of it too. But the point is that you really, really, really have to, you know, start working on these things. Okay. Any other questions or comments? We're gonna end it. Okay, thank you very much. And, you know, we've heard the speech, the work starts here, all right? Okay, see you.
Black August is an annual commemoration and prison-based holiday to remember Black political prisoners, Black freedom fighters, and Black resistance against racial, colonial, and imperialist oppression. It started in the prisons to commemorate the resistance of freedom fighters George and Jonathan Jackson, but soon spread beyond the walls. Today, it is observed all over the country and serves as a strong reminder to continue to fight oppression by any and all means necessary. This is Black August Resistance, Heroes and Sheroes of the RNA 11. In 1968, led by members of the Malcolm X Society, 500 new African Black activists met in Detroit, Michigan to discuss the direction of our struggle against oppression in America. At this meeting, the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa was formed.
It was a culmination of all types of organizations and movements and individuals. They all came together to participate in a 3-day conference in Detroit, Michigan. We were told that there were at least 500 delegates that came. And at the end of that 3-day conference, they ended up coming up with a Declaration of Independence that stated to the United States and to the world, and giving, of course, credence to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that we had the right to exist, and utilizing the spirit of self-determination. They were able to declare to the world that we were forming a government. We were getting ready to declare ourselves independent.
Over the years, the RNA and its citizen workers have been infiltrated and attacked on several occasions by the U.S. government. One of the most brutal attacks occurred on Wednesday, August 18, 1971, in Jackson, Mississippi.
My name is Addis Ababa. I'm known for being one of the RNA 11. We were citizens of the Republic of New Africa, and we were attacked August 18th, 1971 in Jackson, Mississippi by the FBI, police, along with vigilantes that were with them as well.
According to Ababa, an undercover agent was sent to stay with the RNA by the counterintelligence program to justify the attack on the RNA.
Well, there was a guy who had robbed a gas station up in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Stagger Lee. I think I remember that's his name. And somehow he found his way to Jackson, Mississippi. Found his way to Jackson, Mississippi with the RNA. What we found out later on, that he was brought down to Jackson, Mississippi by COINTELPRO. They were planning him in the house so they could have a justification for raiding the house, looking for a murder. Before I got there, they had thrown him out the house because he was causing trouble in the community. They said, oh, wait a minute, you calling, no, They didn't know that he was wanted for murder. So they kicked him out the house. So the FBI felt that now, well, they knew he was gone because we had been infiltrated. But it was not only him, but it was other agents around. And so they felt it was time to raid the house right then and to attack us on August 18th, 1971. And we had our presidential, we had our embassy next to Jackson State University, where a couple of years before they had shot up Jackson State. Some of the same police attacked Jackson State as well. But our president and our minister of information and our minister of defense and another gentleman were in that house, and there was 7 of us in the other house, which makes up 11, RNA 11.
The police claimed they were serving a warrant, yet no warrant was ever shown. According to witnesses, police attacked first with tear gas and gunfire, and the RNA defended themselves.
We were asleep when we heard it was at the break of dawn. I heard 28. I heard the word jump. The word jump came about. The word jump came about after the Black Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were attacking in their sleep. Whenever you heard the word jump, that means, grab your weapons, you're being attacked. They said they gave us a minute to come out, but I didn't hear. I was woke up when I heard 28, 27, and I heard Kareem holler, jump. And I grabbed my weapon, and they counted down, and we were just waking up, and before we could get our bearings together, they began to shoot in the house. There was no negotiation, none. They didn't say who they were looking for, that they were there looking for somebody named so-and-so and so-and-so. They just say, come out the house. And they begin to shoot in the house and, shoot. They opened fire on us. And we returned to fire. I was in the kitchen, and once we engaged them, they shot through the window. Some type of missile through the window. It was red with a yellow cap to it, with wings on the back. It's about this. Some people say it was a tear gas canister, but all I know, it came. Well, I shot out the window first. I was engaging, and then and when I ducked down, because they all began to aim at me, some shot the missile. It went into the refrigerator. Went in the refrigerator. If that sucker would have hit me, I know I was dead, because it went in the refrigerator. Refrigerator popped open. I was taking a lot of fire because it was a wooden house. I was taking a lot of fire, so I crawled into the kitchen. Crawled into the living room, and I could see the curtains in the living room. I was crawling in the dining room, but I could look in the living room and see the curtains up in the air, because they were shooting so many rounds, and we were on like kind of an incline, so a lot of bullets was popping off the walls, and plaster was, they were firing, because there was over 100 police and FBI out there. So they was laying down fire on us. And so I saw Kareem crawling around the corner into a bedroom. And when I followed him, and when we got to the bedroom, I looked into the closet, and they were going down in the closet. And because we're in Mississippi, and they don't have basements, right? They have, like, they call rat traps. When I crawled down in there, everybody, the 7 were there. The 2 sisters were in a ditch and being protected by one brother. And then it was the other 3 of us. We could see out the back, and they were shooting up at the house. So we laid down fire there. And I don't know, about for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes or so, they didn't know where the fire was coming from. They kept shooting up, and then they fell back and they quit firing. And then they got to hollering about, Amari Obadelli, where are you? Amari. And they were directing a lot of that fire into the room that they thought was Amari Obadelli's, the president's room. They directed a lot of fire into that room. And after, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, something like that, we ran out of bullets, and we decided to surrender because we ran out of bullets. And we remembered little Bobby Hutton of the Black Panthers when him and Eldridge Cleaver was up under there, and little Bobby came out and they shot him, so people were kind of reluctant to go out. We said, no, I'm not going out there. And so I just, I was pretty geeked up. I was like, I was just willing to die. I mean, but to die, and so I crawled out. And next to us, there was a fence. The police, the FBI had cut a hole in the fence, and they directed me to come over to the hole. They had me under. So I went there, and after that, the other 5, they came out. We left our guns up under the porch, and we came out. Then they took us out front and began to, interrogate us, beat us. And from there, they took us on to jail. And
the shootout resulted in the death of Jackson Police Lieutenant William Lewis Skinner, and injury of another patrolman and an FBI agent. No RNA member was harmed.
Some interesting things happened after we came out the house. They sat us on the corner, the 7 of us, and they took the ties and they handcuffed us. Then they began to, interrogate us and kick us in the back and things like that. And we were out there for about 15 minutes, and then a undercover police car pulled up, and the police got out and popped the back of the trunk, and they pulled out cases. 24 packs of Miller High Life, and they began to pass it around to the police. And this is after 2 police were wounded. Our FBI was wounded. The police was wounded, and another police was clearly, he eventually died. This after they think they were celebrating the battle, and then a sergeant came and said, what the fuck are you doing? We got our ass kicked. My friend is dead. And I got a kind of chuckle out of that during the tragedy, because my head laying down. I'm looking at Hikima, and I kind of laughed about that, and then they threw the beer back in the car, in the uncovered car, and they drove off. Then they came and they put us in the pack, and we saw Army personnel carrier there. They had a little old gun up on top, a 60 caliber machine gun was on top. They came there, to massacre us, man. And they threw us in the back of the paddy wagon, and they threw a tear gas canister back there, and the next morning they marched us in chains, with feet in chains and hands in chains. The next morning they marched us to the courthouse, and white folks was clapping, they were clapping. And then we began our trial. Kima and Ofaga went to trial. They tried to fight the case, and it was found guilty, and they got life. They all came back. And by that time, my lawyer was working. And I didn't know it then, but I found out years later that my lawyer was a friend of the prosecutors. And I didn't know that. They had went to school. So I pleaded guilty to shooting, because I was going to get life. I was going to get life. Yeah, they're going to give me life too. I feel, well, why should I? And we all talked about it while we locked up. And Hikima and Ofaga said, man, ain't no use you getting life. You can make a deal and not get life. And I said, yeah, I shot. They wanted me to say that Mario Deli told me to shoot the president. I said, no, Omari didn't tell me to shoot. I shot because you people were shooting at me. I'm defending myself. Ain't nobody told me to do nothing. So they gave me a 12-year sentence. Then when we all went to federal court, they let us fight our federal court together. We all fought it together. And we all were found guilty for shooting at the federal officers. And we all got 12 years. We all got 12 years. And we were all out of prison in 10 years. I did 9 years. The three other brothers did 10 years.
It's one of the legacies to show. It literally shows how the U.S. government, COINTELPRO, CIA, FBI, National Guard, etc., actually attacked our right to self-determination.
The legacy of the RNA 11 is the same legacy of Black August. Resist oppression. Let's be clear. That night, the United States government tried to assassinate the leadership of the Republic of New Africa. They tried to do the same thing to us that they did to Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. But we learned from that. We studied it. We prepared. We trained. And because of that, we lost no life that night. We had to bury nobody, but they did.
This is William F. Buckley, Jr. The guest this week on Firing Line is Mr. Milton Henry, and the subject is Black separatism in America. Join us if you can. Mr. Milton Henry is the president of the Republic of New Africa, a group of dissident American Negroes who desired to carve out a new country within what we now know as the United States. Specifically, they have designs on Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. The question is unresolved whether to include Florida, there being those who believe that to claim it, too, would be extreme. Mr. Henry is from Philadelphia, a graduate of the Yale Law School, who served 6 years in the Detroit City Council, ran for Congress, but was beaten by another Negro, Mr. John Conyers, in a race which he believes to have been stacked against him. His background is middle class, and his 11 brothers and sisters, he admits, were trained to be, quotes, good Americans. His point is that they did not know then what he has come to know, that as a matter of right and as a matter of practicality, the Negroes in America must separate and carve out their own country. A recent poll conducted by the Columbia Broadcasting System puts at approximately 6% the American Negroes who desire such a separation. Even so, that is over 1 million people, and in any case, Mr. Henry has plans for vastly increasing their number, which plans we will discuss here. But I should like to begin by asking Mr. Henry why he has forsaken the idea of a truly integrated society.
Well, Mr. Buckley, I'm very tired tonight, but I hope I can make some of our positions fairly clear. Number one, I don't believe there's ever been any historical example of a successful biracial society. Secondly, so far as we're concerned here in America, we have, as black people, been separated out into our separate community, a community of suffering that's been almost continuous since our arrival here. I don't know of any black people who've ever escaped. We are a nation, a distinctly separate nation with a different set of humor, myths, a way of looking at history, a totally different view of ourselves in this country from, I would imagine, the view which most white people have. And then we are separated as a matter of institution from most of the good things of the American life. When you say that American black people should have some hope for integration into the whole of American life, they'd have to be absolute fools if they looked around and they realized that you had approximately 435 congressmen with 6 Negro congressmen. Perhaps one black one. The political power certainly couldn't be considered to be shared. You look about at the economic power. We can't think, only a fool would think that economic power in this country is shared to any degree by black people. The productivity of this country, $850 billion per year, tremendous productivity, ability to produce goods and services. Black people have very little to do with that. The manufacturing potential of black people in this country is practically nil after all the 100 or so years that we've been here. You look at the protection before the courts. Black people are markedly unprotected before the courts. Look at the open housing situation that you're now talking about all over this country. Open housing is a myth. It's completely unrealistic and from our standpoint, of course, undesirable. But we're trying to look at it from the standpoint of your American dream. What is there about the American dream that has ever been realized by black people? What could we ever hope for within the framework of a society which is dominated by white people, in which the very factor of race enters into every consideration, into the price of an insurance premium, into the place we live, into the job we share? We look at the unemployment, the underemployment, and I say the unemployment rate among black youth today is that a staggering thing. White people would jump off of buildings if they had to endure what average black people take for granted, as a matter of everyday existence. And then the underemployment is as tragic as any of the rest. The fact that you find black people with skills who have to work under their skills. And then the fact that you can't participate in the decision-making process. Let's take the little factor.
Let's hang on a minute, may I? Because I don't mean to interrupt you, but you have raised quite a few points, and I think it would be maybe more interesting to the listeners if we handle them one by one. To begin with, I hope you don't understand me to be saying that there is true equality at this point, because I don't think there is. I asked something quite different, which is, mightn't we look forward to true equality? To which I suppose you will reply.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not, yeah. And then now you raised the question, is there such a thing as a successful biracial society anywhere in the world?
Any history of it, yes.
Yeah, well, I would think offhand of, say, Hawaii.
Would you consider that to be a successful society?
Oh, I
mean,
do.
from which vantage point would we?
Well, there are Japanese there, and there are Chinese there, and there are Polynesians, and there are whites. And I am not aware that there are significant outstanding complaints against the upward mobility of any of those groups there. Now, do you think that Hawaii simply is sort of a freak, or do you feel that there was something special going there?
I take it that Hawaii is completely dominated by white interests. It's in a Congress in which it's one of 50 states.
Why does it continue to send non-white senators and representatives to Washington?
It doesn't matter whether they do or not. It's like black people sending 6 of them there. What difference does it make? They're so completely outnumbered in that thing.
Well, they're not outnumbered, in point of fact.
The decision-making power, that is the right to make decisions affecting the distribution of all the values in the community. This right is certainly not equally shared. Now, when I think in terms of, incidentally, I'm not so concerned about equality because, from the very start, our nation might not enjoy equality in terms of goods and services. What I want is freedom, independence, justice, liberty. That's what I want.
Well, can you think
think
of freedom that, for instance, is not enjoyed by the Chinese community in Hawaii? I'm talking about them because if you are correct that in history there has never been successful biracialism, then it seems to me that you need make no other point. Your point is made. It's
Mr.
all
Buckley,
over.
would you suggest then that that would be a satisfactory biracial arrangement such as you have in Hawaii? Would you think that would be a pretty good example then that we could as
yeah,
black people hope for?
Pretty good, yeah.
Well, now let's look at the number of Chinese, the relative scarcity of whites in that particular social order, and then look at us in this United States. And would you think then that the fact that you might have some semblance of equality of power there has to do rather with the fact that you have a large number of Chinese or a large number of Japanese rather than anything else? It's not due to any inherent goodness or disposition on the part of whites. It's due rather to the fact that you have a rather more appropriate relationship between the power groups. Now, within the United States, we certainly don't anticipate having that kind of possibility with black people living here subject to white tyranny, you might say.
Yeah, sure. Let's discuss that in a moment. But let's first of all attempt to discover whether or not you are abandoning your rather absolutist dictum that you can't have biracial.
Well, let me say,
that you never have.
I wouldn't dare be absolute about anything. I would not want to suggest that there's any sure thing under the sun. But let me say that as a general principle, I don't believe that black people and white people have ever shown any disposition to work in any biracial society in that sense anywhere in the world. Wherever white folks have come in, and it's been my experience, and I've viewed a good part of this world where white folks have been running black folks, the white folks seem to have a desire to take over black folks.
Well, but isn't it a case, at least I saw the figure recently, that there are more white people now in black Africa than there were before in the old colonial days. Now, you can't say that, for instance, the white population of Kenya runs Kenya, and yet, in fact, there are white people there.
And I just came back from Kenya. As a matter of fact, this last month, I wouldn't certainly feel. As a matter of fact, if the Britishers, many of the Asians are complaining that they don't have a share in the conduct of Kenyan affairs. The same would be true of Tanzania. They're yelling and saying that they do not have an opportunity to participate fully in Tanzanian affairs. The Asians, also the whites. You see, and what I'm saying is that there has never been any example that I can see where there has been effective black-white or black-white cooperation, particularly in government where, and in those situations where white people have either been in the majority or black people have either.
Well, describe the situation as you saw it in Kenya when you were last there. It is a black government. The population is overwhelmingly black, but there are white people who are living there. Now, do they feel as antagonistic toward their black governors as some black Americans feel toward the white governors?
Well, white people have a certain arrogance and a certain finesse and a certain power. They possess power throughout the world, which permits them to still exercise a disproportionate amount of power within the area, such as Kenya and so forth. But I can assure you that they're going to cry. They're going to cry in just a few years from now. The whites.
Why?
Because we blacks are going to control our government.
In
Kenya.
I thought you already did.
Well, we're realistically going to control it.
Which means what will be the practical consequences for white people in Kenya?
Oh, I'm not able to answer that. But I can say this, that for black people in America, Mr. Buckley, the only answer for us, we cannot possibly find freedom within the system. Separation is essential for us, absolutely essential if we are to acquire independence and freedom. And that's what we're after. Now, I know the peculiarities of some of the world situations, and of course, I'm a racist, you understand. I'm not interested in white people. I'm interested in the realization of freedom for black people, period. Not white people. I don't care what happens to them, as a matter of fact. Now, let me be crystal clear on that. I'm not worried about white education. I'm worried about black education. I'm not worried about white poverty. I'm worried about black poverty. I'm not worried about anything other than the elevation of black men. And if that means the fall of white men, fine, so be it. I am interested in the elevation of black men and the freedom of black men. And if that meant even the slavery of white men, so be it. You understand what I mean?
Well, what would you say to a white person who took the opposite point of view?
Oh, they are entitled to it. If they can keep me in my they're so far taken the opposite point of view. They haven't been interested in black freedom. This is the reason why, at this point, I am unreservedly interested in black freedom. They have not been interested in black education right here in New York City. They certainly aren't interested in the education of black children in the Ocean Hill-Brownsville situation. They've abused their right to claim that they have any interest in black people.
Well, would you say that the white people who have identified themselves during the past 50, 60 years with the civil rights movement were uninterested in progress for the Negroes?
Well, let me answer it this way. Here in New York, for example, $250 million per year is spent on relief. The last 10 years, some $4 billion in relief over the United States spent. What did you do in Korea? You spent $4 billion and you put those people into the manufacturing game. You gave them machines. Now, if you were interested in black people in America, you'd likewise have given them some machines and not a dole. We're not interested in relief. That's self-defeating. It's absolutely destructive of every ambition and hope that we have. We'd like to enter into the manufacturing world and into the world where we have a chance to enter into relationships with other people throughout the world.
I'm sure I know what you want. The question now is whether or not there is some sort of a tacit conspiracy to prevent you from having it. Now, do I understand you to say that all? No, I say that's the question.
Oh, yes.
So do I understand then that you simply deny that there is such a thing as a white person interested in Negro welfare?
No, I say that no white person in America has the sufficient power to buck the institutionalized system of racism. A youngster who gets out of college and goes into a job that's been planned for him does not kick against the pricks. The middle-class white man who is maybe as powerless almost as a black man doesn't fight against the system because he comes into a system ready-made to protect his interests.
But suppose he feels that the system is one which is making such progress as can, in fact, historically be expected. I was recently in a discussion with Mr. Eldridge Cleaver, who called Bobby Kennedy a pig and Julian Bond a pig.
I wouldn't be interested in calling names. I'm only interested. You see?
No. The reason I say that is because I don't know. He uses the word pig to mean somebody who consents to have any relationship at all of an institutional nature with, quote, the structure. And I understand that there is this point of contact between your nous and his own. Now, Julian Bond thinks, for instance, that the Democratic Party is something worth working within. You deny this absolutely, do you not? That is to say, you have this strategical pessimism which would deny the validity of any effort to effect reconciliation by the orthodox channels. Is that correct?
I don't believe that the traditional American institutional life will yield itself to any substantial change which will affect the net change in the character of black lives.
Okay. Well, suppose you account for this. How would you account for the fact that the freshman class of Princeton University has in it 60 black students, which is approximately 12% of the size of the class?
How many do they need to have in it? They need
Well, they don't need to have any by your analysis.
They need to get onto these corners. They need to turn Princeton and Yale, incidentally, over to a program of educating people. I went to Cuba, and I saw in Cuba what people who are determined to get rid of illiteracy can do. Castro down there got rid of illiteracy. We went up into the mountains and saw small schools where we had small people doing. Now, if Yale University and Princeton University were interested in the problem of black illiteracy, they would do something about it. But they're no more interested in it, and with all regret, I must say, they're no more interested in it than these people here in New York are interested in educating black kids in these ghettos.
But it's extremely interesting to me, and I'm sure to others, why you automatically assume these bad motives. It seems to me that if Princeton is so much concerned to help Negroes to become educated as to go out and in effect recruit a large number of Negro
60,
freshmen.
what's their total enrollment, Mr. Buckley?
I'm talking about the freshman class, not total
What
enrollment.
is their total enrollment in the freshman class?
I told you the figure was 12% of the freshman class.
Well, what is that?
Well, it's a lot more than it used to be.
But the point
But
is,
my
they
point
have...
is it getting better, you see?
Mr. Buckley, seriously, what their understanding is, we don't have the time.
Time is extremely interesting.
Really?
Look, if you're going to use a statistical game, I can throw at you
You can do it very effectively. You're
sure.
as a matter of fact, you're the most brilliant man that I think I've listened to.
Come on now.
But I want to say this.
The fact is, if you want to use these statistics, how do you account for the fact that although over 40% of the Cuban people are black, only about 3 to 4% of the power structure of Castro's personal cabinet is black. Does this betray a bias on the part of Castro? Is Castro above all a white man and less so a communist, or what is the explanation?
Well, let me say there's some peculiar. I can appreciate some of the problems and the defects in the Cuban thing, but I think most of the defects in the Cuban system result from their too close alliance with Russia more than anything else. Now that would be my personal opinion, and Russia happens to be white. It would be my impression that, as a matter of fact, Castro would be all right if he got rid of a few of his Russian advisors and got a few black advisors. That would help him.
What would be?
But he did get rid of illiteracy.
Yeah.
That's the point. And in America, what have we done to try to get rid of unemployment and illiteracy among black people? The people in power have done nothing, really, to substantially change our condition. Had they wished to do for us what they did for Korea, Korea has now become a power competing with Japan manufacturing-wise. Had they wished to do that for us, they wouldn't just keep pouring money into relief, but they would give us the ability to have a manufacturing potential. They're not interested in us, and we have to be interested in ourselves.
Why do white Americans desire Negro illiteracy?
Well, I think it's a complex thing. Number one, many white people are committed to white supremacy and the white domination of the world. That I'm convinced of.
Like who?
Those people who keep the institution alive.
What's that?
The people who keep the institutions going. Look, the average white man who works in the average executive in General Motors, he must be interested in white suppression.
Why?
And he's over in South Africa.
Well, he would.
What would he be doing over there if he had the same interests that I have in an egalitarian society, in a syncretic society? If he had that desire, why would he be in South Africa?
No, wait. He's interested in selling cars.
He's interested in more than that.
He's interested in selling cars, and there are executives of General Motors who, when they are not actually engaged in selling cars, are using certain of the surplus that they have developed in virtue of having sold cars to help causes like the Urban League and the National Association of National
The amount that they're stealing out of Africa would so far exceed any little fiddling help they're giving to the Urban League, which happens to be a middle-class white institution.
Why do you say
I might say,
why do you say steal, Mr. Henry?
Stealing on the back, because I've seen some of my brothers and sisters in South Africa.
Yeah, but why do you say it's theft?
It's theft.
Unless you can point to a situation in which people are required to buy a General Motors product.
Oh, no. I'm speaking about the activities of General Motors in investing in a racist government in South Africa, in aiding and abetting, in the buttressing up of that type of government, in aiding Ian Smith and Rhodesia, in keeping alive the kind of white supremacist governments which are oppressing black people.
But don't you see, the trouble with an argument like that, as I can understand, Ms. Henry, is that you can say this about everybody. You could say that they were guilty if they didn't invest there because the principal victims of a failure to invest would be the black people, who are the overwhelming majority.
Really, isn't that
and in any case, you just finished saying as much about America.
Let me say this about every white man in America, but we don't misunderstand what it's saying, including you. Every white man in America has benefited from the institution of slavery, from my degradation, from my work, from my labor. Every white man in America.
Well,
and he continues the desirable position that he...
Let's discuss that, shall we?
Oh, very, very well.
Lieutenant, I think it would be worthwhile if we explore this whole notion of exploitation, because let me ask you, first of all, whether you put exclusively an economic price tag on exploitation. Now, here you are, in effect, telling us, as James Baldwin has told us, and a lot of other people have told us, that America is permanently scarred spiritually as a result of the slavery in our own background. Now, under the circumstances, wouldn't you say then that it was a net liability for us to have had slaves rather than a net profit?
I think you will find it to be so. And there were many people who
suggested
to your early people, the early slavers, that they better stop the slave trade, not out of any consideration other than the fact that they knew the end product would produce a liability for America. And America is reaping that end product now of the result of this great immorality of the engagement in the slave trade. I agree with you 100%.
Well, now,
yes.
All right. So therefore, it isn't. Therefore, the economic value of whatever it was that the slave community produced is not the significant current datum. Am I correct?
Yes, it's one of them.
Well,
we have to
I
deal
thought
with
the
that in
spiritual
terms.
datum was the primary one.
No, for black people it is, but for white people we have to
Oh,
take into
well,
consideration
a
the fact of how
moment-
they love things,
a
and
moment
we
ago-
want therefore to equalize. Well, we're speaking from two different vantage points, and the one thing I want to make you realize, Mr. Buckley, is this: that I am black, and therefore I see things through the certain eyes. And when I answer a question, I may answer them in a black way. When I said that America has suffered because of the slave trade, I'm saying that as a matter of fact, spiritually, America has suffered. It's a horrible, monstrous place. It's a monster in the world because of the slave trade. The slave trade introduced this whole lack of regard for humanity into the world. It characterizes the world today. And
Well,
we are all the less for it, you see.
I think I agree with you about the institution of slavery. The relevant question becomes, so far as I can judge it, is for how long a period of time, perhaps for eternity, any nation must be held as spiritually destroyed in virtue of ever having tolerated that institution. Were the Romans destroyed in virtue of having Greek slaves, or the Arabs destroyed in virtue of having slaves as recently as 5 years ago? At what point do you say a society has thrived itself?
Let's hold your point. Number one, I think the biblical imperative that the sins of the fathers shall be transferred down through successive generations has some meaning. At least the period would not end before the injustice which you've actually created, the end product of those injustices would have been ameliorated.
The Bible I was taught grants the theory of absolution.
No, you're talking about Paul,
penitence.
of course. I know. White people
Christ.
love Paul. Where did Christ say it? Where did he say it? You love to quote Paul and talk about
wait a minute. I'll tell you.
Indirect
If you're going to ask me a question,
forgiveness.
I'm going to answer it. Otherwise, don't ask it. Okay? Those are the rules. Christ says, "Those sins whom you shall forgive shall be forgiven them." Right?
Says what?
He said it to Peter. As a matter of fact, if you read the Bible, you might find it a very refreshing situation. I'm saying please don't adduce the Bible as something that commits one to a notion of collective
Let's go to Jesus.
responsibility.
Wait. How can ye then, having this world's goods, and seeing your brother in need, withhold the same from him, and say, the love of God dwell in you? Let's go to him again.
Well, should I answer that first?
No. Let's talk about what ye have done to the least of them, ye have done to me.
Mm-hmm. Now, shall I answer that? Shall I answer that?
See?
I say, shall I answer that?
Yes, now you can
was
go
that
ahead.
a rhetorical question?
No, go ahead.
There is no question but that the Bible asks you to do things which, alas, it is unlikely you will, and me also. But it sets certain sights towards which we should persevere. One of them being, as I understand the Bible, that we ought not to blame each other except for such sins as we are personally guilty of. Now, you are asking everybody in this room to feel a perpetual sense of guilt for certain things that were committed, perhaps not even, in this case, by their own great-great-grandparents.
Oh, my goodness.
Now,
Mr. Buckley, that's so unrealistic. I'm talking about a present sense of guilt. They must have a present consciousness of what they're doing presently to black people.
All right.
Now, and the fact is that they're
then don't
benefiting.
discuss slavery, then.
They're benefiting from the institution that was created on the backs of slavery.
How do you know?
Because
Document that.
All right. Let's take your slaver. He would take his ship, $35,000 that he paid for it.
You're reaching back into history. I thought you were talking about the existing situation.
May I? Where did your foundation come from? How are you going to take your financial foundation, your industrial foundation, which was built on my back? How are you going to take that and use it now and tell me that I had nothing to do with it and you don't owe me anything because you created a monster
now, wait a minute.
that you can use to my further oppression?
Sir, economists disagree on whether in purely economic terms slavery was a net benefit or not. In fact, this is one of the reasons why there is a certain cynicism in in the whole Yankee emancipating movement, right? Because it was actually established that the institution of slavery was not a particular economic asset. Now, taking that forward 100 years.
When did it stop being? After you'd raised all the cotton, after you had managed to, with human hands, after you had gotten your cane out and taken that over, and the whole, you had taken Manchester and Bristol and all the industries that were developed there, plus the developing capital structure, which was made off of the back of the
Suppose
slave.
you tell me why the Yankees abolished slavery voluntarily then.
Because for them in the North, the Yankee who had now they had gotten his money, many of these Yankee shipmakers and rum manufacturers who had gotten their money, they didn't find slavery feasible in the North. And furthermore,
That's what I said.
Furthermore, in the North,
That's what I said.
And furthermore, you must remember there were whites here who resented the introduction of the slave to compete with them in terms of labor in the North. But that had nothing to do with the fact that you built the House of Morgan and some of the other houses on the backs of the slaves, and if you pick up the papers of 1859, you see the slave being financed just like you would an automobile today.
Concentrate real hard on what I said, because what I said is not that provocative. What I said was that it is not by any means an economically documentable fact that American wealth was built on slavery. On the contrary, it is a much. I'll tell you in a minute if you let me. On the contrary, it is much easier to maintain that when you consider the economic cost of the Civil War with all its ramifications, with all its I'll tell you, with all its ramifications.
What about my blood?
That in
those
purely
500,000 of us that
in purely economic terms, America would have been better off if there had never been any slavery at all.
Mr. Buckley,
West Germany's wealth, which is generally acknowledged, was not built on slavery, nor was England's, nor was Japan's. Under the circumstances, it is, if I may say so, a hallucination to suppose that the wealth that you see now is the result of an institution that we were fortunate enough to renounce over 100 years ago.
Mr. Buckley, for several hundred years, your slave ships plied the ocean in that triangular voyage. Each time they made that voyage, they wound up with a profit, the individual owners, a profit of some $350,000 off of a $30,000 investment. That was a capital acquiring mechanism, the likes of which we certainly couldn't visualize today. When you consider the value of $350,000, it was because of that the colonists were able to defy in England. They felt their muscle when they could see themselves growing. They felt their ability to compete in a real sense against England. And that base which they got.
Nonsense.
Why is it then that those people who never engaged in slavery north of up in Canada, those same colonists, never acquired the ability to contend with England?
Look, the Mexicans fought Napoleon, for God's sakes, and they didn't have any slaves to make that possible. They were people who have renounced colonialism successfully through the ages of history without having to do it on the back of slave labor. This happens to be a hang-up of yours, and you are attempting it to justify an imposition of a point which is extraneous to this particular one. I think we ought to try to focus on it instead of insisting that everything that's wrong with America today was Robert E. Lee's fault.
I think it's a well-documented fact, and I don't want to waste too much time on it. Let me go back to the other man. You asked about Roman slavery.
1 second.
Roman slavery.
Okay. I'll turn my to you. Yes, sir, you were saying.
Well, I wanted to. You asked about Roman slavery and about America. You brought it in.
Yeah.
Roman slavery and also African slavery.
Yeah.
Now, I don't happen to be an expert in it, but I did read the Roman Justinian Code.
Yeah.
And I know the first language in that code suggests that the principal difference in the rights of, and the key word here is men, is this, that all men are either free or slave, which meant that the Roman slavery acknowledged the humanity of the slave. No slavery in the history of the world attempted to make a man into a thing. The ancient slavery of the Egyptians, as you know from the Bible, Joseph became the prime minister of Egypt as a slave. It wasn't that. In other words, they were intelligent enough to use the potentialities and the abilities of the slave to help enhance the total community. The life entity of the slave was not destroyed. And yet here, what did you do to me? And I say you, but your ancestors, what did they do to me?
We freed you.
And you made me a slave.
No, we didn't.
And I tell you now, I'm free. I'm free now. And believe me, I'll never again forget the lessons of the past.
But you should.
And I will
You should
therefore
forget the bitterness of the past.
fight for my own independence. And I think that you will find in the next year or so that we'll have 15 million or so black people
Okay,
who
now
will
that's
join with
okay,
me
okay.
in fighting for their independence.
Yeah, okay. That's
in the Republic of New Africa.
That's something I'm very anxious to get to, but I am attempting to lead to that to your actual predictions via an effort to probe your premises because I think they are interesting. Now, let me say that concerning the point that you make about Justinian and other philosophers of Greece and Rome.
No, I treat him as a lawyer. Summa itaque de visa de jura haec personarum est, quod homines homines aut liberi aut servi. That's a legal principle, not a philosophical one necessarily.
Well, it's yeah. I have no doubt that one can come up with legal principles without any difficulty, which, for instance, justify slavery or justify genocide or whatever. No, I'm not through. But my point is that the great metaphysic that underlies the notion of human equality is post-Roman.
I don't believe in human
equality.
equality.
It is distinctly, well, I do. It's distinctly, at least in the historical sense in which I'm talking about, Judeo-Christian, and that the principal insights of Abraham Lincoln had in fact to do with notions that people could not be slaves for the very reason that they were created equal under the eyes of God. Now, this contribution, which I consider a formidable one, was, I think, a highly emancipating one. It had certain direct results. Now, the slavery of the Negro is merely a sand in history compared to the slavery of other people.
I do wish you to appreciate
My ancestors were slaves. Your ancestors were slaves. I don't know of any group in the history of the world that was not enslaved at one point.
Except the black man was put into chattel slavery, and no slavery in the history of the world has ever been chattel slavery. Only in America, the American experience they did. Well, I don't know of any that attempted to destroy the humanity of man, and give me the example in human history.
The Romans had the absolute right under the Roman Code to do anything that they wanted to their slaves.
The whites quoted from the Justinian Code. The Roman law provided for the humanity of the slave.
Well,
it never attempted to make him, to dehumanize him and make him into a slave. And as you well know, Justice Taney in the Dred Scott decision pointed out that we were not considered to be anything other than things, the property of white people, without
Justice Taney recognized a constitutional dilemma from which he was liberated by a great civil war. But after all, the rights of the Romans included not only total dominion over their slaves, but total dominion over their sons. A Roman father had the absolute right to kill his son. Now, all right, let's grant that
the humanity of the slave.
Oh,
Roman law, in its very the first words in the Justinian Code assure the humanity of the slave. And in the code, you see, they pointed out in two parallel lines the rights of the citizen of Rome and the rights of the slave. Now, don't you see what I'm saying?
In the first place, the Justinian Code was primarily paradigmatic, as in fact it has been the Bill of Rights in America. For the period that it did not apply to Negroes. But let's simply say that if you want to go around aiming a shotgun at the bloody past of any group in the world, you will succeed. You will succeed even in identifying the people who sold slaves to these American traders who were Negroes.
The people who sold slaves,
or Arabs who brought them over.
Had we understood the nature of American slavery, we would never have engaged in the trade. And moreover, why do they have all those forts up and down the west coast of Africa?
You say you're a racist. I'm not. I say
I
say that all races are capable of very bloody things.
Oh, I'm capable of
Irish, Negroes, Swedes, whatever.
I'm a good black racist, and I like them. White ones I can't stand at all.
And that under the circumstances, the only civilized thing to do is to take an existing situation, attempt to learn from the past, and attempt to improve the future. Now, I maintain that as a practical matter, you're going to find it very, very hard to improve the future by saying, as you recently did, that the white people of this country owe $400 billion to Negro people for two reasons. Number one, the economic illustration is going to be very hard to provide. Number two, there are a lot of white people in America. For instance, let's say Mrs. Paderewski, whose parents arrived 10 years ago
And she
from
came,
Poland.
and she enjoys benefits
Yeah.
today, which I can't enjoy. A
And-
man walking off the ship if he's
and
white
she's
can
trying to
enjoy
say-
benefits today, which
Now, wait a
I
minute.
can't. He becomes an heir to it
Wait
by virtue of his
a
whiteness,
minute.
to inclusion within the system.
She's
People
going
who
to say,
came
she's
here,
going to say, Mr. Henry, I arrived here, and I've been working for $85 a week as a washerwoman. Now, will you kindly explain to me what it is that I owe you, sir?
Tell her.
Oh, tell her. What do you tell
All
her?
right. Now, number
Go
one,
ahead.
any white person who comes from any white country in the world can walk into America and move anywhere he wants. He can usually get a job without somebody attacking him immediately, prima facie, on the basis of his race. He can enjoy all of the privileges and immunities that which most white people in this
Now, wait a
country
minute.
enjoy.
I want you
Now,
to say what she owes you, because you have to tell me that she
She
enjoys her
joined in.
$85 at your expense.
in America, there's a law of conspiracy.
To what extent do
Let
you
me
control?
outline it. When you join in a conspiracy, you become just as guilty as the person who originally initiated
Tell me about
it.
Mrs. Podorowski's conspiracy.
She
With whom
joined
is she
into the
conspiring?
total conspiracy
Be
of white people
concrete,
against
will you?
black
Be
people.
concrete.
You're
Tell me,
depriving
what
me-
is she doing? How is she depriving you of anything at all?
She's keeping me out of houses right
How?
now.
Where?
By the very fact
Tell
that
me
she comes
how.
in, she doesn't say anything about it.
How do you know she doesn't?
She keeps me off of lakes.
How do you know she doesn't?
She keeps me off of lakes. She isn't saying it loud enough for me to hear. I'm listening. I'm
All
trying
right.
to hear it.
She belongs,
I can't
let's say,
hear
to the
what she says.
NAACP.
That isn't good enough. That's a white
What's good enough?
organization.
What's good
White
enough?
organization made for white purposes.
What's good enough?
To sustain white people.
What's
To
good enough?
confuse black people.
What should she do?
She could kill herself. That's one real good thing that she could do.
Okay, fine.
She could not come here.
Mr. Henry, I made a mistake in identifying him as the president of the movement. Mr. Robert Williams is the president. The students here from Beaver College, and we will go now to questions from the panel. Mr. Greenfield.
I don't, but let's concede every criticism you made. Let's certainly concede that black freedom will not come within the system that we know it. Now, a man like Malcolm X, who I don't think you could properly call an Uncle Tom.
Very good friend of mine.
Okay.
Freedom fighter.
Made
Fighter
the,
for black liberation.
made the point, as you probably know, toward the end of his autobiography, and he called himself a racist in an interview about 2 years before he died. Said that when he went to Mecca and saw people of all skins, blue-eyed, white people, joining with black people, brown people, to worship a common God, he came back from Mecca convinced that he had been wrong in his assumption of racism, that it was possible for people of all colors to join together in the battle for what he and you call liberation. Eldridge Cleaver, not an Uncle Tom, made the same point in the recent interview in Playboy magazine. He said, a generation of college kids has come out, they're going to put their bodies on the line for black freedom. You reject that. Why?
Black people have managed after a long, arduous, hard, difficult period to get white folks out of the movement. We've suffered to do that. Now, we're certainly not going to bring white people back into the movement again. We are going to affect our liberation. We're going to affect our own strength. And we have to form our government and have our land and our sovereignty. And that has to be free of white people. Now, I can't speak for Eldridge Cleaver. What motivates his thinking, I don't know. I think he's wrong. I think we have to keep white people out of the movement. I think we have to go our own separatist way. And white people who are really interested in the development of freedom throughout this world would have to concede that there is no reason why they should tie themselves up with us. Go on and try to work with other white people to change your system.
But you told that Polish washerwoman to kill herself. That's different from going out and working with white people.
Well, actually,
Very
we said that rather facetiously. But let me
Oh,
say
you
this:
don't mean that.
in terms of the Republic of New Africa, we don't care what you do in the United States. We want white people to have a decent society up here in the United States. All we want is the right to determine our own lives, and we can't do that with white people, sitting in positions of authority. Now we'll have white consultants that we'll issue visitors visas to and permit them to come in as residents, so long as they are decent people oriented to the goals and aims of our government.
Respectful.
Oh, not necessarily. We want them to be critical, but not subject to our government and our aims. But we don't believe we can get that with white people in our movement.
Ms. Williams.
Yes, you said earlier that you would like justice, freedom, and liberty for blacks in their own society. I wonder if you feel there's anything the way blacks have conducted themselves vis-a-vis each other in this country or in those countries where blacks are actually ruling over black populations leads you to believe that there is something particularly predisposed and blacks will lead to this kind of feeling justice. I could
When we get black people out from under this tyranny of white folks, so that black people's lives can be ordered along good African lines of Ujamaa.
Of who?
Ujamaa. Collective concern one for another. Abiding love of black people for black people, with our ability to control the media and to direct the philosophical life of the nation. Oh, yes. When we free ourselves from that and we give black people opportunity for their aggressions to work off within the framework of some gainful kind of activity, so they can make plans, so that they can make decisions. I don't know of any black people today that make decisions, not even to change a road. I sat on the city council, so I know. And I know that the frustrations which come and the killing on this Saturday and all of that are normal things within this kind of an atmosphere.
But
within our lives,
you make your own
be
decisions?
different. I couldn't make any decisions within the white framework. Incidentally, Mr. Buckley, I think it's well for you to realize I've tried it all. You know, I was one of those Americans that used to fly American, in quote. I was wrong. You know, I never have been an American, never have been a citizen. Not now, one of this country, of the U.S. But I used to fly that American flag on the 4th of July, and how ridiculous and absurd could I have been? What was I honoring? What did I have to give praises to on that 4th of July?
Seems to me among the things you're honoring is the society that makes possible your presence here tonight.
God knows my presence. I wish the hell I wasn't
I mean,
here.
even without them.
I can't. Let me say this too
Henry,
about the next.
even without them, we'd have taken care of you.
Well, I'm not. I wouldn't trust my security to your good graces. We did that for too long. As a matter of fact, there were times when the Indians and others believed that you would do well, but you didn't do so well by. But the thing I wanted to say now, I went into an Air Force and I flew for this country voluntarily, thinking that it was the way to do it. I came out and I went to school, and I did that thinking that I could help to make my contribution to this country and try to change things. I'm going the gamut. You know, after you live a whole life and you see what's happening to your people, this becomes more persuasive than any other argument.
Yeah.
But there has to be a change.
And your notion is that if you had been born and brought up in Liberia, you would have made a much greater smash, right?
I'm not too sure.
Well, I'm not too sure either. That's why I make the point.
I think this.
Because Elder Stevens says Liberia is owned by Firestone. The answer is that you can't win this discussion. I know there's lots of things wrong with America.
Ghana?
There are lots of things wrong in America, but I don't think that one of them is that they desire your unhappiness.
I think they do.
I think a lot of people who want the best for you.
No, I think they do. But nonetheless, the important thing is that black people have the power to affect their desires over their lives, not white people's desires.
Well, yeah,
you see, that's what we have
I'm
to have.
I'm all for it, yeah.
And all men have to have that.
I agree.
You wouldn't live if I had the right to make the decisions over your life, regardless of how well I fix you up. You know, I could make you.
People make
you a
decisions in my life all the time.
prostitute within my harem.
Look, you're talking to somebody who has lived practically throughout his entire adult life with a government with whom he has no sympathy at all. So I know what it's like to live as a political minority. 99% of the rules that are imposed on me, I disapprove of.
That's very fine. I appreciate that. I think, Mr. Buckley.
Now wait a minute. Let's let Mr. Henry talk,
really,
shall we? Let's let Mr. Henry talk. He's our guest.
I think it's fine that if you painted yourself black, if it would be possible to do that you get a different view of what we're talking about.
I don't doubt that, and I say that sincerely. Mr. Gaynor.
Yes, Mr. Henry, to correct a minor historical point you made, 50,000 Negroes, not 500,000, fought in the Civil War. But that's not
well, you will not get away with that.
I will.
That is an absolute bit of nonsense. 200,000 blacks served in the Union Army as cooks, spies, and
spies?
Oh, yes, as spies.
Untrue.
Sojourner Truth was one of the major spies. Any number of black people were spies serving for the Union Army, serving as laborers and along with the Union Army. In addition, over 20,000 served in the Navy. I don't know where you get your statistics. And if you're going to teach black kids that, that's exactly the reason why we need our own schools.
Where do you get your figures, Mr. Gaynor?
Encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia.
Yeah. 1,100,000 men.
Mr. Du Bois.
Yes.
And he
Who is not
gives the figure
prejudiced.
500,000?
500,000.
That's incorrect. Well, in other words, I mean, he's saying that. And most other historians would say
500,000.
that is vastly incorrect. You take a point of view, I take a point of view.
Yeah.
Your point of
Okay,
view
well,
is unsubstantiable
Well,
at
well,
all.
So is yours.
No, it isn't. Mine is
Well, no,
substantiable.
put it this way.
How many
We're not
soldiers
gonna be
came into
able to prove tonight,
Washington
all right?
into the Freedmen's Bureau after the war? Now you can only sit down here and talk
87.
about how many?
No. Miss Lewis.
I heartily agree with your contention that white institutions are racist, and that
Partly agree. Is there any question about that?
no,
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
and that changes such as increase in enrollment is just mere tokenism. But I wondered, what do you think the black students should do? What is the position of the white university vis-a-vis the black university? And in terms of your wish for separation, what should we do? Should we go to white schools, or should we separate now and determine our own, schools?
Yeah. I went to white school. Matter of fact, I enjoyed my
They
stay.
told you all about Justinian, didn't they?
Yes, they did. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things that I appreciate about Yale. It's a very fine university. I enjoyed it, and I learned some things while I was there, which I think we'll be able to use in our new nation. Some of the great freedom fighters throughout the world went to Yale and Harvard. So you black students, you go there. And just yesterday there was a black conference in Howard, at Howard University in Washington. Students from all over the United States. And
I'm awfully sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Henry, you were saying?
At Howard University, we had better than 300 students take the oath of allegiance to the Republic of New Africa. And we tell you that one of the great assets we have in this country, which is going to make our nation successful, are the skills that you can provide for our nation. And so when you come out, you see, we're taking over the institutions. We're taking over all of those schools within the landmass over which our sovereignty shall extend. And we're going to need good black teachers. The only thing is, we want you to take a view of yourself in world history, which will be a little bit different from that which you might learn in your white institution, but get the skills. And then come to us, and we'll make a nation.
What are you going to do about those who disagree with you, Mr. Henry? I mean, the Negroes,
I'm glad you said that.
Or the blacks, if you
No,
like.
Negroes that disagree.
What are you going to do about them? Do you consider them corrupt? Do you consider them misinformed? Do you consider them perverse? What about the fact that the overwhelming number of America's leading black people all genuinely believe in a politics of reconciliation?
Well, we see that from two different standpoints. Now, first of all, I don't believe that the overwhelming majority of America's blacks believe in integration. That's complete fallacy. And whoever keeps making these surveys is completely wrong.
Why do they vote for people like Julian Bond and not for people like you and Dick Gregory?
Oh, they vote because at this point, the Republic has only been in existence for 7 months. But you find that there's been a decided drop in the vote even during this last election. The point is that most black people are separatists. Most black people are separatists. There are some people who, for the moment, live within the system and exercise the option of voting within the system. But that doesn't say that they believe in integration. We have a petition going around the country now, and we have, at the moment, in just a space of a couple of weeks, we have better than 30,000 signatures giving authority over to our government. Now, we don't think that the majority of black people believe in integration. 8 out of 10 believe in separation.
But it's quite possible to believe simultaneously in separation, but not to believe in such forcible separation as you describe in your movement. That is to say, it's perfectly possible for somebody to say, all right, I will continue to live in Harlem, and I will do what I can in Harlem. I will see what I can do to educate my child. I will attempt to be friends with my neighbors of whatever color, of whatever descent, without necessarily believing we've got to march off and permanently seal ourselves off into a separate nation, right?
I think that most 8 out of 10 blacks would believe in ultimate, final separation, and this is a result of our survey, and we do believe that they will want to march off.
I'm sorry I have to say good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Free the Land Comrades. This is your co-minister of youth, Zasada Shakur, and we are here at New African Nation Day 2022 in Birmingham, Alabama for the Provisional Government Republic of New Africa. And it's happening right here at our very own Crescent Cultural Community Center.
It's all on me.
I am President Samaat of the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa. Our goal is land, independence, self-determination, and reparations. Nation Day is extremely important because it commemorates the founding of our nation, and it gives, which was on March 31st, 1968, and it gives all conscious new Africans the opportunity to come together, to commune, to talk about different things, set particular goals and objectives, and that is going to assist in reaching our ultimate goal of land, independence, self-determination, and reparations.
Particularly in the United States, the African independence movement began, you can take it all the way back to 1619 with the Jamestown colony, where we were brought enslaved population to Jamestown. Before then, if you take it back to St. Augustine, Florida in 1565, where we were also enslaved populations, when you had those people coming into these shores, even before they came into these shores, when they were throwing themselves off the boats, when they were fighting on the continent of Africa, and when they got here and they fought and they tried to escape, that's where the history began.
We've been fighting from the very beginning. It's not limited to what is happening on this continent, right? When we resisted the kidnap, rape, torture, and of our people, we were fighting against, colonization.
And ultimately, over time, we know we had concepts of marionage. We have concepts of enslaved rebellions, such as the one that took place in Haiti and the one that took place in Louisiana in 1811, where they tried to form their own nation state. That's really the history of the New African independence movement.
In 1968, there's what they call a Black Government Conference that was held in Detroit, Michigan. At that conference, the idea was to form a government that would be representative of African values, African justice, and African self-determination.
Initially, we had initially was a letter put out that was dated March 15, 1968. A letter put out by the American Met Society. The American Met Society was headed by people like Guy Abdel and Mari Abdel. And the American Met Society put a letter out dated March 5th, 1968. A letter was put out to all the different people in different organizations, nationalities, different national spirit concept in regard to building their own independent Black government.
Now, of course, the calling of that conference was as a result of revolutionary actions that had been taken prior to the conference. I mean, you can't just call a conference and expect revolutionaries to come if the revolutionaries don't already exist. So in 1968, over 500 delegates of different revolutionary formations came to Detroit for the Black Government Conference.
During the Black Government Convention, on the 31st, they signed the first document, they signed the Independence Declaration of Independence, Queen Moore being the first signer, probably would have been the second signer with over 200 founders, and they declared the 5 states as our national territory known as New Africa.
That's really the history of the New African independence movement. It just wasn't given a proper name until 1968 on March 31st, when Amari Obadeli and Queen Mother Moore and different civil rights groups came together and decided that they no longer want to be a part of the American colonial capitalist project. So we take it all the way back to them. And those are the ancestors, and we stand on their shoulders.
I fight for land, independence, and for reparation. We gotta do for self-determination. I'm just dropping seeds, got to see some germination. You can keep the fame. See, I want a nation.
In 1968,
500 delegates met in Detroit, Michigan to create an independent black government. There they signed a Declaration of Independence, elected a provisional government, and declared 5 southern states the territory of the Republic of New Africa.
At that conference, there were different perspectives on where the national territory should be for the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa. One proposal was to have 13 states, the southern states, all 13 of the southern states. Another was for 7 of the Confederate states. And then the compromise decision came out to be the 5 states that we call the national territories. And those 5 states are Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. Those are the 5 states that are identified as the national territory for the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa.
Different organizations already had this idea. Like I mentioned, the Communist Party. You can also talk about the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam under Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad spoke a lot about this. They didn't necessarily designate the 5 states in the South, but they were talking about getting land in the South and forming a separate nation. So as Malcolm X is the father of the New African independence movement, it just makes sense that we embrace that idea of nationalism.
How do you intend to gain possession of this land that you want, and how do you intend to get there?
That's a good question. The contribution that the black man made in this country, which amounts to 310 years of slave labor, for which we have never been given a dime or a cent, places a burden upon the American white man today for which the government should pay. Since we cannot live in peace together, mixed up on this continent, the alternative to that solution is to divide a separate part of this country into which our people can migrate, and in which the government, again, should supply us with the machinery and the tools necessary to establish our own independent society and our own independent country. And in this way, it will be creating a solution that the black man himself, our people, ourselves, can bring about if we have that capability. And for your clarification, because this has been brought up, some people say, well, why should the government do this? If this government can send billions of dollars to communist countries like Poland and Yugoslavia and to neutralist countries in Asia and Africa who have never made any contribution whatsoever to the sum net worth of this economy and country, and at the same time, this government feels that it is too much to set about something real to solve the problem for the slaves who made a greater contribution even than your people did, why the government doesn't even deserve to continue to function as a government.
What land is available that's not already possessed by others?
When you came to this country, the land was inhabited by the Indians and you didn't have any problem then.
It's based on the Malcolm X doctrine when we say all the land in America that we have worked upon, has worked and lived upon, worked and built upon, and has been enslaved on. His land that belonged to us as a people.
And these 5 states are rich in resources. They're also the main states in which our people came to doing the transatlantic slave trade, in which the new African nation was being built upon from 1619 all the way up to 1865, which is the foundation of our people. And the reason we want these 5 states because we help build this up with blood, sweat, and tears, and they're also rich in resources, and they're also a part of our reparation. The states is our reparation aspect, because that's entitled to us due to the thing we're going to suffer during the transatlantic slave trade, the Sub-Saharan slave trade, and American Negro slavery, which we experienced in America, which is known in the empire.
And we know that when we were brought to these shores, we were brought to these southern states. So we have claim over these southern states.
The idea that black people are owed land in America is not new. Near the end of the Civil War, General William T. Sherman met with 20 black ministers and deacons in Savannah, Georgia, to discuss the future of former enslaved Africans. Elder statesman Garrison Fraser told Sherman, "We want land so we can provide and do for ourselves." As a result, Special Field Order number 15 was signed, giving 400,000 acres of land to newly freed African families. Land stretching from the coastline of Charleston, South Carolina, to the St. Johns River in Florida, including the Georgia Sea Islands. Each family would receive 40 acres. This is where the concept of 40 acres in the mule come from. Unfortunately, the white power structure did what they always do. They broke their promise. Today, Special Field Order Number 15 serves as a reminder of what America owes Black people. And with the claim to the 5 states, the Republic of New Africa is fighting to force America to make good on her promises.
We are not able to place conditions on their entry into our markets by saying, if you enter here, you're going to pay taxes. If you enter here, you're going to leave something here. If you enter here, you're going to leave money in the institutions. You're going to contribute to our schools. You're going to contribute to our recreational centers. You're going to contribute to the employment of our people and to the stability of our families. If you cannot contribute to these things, if you cannot create jobs, if you cannot contribute to the education of our people, then we cannot permit you to operate within our borders. This is the way a nation runs. You don't let another people walk in and have their way and walk out and leave you impoverished as a people in the name of a free market. There's no such thing as a free market. Yeah, that's white folks' propaganda. Free and open market. No free market. They force people into their market. Castro was not free to say, I don't want to be a part of it. When he said, I don't want to be a part of it, they did what? Embargoed him and locked him out. The Japanese in the early part of the century said, we don't want to be a part of your market. What did the United States do? Sent Admiral Perry in there and blasted those markets open. What free markets do you have there? There are no such things as free markets. And when you learn that, you're gonna be the better for it. And we got the markets, but we are not taking advantage of them. We've gotten ourselves in a situation where we are locked out of other people's markets and we permit them into our own, such that we are locked out of our own market. And then we wonder why we suffer the way we do. It is not because we are poor. If we were that poor and impoverished, then why do those people come to us to earn their living and their wealth? It means then we must be a wealthy people. I was looking over here at a recent report. You see, we have as a people everything that it needs to make a nation. We have telephones, fax machines, computers, highways, bridges, riverways, waterways, trucks, everything that many nations in the world, in fact, the vast majority of nations in the world, wish that they had available to them what the African American nation has available to it. They wish they had the highways. They wish they had the trucks. They wish they had the trains. They wish they had the ships. They wish they had the computers, the telephones, and all of those kinds of things that you can just pick up and dial right away, and they don't have to be routed through France or somewhere else. The lights don't go off at 2 o'clock every day or just flip on and off. You got it all here. Then why then are we not better off than we are? Because it is not enough. As I told you earlier, it is not enough to have gold in your soil, or oil in your soil, or diamonds in your soil. You must have a consciousness. It is only with an appropriate consciousness that these things can be transformed and converted into what? Wealth and power, and can be used for the advancement of a people and the survival of a people. The same is true here then. You cannot just have telephones and faxes and this and that and not just have money in your pocket. That's not enough. You must have a consciousness that transforms those phones and transforms those faxes into a communications network that unites a people across regions and places and cities and becomes a basis for a system of distribution, a basis for uniting and creating a market from which one earns wealth to feed one's family and to stabilize one's social situation. But you can have all of these things, but if you don't have a sense of nation, if you don't have a group consciousness, if you do not identify yourself as a nation, then these are but so many instruments and becomes, as a matter of fact, the means by which we destroy ourselves. We're looking at the black buying power in America here, 1990 to 95. We got a report here called the Georgia Business and Economic Conditions, published here by the Selig Center at the University of Georgia, titled Black Buying Power by Place of Residence, 1990 to 95. The second of a two-part analysis of buying power in specific markets. What are we talking about here? Is this published for us? No. What it's published for is for white folk. And it's telling them how much money black folk got. And it's telling them that the money black folk got is the difference between their success and their failure. It reads in part here, Georgia's African-American population thus controls approximately 16 cents of each dollar in spending power. That is about $1 in 6 is spent by black consumers. How aware are we of the kind of power we have as African people? Clearly, they are a substantial economic force throughout the state. But without a national consciousness, you don't recognize that. But they recognize it. They go on to say, for many of Georgia's businesses, the ability to capture black spending can make the difference between success and failure. They're putting it right in your face. If black spending power, if black spending can make the difference between the success and failure of Georgia businesses, and we're talking about what? White folks' businesses. That means black folk got what? Power. Because power is about what? The ability to succeed or to bring about what? Failure. And when somebody else's success or failure depends on your own behavior, then you have what? Power. New York State, the largest black market in the world, the largest black market in the world and the largest black market in this country. How much money are we worth in New York State, black people? You know how much money we are worth? $61 billion. That is a lot of money. This represents well over 10% of the buying power in New York State alone. I'm speaking of the area, the New York, Connecticut, tri-state area. And what does that mean? Now, but don't look at that absolute figure. Look at what would happen if we reinvested that $60 billion. If we put that $60 billion in black businesses, in black trade, if we invested that $60 billion in gaining equity in the major American corporations, if we use that $60 billion to gain equity in African countries. You know, I was just reading a piece this week about the fact that black investment bankers, a couple of black investment bankers are selling as much as $100 million of bonds for the African Development Bank. Yes, another black investment banker is selling something like $500 million of securities for African businesses and infrastructural development. What does that mean, African people? That means that if we were knowledgeable of corporate finance, if we were knowledgeable of investment vehicles, we could literally finance the development of Africa. And by buying securities in the African Development Bank, by buying bonds, by buying other investment instruments in African corporations, even if they're owned by white folk, because once we buy the shares, we become the owners. In other words, then, by using black wealth, we can become the vehicle for financing African growth and development. And by using our own wealth and financing our own businesses, developing our own economic system, we would multiply our wealth, and we would not only be then worth 400 billion, we'd be worth 800 billion or more, and we would go stronger. And the stronger we grow, the more others would depend upon how we spend in order to survive. And to that degree, we will gain power over them. If tomorrow we decided as African people to build co-op supermarkets across this country, and we can do it, so that we can sell our people grocery and food at below wholesale prices. If we decided using our church organizations as a means for sponsoring these co-op food markets across the country so that we can open them literally simultaneously, and centered then the buying power for all of those co-op centers in a way that then we would have billions of dollars to spend with the suppliers of food. We could then manipulate those producers in terms of the buying power that we have. We can begin then to place our people on their boards. We can begin then to have real and substantial power in America. We have it in our hands, but you got to think of it as nation. It becomes interesting, by the way, if you study this particular breakdown of black spending in Georgia, and I wish we would get these breakdowns across the country. You see, when you become a state and a nation,
Hey, I'm Katie with StreamYard.
you develop statistics. You see, and that's where statistics come from. It is the means by which a state and a nation gathers information about itself so that it can use that information to reorganize itself and to set itself up in ways to advance its interests. So once you become a nation, you become sensitive to the fact that you need a lot of information so that you can use this information. Now, when I read about the percentage of black buying power in Georgia by counties, something becomes very surprising. You note, for instance, that black buying power is as high as 25 and 26% in many of these counties. For instance, in Liberty County, Georgia, black buying power there is 22% of the total buying power. In Meriwether, 25%. Peach County, 25%. And you can just go on and on. In some of these counties, black buying power is as much as 45%, 35%. In other words, the black consumer has these counties by the balls. And they are able, if that buying power was to be coordinated and used, to have real impact and to transform the power relations of those societies and of those counties. They would be able, if they are buying half or 25% or 30% of what is being bought in those counties, to establish their own businesses and enterprises there. And they would be able to defend those businesses, enterprises, through the use of the boycott weapon. So what are we saying here then this evening, ladies and gentlemen? That African power is based on an African consciousness, based on an African-centered culture, based on an African-centered personality. And the degree to which our personalities and our culture are based on African values, based on African interests, based on African goals, To that degree, we empower ourselves as Africans, and to that degree, we escape the power of others over us. Thank you very much for your kindness.
Dr. Amos Wilson. Dr. Amos Wilson.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly. Thank you. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. It's great to be back here with you again this evening. It's been a while, and I always appreciate coming and being with you. And of course, appreciate your support. And I know each time I've been here, I've promised you about our next publication, but it's definitely on the way. We are definitely now expecting to be out in November. And of course, each time I talk with you, the book gets larger. At last count, Brother Sababu, my co-partner there, told me we were around about 800 pages. So we're going to try to split it up for you, maybe 4 and 4. Give you some good wintertime reading. But then in a way, it's when we recognize that we are as complicated as any other people. And one of the things sometimes we underestimate the degree to which we must address ourselves as a people. And too often we have people who think that our issues and the things that we have to deal with can be described in 25 words or less. And so there are people who think that we are small people and small-minded people, so they don't have to write sometimes some sizable material. If other nations and other people require libraries to deal with their issues, so do we. And the interesting thing about the upcoming book is that with that 800 pages, it's basically a survey looking at various areas of life. If you recall, we titled it Blueprint for Black Power. And we are essentially then trying to lay out a blueprint, a prescriptive book. Now we are coming into more and more into prescriptive type of writing, laying out very practical kinds of steps and very practical methods for achieving what it is we must achieve as African people. This means we have to cover a lot of territory. We are covering psychology, we are covering, of course, history, sociology, a great deal of political science, a great deal of economics, and related fields, anthropology and so forth, because all of these have to be combined in the process of nation building. And this is what we really have to be about, is the process of building a nation as a people. If you're not thinking in terms of nationhood, then I must say, frankly, you're not thinking seriously of being liberated.
All right.
Trying to integrate and merge with our enemies is not going to solve our problem. And it's not going to happen, as a matter of fact. It is a fantasy that has kept us from taking care of business for far too long. The idea that we are going to one day be one with these people. that we're going to merge into invisibility with these white folk. And even if that were possible, we should question our motives for wanting to do so. You know, why would you want to merge with the world's greatest criminals and thieves, with the people who have the worst values the world has ever known? It amazes me sometimes how we can hear some of our parents telling our children we want to be just like them. Yeah, it's a joke. It's an insult to hear Dan Quayle or to hear President Clinton come and lecture black folk on values. All right. How dare we let these people into our churches to try to lecture us on values? Mm-hmm. It's an amazing situation to try to talk to us about values, to try to talk to us about population control. Another joke. Yeah. The first thing we think about when people talk about population control is the overproduction of African people, you know, so-called third world people. As I said, we can solve the overpopulation problem quickly if we could reduce the European population drastically. Mm-hmm. Yes, and people, of course, as I tell you, this world has to always be backwards, you see. The ones who need to be reduced most drastically have the world thinking the other way around. Because a good deal of the problem sometimes is not the number of people in the world, but the number of greedy people in the world. Where you have a so-called minority of people who consume the vast majority of the world's resources. This large population that they talk about could eat better if these people weren't eating everything up. And so to a good extent, sometimes to have more for everybody to eat, you have to get rid of the greedy ones. The ones who are over-consuming, who are taking the food out of other people's mouths, you see. But here you have the people who rob you and take everything you got and then say, you don't have enough to support yourself. You know, this is the kind of joke that we got going out here. We're going to come back to this issue of values. But we're going to talk a little bit about African-centered consciousness, personality, and culture as instruments of power. Because ultimately, this is what this whole struggle is about. Power. Not loving one another and all those things we hear. Power. And to a great extent, the problems that we are confronted with today as African people and African people in America flows from our powerlessness or our inappropriate use of power. We've been made to even talk about it. We've been made to think that power is sinful and that to pursue it is a sinful pursuit. And that it's wrong. But you cannot exist without power. Without power, there is no life. A battery without power is dead. You need power to act, to behave in the world, to deal with the world. And consequently, then, we must interpret what we are about in terms of power. And we have the power, ladies and gentlemen. We have the possibilities. We just need to reorganize ourselves, reorganize our consciousness and our personality and our culture, and see them as instruments of power and use them as instruments of power to transform our situation. So we should not look at consciousness as some abstraction. As I often tell people, the most practical thing you can have is a good theory, is a good concept to guide your behavior, to be used as an instrument to measure reality, as an instrument to test reality. A good theory then organizes the world and organizes one's approach to the world. It permits one to be able to evaluate the world in terms of where one wants to go and in terms of what one wants to do. To be without theory then is to approach the world on an ad hoc basis, just to meet it here and there and to not approach it in a systematic form. To live reactionarily, always reacting to what other people are doing, always being overwhelmed by events and overwhelmed by the future, instead of creating events and creating the future and making the future. See, when one has then a good theory and a good concept, one is able to do that. Consciousness, without human consciousness, there is no world. It is the presence of human consciousness that brings meaning into the world. Without human beings in this world, conscious human beings in this world, in effect, there would not be a world. We bring the world into being through our consciousness. And through our consciousness, we create the world we live in. Out of the totality of reality, our consciousness cuts out a world that befits itself. In other words, the kind of world you exist in reflects the kind of consciousness that you have. And notice if you change your consciousness or change your values and orientation, you enter into a different world. You interact with different people. People often that you didn't even know existed in the world. Social situations that you might not have even recognized until you entered into a new level of consciousness. You see people, say, for instance, who become addicted, say, to crack or something, and now enter into a whole world and enter into a whole social system that before they became addicted, they hardly noticed. They didn't know what it was all about. And they picked up new friends and new relations, whole new ways of acting, whole new purposes in life. They lost old friends, broke with old families, and all kinds of things. In other words, the consciousness, that addictive consciousness, brought into the world a new foreground and put other things into the background. Therefore, man's consciousness is a creative act. And the kind of consciousness you have will determine the kind of world you create. Right. And consequently, when you look at the world that we live in, African people, we must recognize to a great extent, it is a world of our own creation. All right. It is a world that has been generated by the type of consciousness we've been permitted to be instilled in us as a people. All right. As I told you earlier today on the radio, we talk about the white man as having power. And I want you to recognize that power ultimately has to do with a relationship between people. And that the white man's so-called power is to a great extent based upon the nature of the relationship he has with the black man. We empower him by the nature of our own behavior and attitudes as a people. He cannot be, as I said earlier, what he is unless we are what we are. I'm telling you. To a good extent, the European is our creation. All right. Yes. Mm-hmm. If we look at our behavior, we will see that to a good extent it is our behavior, our values, our consciousness, the kind of personalities we've established in ourselves, our tastes, our desires and needs that maintains the European in this position. All right. We talk about the civil rights movement and the apartheid system of the South. When blacks decided just to get out of the buses and walk, the system changed. Yeah. When they just stopped sitting behind the white driver, just changing that relationship, changed the nature of power in that system. When they decided then to walk side by side, when they decided to walk abreast and line themselves up, because they had not walked that way before, for the ends before, the relationship changed. When they kept their monies in their pockets, when they sat on those stools and blocked the other people from them, and changed the nature of the interaction between themselves and Europeans, the nature of the system changed. So therefore, we have tremendous power. It depends upon how we align ourselves as a people and how we decide to relate to other people in the world, because they cannot have what they have unless we are who we are. And that is why we don't have to spend a great deal of time always appealing to them and analyzing them, because we can better appeal to our own sense of self and our own consciousness. And we waste a lot of time trying to transform them, when through transforming ourselves, they will be transformed automatically. The power is in our hands. We are not destined to be the servants of white folk. That is not the destiny of black folk. No way. And we have to change this idea, because many of us are still operating on that concept. As I said this morning, many of us go to these schools to become what? Qualified. To work for whom? For them. Why do we assume that they're going to have the jobs for us? Yes. These people are having difficulty making jobs for themselves. The greatest problems that the Europeans are facing today, and the European economies are facing today, is that they are not generating enough jobs for their own people. And even though America is bragging about the millions of jobs it's creating, those jobs are part-time jobs. The bulk of them are part-time jobs, low-wage jobs, and jobs that have little or no future. So when people talk about creating jobs, you got to ask what kind of jobs are being created. That is why, of course, this system is not investing in black education. It no longer needs black people to maintain its employment structure. You see it bringing in people from outside of the nation to be employed. You see it even is hiring in the world itself, in other nations and other places. Already, it has reached the point where its need for black males is pretty much saturated. And it literally then is warehousing us in the jails and prisons and provoking us to kill each other and to destroy each other out here in these streets. And yet we are still organizing the education of our children as if the white man still has jobs waiting for them in multitudes. How different our education would be if we sent our children to school to create jobs for themselves. To create their own economic and political systems, to see themselves as the major sources of their employment. As I remarked earlier today while we were in the radio station, I heard something about some people out here protesting for jobs and pushing these other people for jobs. And I asked the question, do we know how many jobs we really create for other people? We are a job creating people. We don't realize it because we don't think in terms of nation. You see, if we saw ourselves as a nation, we could see that we create jobs like any other nation. I mentioned there today How many jobs are created by black music? Yeah, look at the whole structure of the music industry, from promoters to manufacturers of the records and the tapes and what have you, to the whole entertainment field, to the sellers of music in the stores, you know what we say, the Tower Records and the other great sellers of records and music and so forth, advertising that uses our music and all these things. How many thousands of jobs are we creating as people? We're creating them, but they have them. You see? We sing the music, they sell it. We sing the music, they market it. We sing the music, they promote it. You see? We sing the music, they produce great conglomerates like Sony, CBS Music, creating all kinds of jobs. We're creating tremendous jobs for a lot of people. How many jobs do we create just buying from Koreans? Buying from other ethnic groups out here? How many people are we creating employment for in terms of our spending habits as a people and our consumption habits as a people? How many jobs are we creating going to jail? We're creating all kinds of jobs and wealth. And we must come to understand this. We are creating these jobs, and yet we are begging for jobs. This means that in somewhere our consciousness has been impaired. We're begging for what we are making already. And we cannot use our own creations as a source of our own wealth. I told you earlier today that the Creator could not have intended for us as African people to be a poor people if the Creator implanted in our soils all the wealth that was planted there. We talk about the minerals and the oil and the gold and the this and the that that's implanted in African soil. So it seems as if the Creator blessed us from the very beginning with wealth and possibility. Therefore, for us to be going hungry over this wealth and to be starving in the midst of it and to be perceived as a dependent, indebted people while our wealth is being shipped out to other people, we're actually selling a lot of it for pennies and nickels and dimes and less, means that there is something wrong with our consciousness. Because ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, we've said what? That the wealth of a people is ultimately not in their land. But where is it? In the mind. The wealth of man is in his mind, in his consciousness. You got to look at it. And we mentioned the example of Japan. No mineral wealth to speak of whatsoever. Nothing at all. A nation, by the way, which is totally dependent. Of course, we get things backwards, don't we? We see ourselves as depending on Europeans when the reality is the other way around. When they depend on us and our soils and our people, we have to be backwards in order for this situation to be the way it is. Our reality has to be turned backwards, and we have to live in an almost permanent state of deception in order to be used the way we are used. The Japanese must depend on others for their vital resources, their oil, their timber, all of these things that they use to create their technology and so forth is taken from the soils of other people and then sold back to them. And yet they are seen as rich and powerful. And the peoples whose wealth they take or buy are seen as poor and poverty-stricken. Ultimately, then, you cannot rob or take from wealth from a what? Poor people. You cannot get wealth from a poverty-stricken people. People who have nothing, you can get nothing from. So if you're getting all your diamonds and your gold and your magnesium and all this other stuff, then from African people, then African people must be what? Wealthy and rich. And therefore, if African people are poverty-stricken with this material wealth, then it must be because our consciousness as a people is impoverished. And we are suffering then an impoverishment of our mentality. As we said before, if you have a good mind, you can con another joker out of his land. You can con him out of his diamonds and his gold. And this is what the other people have done. They have used their mind and their cleverness and taken from us what they did not have originally. And therefore, consciousness is not an abstract concept. It is not a theoretical concept. It is a concept that is directly related to the reality one lives in and to the reality that one experiences. It is directly related to the type of life that one will live and does live. So I'm going to look at this for a minute, particularly the consciousness of Africans in America. I'm often somewhat amused and taken aback by the number of people in this society who claim that slavery occurred somewhere back there. And you got some so-called black conservatives who claim that slavery no longer influences the nature of African people. I wonder what those people have to conserve in the first place. Are they conserving power? They're conserving wealth? What does a black conservative conserve? You know, you have to conserve something. And since they have very little, if anything, they must only be conserving the system that has created their poverty to begin with. And you see them ultimately justifying the poverty of African people and justifying the political and social and economic subordination of African people in the name of some kind of higher principles. So slavery is not supposed, the experience of slavery is not supposed to be operating in the mentality of black folk. And you hear a lot of our youngsters will say that as well. How do you talk about slavery? That was back there. Or you know, whites talk about it. Well, you know, that was back there. We don't have anything to do with that anymore. You see. And it's an amazing situation because you have to remind them that you're still living off the interests of the wealth that your forefathers earned from slavery. You're still enjoying the accumulated wealth that began with the enslavement of our people. And if you're going to enjoy the wealth that was generated by evil, then you must take the curse that comes along with it. And therefore, even though you personally had nothing to do with it, but because you have received stolen goods, you must pay the price as well. And because you fight and struggle to protect those stolen goods, and you defend them, and you organize your society and your relationship to my people to maintain them and to continue to enhance them, then you must pay the price. All right. That's why you live in terror. That's why you're stabbed in these streets. That's why you're going to suffer, no matter how good you are, no matter how liberal you are. Ladies and gentlemen, when we behave as adults, we must recognize that our behavior will be visited upon our children, and that our children pay for our misbehavior. As we say, an act does not end at the point of its occurrence. It continues to reverberate into the future and down across the generations. And that's why when you behave in a particular way, you have to think in terms of 7 generations from your behavior as to how what you're going to do is going to affect those generations later on. And even though those children may appear to be so-called innocent, they will still pay the price of your own misbehavior. This country whose parents and whose adults have misspent its treasure. And while they have enjoyed that treasure, ultimately their children will have to pay the taxes or will have to pay the price. So we have a bunch of people out here who think they can rape and rob the world and think that they could have enslaved the world and think then that they are going to sleep well at night. It doesn't work that way. So we have some of our people here who think then that slavery was back then and had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with them. Ladies and gentlemen, we've never escaped slavery. We still share the slave consciousness of our great-great-grandparents. We are of the same mind to a great extent that they were. We have not advanced beyond these people. How can I say that? I generally ask a series of questions. You say that slavery has nothing to do with you and slavery was back there. And I ask you the question then, what language do you speak? When did you learn that language? Was that the language African people were speaking when we were taken into slavery in America? In other words, the language we speak at this moment is what? A slave language. The language that our slave ancestors were forced to learn. And we still speak it, and you can still hear the pidgin, the Creole, and the other kinds of stuff in our language right at this moment that they had to go through. That language, with its words defined by history and by an experience, is the language we use today to guide our behavior. It's the language we use today to talk to ourselves. It's the language we use today to learn about ourselves and to learn about the world. It's the language today we use to try to understand ourselves. Is there no wonder then that we are still confused? So we have not escaped slavery because we are still using a slave language and we speak the language of slaves. What kind of food do you eat? You say soul food? Was that the food of African people? Slave food. The food that we find most satisfying, the food that we find that sticks to our ribs, the food that we call down home, a food that we learn to eat in the quarters. And yet we dare say that we have escaped slavery, that we have nothing to do with those people back there, that was back there. When our whole very social life and social relationships, our very definition of ourselves as a people, our very attempt to commune with ourselves is mediated by the food of slaves. Understand what I'm trying to get at? And how can you say that you exist in a different consciousness from another people? What kind of uniforms are we wearing? Huh? What kind of clothes are we wearing? Were these the clothes of African people? Huh? This is what we got to look at. Yes. What is this to say then that we've escaped slavery? What kind of names do we respond to? Yes. Yes. Tamikas and all these other things we got going out here. What kind of names do we identify with? Why is it that African names sound strange to us now as a people? And yet we dare say that we have a different consciousness from our great slave grandparents. How can we say that? We are still of the same consciousness. And we are still in the same position because we are still servants of the white man. And our reason for being in America is to serve white folk and to generate wealth for them. And there has been no change at all in terms of our relationship to these people. The values that we pursue are slave values and the values of servants. The social relations that we create and interact with were built and developed during the periods of slavery. We have not escaped it at all. But it is time for us to change the slave consciousness, this consciousness of servitude that is still too much with us today. And ultimately, we ask the question that's closest to home for a lot of people. When we claim that we've escaped slavery and the slavery was something back there which has nothing to do with us today. And then I ask you the question, what kind of God do you worship? What's the name of it? Who taught you to praise him? Was this the God you were praying to before you were brought to these shores? Was this the religion you had before you were brought to these shores? Can you name one African God? How can you then, who define yourself, the very essence of yourself and the very essence of your soul, and organize the very nature of your life here on earth, based on a God handed to us by our slave masters, claim that you have no slave consciousness and are not related to slavery? In other words, then, ladies and gentlemen, we are not Africans. We are possessed by spirits and demons. We have let another people's spirit take possession of our bodies and take possession of our minds. When we speak, it is not with our African voice. It is with the voice of that demonic presence that uses our lips to speak its own language. Yes. Yes, and we have to recognize this. We are possessed. And if we are to transform ourselves and to transform that the nature of our relationship with those who are our masters, we must engage in an exorcism and clear the devils out of our minds. And at this time, then, it'll pay you to read a little bit about demonic possession. And we have to be demonically possessed. Because if we talk about black on black violence, self-defeating behavior, self-destructive behavior, then we could not be possessed by a beautiful and wonderful God. We must be possessed by a demon. It's interesting to look at the literature on possession. We have a couple of types of possession. One is called a somnambulistic possession. Somnambulistic. Soma, in this instance, having to do with sleep. You hear it in the word sominex, ambulistic, to move around, ambulatory, right? So we're talking about people who are what? Sleepwalking. They're not awake, but they're walking around. The body is moving and it is walking in an organized fashion and walking systematically, but the person is still asleep. And in somnambulistic possession, then, the individual's original self has been repressed and displaced, and the spirit, and he identifies with the spirit that possesses him. And his I and the spirit's I are one and the same. We have a lot of that here today. Where the spirit that has been implanted in us, we have taken to be us, and we've identified with it. That is why in defending ourselves, we end up defending the people who rule over us. In defending our ego, we end up maintaining the social structure that has destroyed our ego to begin with. And you see it in our youngsters who will fight and kill in the name of respect, and fight because their egotistic orientation has been insulted. And therefore, in defending their ego, they do not kill the people who destroyed their ego, they kill each other. And maintain the ones who destroyed them in the first place in power. And that's why the subtitle of my book, Black on Black Violence, was Black Self-Annihilation in Service of White Domination. We are killing each other in order to maintain this system. We have let ourselves become possessed by a spirit such that when we become aggressive, we aggress against the self instead of those who are the source of our aggressive orientation. We talk a lot as a people about self-hatred. Self-hatred is a personality configuration. It is a form of personality organization. It is an orientation toward the world and toward oneself. Self-hatred, then, is the white man's greatest protection against being destroyed by the black man. To a good extent, self-hatred is the white man's defense mechanism, is the white man's form of self-defense. How can we say that? To a great extent, one function of the personality is to direct energy, to direct aggression, to channel aggression and energy and wishes and impulses in particular directions, to organize feelings, to organize energy, to achieve certain ends. Those things that we hate, often then when we are angry or hostile, we aggress against them, don't we? We attack them often. We destroy them. Then we have a problem, don't we? If we attack the things we hate, if we attack the things toward which we hold hostility, when we are overly frustrated and when we are angry, then what happens if that thing we hate is ourselves? It means then, ladies and gentlemen, that when we become frustrated and angered as a people, when we are overwrought by feelings of hostility, and our self-hating personality seeks to channel that hostility and channel that aggression, it's going to channel the aggression right back on to the self, because that's the thing we hate most. So consequently, black anger then becomes a conduit for black self-destruction, for black self-defeat. The object of our hostile, aggressive feelings becomes ourselves. And you can see then how the white man is protected by that personality structure, right? While he stokes our anger, while he stokes our hostility, while he stokes our frustration, and while we get mad and we want to strike out, when we decide to strike out and aggress, we strike out and aggress against the self. And by doing so, he is left untouched and unscathed. And therefore, our self-hatred becomes his principal means of defending himself and of maintaining himself. One of the things that frightened him most about the Ferguson case was that Ferguson's self-hatred mechanism broke down. Unlike many deaf, dumb, and blind Negroes, he knew who his enemies were. And so when he got angry and hostile, instead of going out to drink himself to death, instead of going out to smoke crack and destroy himself, instead of going out to killing someone who looked like himself, instead of going out to commit suicide and put himself in a place to be destroyed by somebody else, he went directly to the source of his frustration. And this is what frightened those people. They were wondering how many more are there like that, and are they increasing? Yes. So you can see why the seed of self-hatred is planted in the minds of the black man. We spend a lot of time about what it does to us, but we got to look at it because I've told you before, every maladaptive characteristic in the black psyche is there for white folk. And it's not purely there because they hate you, or they misunderstand you, or they don't know who you were, what you're, it has nothing to do with all of that. I tell people, when you analyze the so-called aberrations in the black personality, you must always ask the question, what are their social functions and roles? Who benefits from this aberration in the black man's mind? What are the social and political and economic benefits, and for whom? Who gains from this particular orientation in our minds? And then you begin to see why it's there and what its function is. And so every complaint we have about ourselves has a political, economic, and social intent beneficial to white folk and detrimental to ourselves. And that means then, somewhere along the way, we became possessed by these orientations, and they were implanted in our personalities. We have come to identify with them as our natural selves, as our natural orientations. We have assumed that they represent who we are. And we have now then found many ingenious ways to defend the demons that possess us. And ultimately then, those demons destroy us and have us destroy others like ourselves. There's another form of possession we call lucid possession. In this sense, the person at least has a sense of self, and they have the sense that there's another spirit in them. And they struggle with that spirit, sometimes losing the battle every now and then. They become obsessed with their struggle with the spirit, and in a sense then are disenabled by that struggle. So some of us are in that state. We're not quite satisfied with the identity we have. We know somehow that there's a deeper African self in us. We're also aware that there's a Eurocentrically implanted demon in us, and we wrestle with it daily. There's another type of possession we talk about here, and that's spontaneous, what has sort of occurred spontaneously against our will. This is in contrast to one we talk about as artificial, one deliberately created. What do we mean by that? When we go into a particular social setting, such as a church or such as a rock concert or the like, and we go through a set of rituals and behavior, we go there and go through these behaviors and rituals and songs and dance as a mean of deliberately being possessed by what? The Spirit. And having our bodies taken over and being possessed. And then we say, we feel what? The Spirit. We feel the Spirit living within us. And so consequently, much of our life is about provoking through artificial means spirits which take over us and assume control of our behavior. Latent possession means when we are possessed and we don't even know that we are possessed. And I think that defines a lot of us. We're not even aware, and those are the hardest ones to break through because they don't sense any kind of split within the personality. They and their possessing spirit are one and the same. And when you try to exorcise their possessive spirit, they feel as if you are attacking them personally. And in defending their person, they defend the spirit that possesses them. Let's be a little more concrete. And I want to just give you an example of what I mean by this. You know, and in the literature, we talk about these spirits as what we call the incubi and the succubi. The spirit that lies in the body or lies on the body, the incubus, and the one that lies under the spirit, the succubus. When we talk about this spirit, though, that possesses us, when we talk about this spirit that the European implanted in us in terms of the language, in terms of the food, in terms of the religion, in terms of the values, in terms of the social relations, in terms of the name, we are talking about a spirit that's just not a spookish entity in ourselves. It actually incarnates in us. What do we talk when we talk about incarnate? We are dealing with the Latin root carnes, which has to do with what? Meat, flesh. In other words, the spirit comes to dwell in our very flesh and comes to sculpt our very bodies. And therefore, the spirit is a physical thing as much as it is a psychological thing. The bodies that we have tonight, ladies and gentlemen, are bodies that have been created by the European experience and are not our natural bodies as African people. Just as the surface of our bodies reflect the influence of another people, the very internal nature and the physiology of our bodies reflect those people as well. That's why when you get rid of them, you're going to have a healing experience. And your whole body will change. I've read some of this before, but let me read it again, I think, in this context. This is most dramatic, and the things I'm talking about are most dramatic when we study the so-called multiple personality. And let me read you a description here that was printed in the Times. And those who might be familiar with it, indulge me here, because I think it points out to something. It begins, when Timmy drinks orange juice, he has no problem. But Timmy's just one of close to a dozen personalities who alternate control over a patient with multiple personality disorder. And if those other personalities drink orange juice, the result is a case of hives. What are we saying here? We got one body, but depending on what consciousness possesses that body will react to the drinking of orange juice with or without hives. It will break out in blisters. So if it drinks orange juice when one of the other personalities is possessing it, welts and hives will break out right there. If Timmy comes back, if the new consciousness comes back and takes over that body, the hives will disappear almost on the moment. In other words, then, there's a different body for a different consciousness. It goes on to say then that medical disorders are found to differ from one sub-personality to another. In other words, even though these so-called personalities possess the same so-called body, each personality has a different order of illnesses associated with it. Each personality is vulnerable to a particular type of ailment, one way or the other. So what are we talking about? We are saying that each consciousness, which is represented by each personality, creates its own body, creates its own physiology, and thereby creates its own vulnerability to various ailments and so forth. You see, you get people in medical school who try to teach you that disease only occurs as a result of some kind of viral syndrome or some kind of entry into the body of some bacteria or other thing. And certainly that is a part of it. And certainly there's reality there. But the body must interact with the viruses and must interact with the disease entity. And this is what we talk about when we talk about the immune system. That health is not necessarily the absence of the disease, but the capacity of the body to resist the disease, to stand up against the disease. And so consequently then, when these bodies are taken over by different personalities, these personalities apparently change the nature of the immune system of those bodies, making them vulnerable to diseases when one personality is present and not so when another is present. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, then, that the nature of the consciousness which possesses us as persons will to a degree determine the illnesses to which we are vulnerable as a person and as people. And a lot of the illnesses, physical and other diseases that we suffer then, are mediated by the nature of the consciousness that we've permitted to possess us as a people. So to a great extent, the defeat of disease, the maintaining of health, must not only be pursued in terms of discovering new drugs and these kinds of things, but must involve self-discovery and self-knowledge. It goes on to state that in people with multiple personalities, there is a strong psychological separation between each sub-personality. Each will have his own name and age. Does that strike the bell? What did we say earlier? To what names do we respond? Are they the same names to which we responded prior to slavery? So in other words, as we got the new slave personality, we got what? New names. Yes, yes, yes. And we were changed. To a good extent, our names were given us to designate our new consciousness and our new situation. Each will have his own name and age. and often some specific memories and abilities. In other words, each personality has its own history, has its own biography, has its own memory. And you look at Negroes when they have a certain consciousness and look at the history they remember. Look at the things that they keep in their memories and look at the histories they study and identify with. Look at them fight African history. Yes. Look at them want to identify with the history of Europeans. Look at them wanting to define themselves in terms of that history. And look at them having memories only for that history. Look at those Africans who are still under the possessive influence of the European implanted spirit and know that they have little or no knowledge of African history, and therefore little or no knowledge of their own history as a person and an individual. So there's a consistency between the consciousness and the history that a person has and the memory that an individual has. They frequently, for example, personalities differ in handwriting, artistic talent, or even in knowledge of foreign languages. Speak a different language, depending on the personality that's in there. Multiple personalities typically develop in people who were severely and repeatedly abused as children, apparently as a means to protect themselves against the pain of abuse. Does that strike another note in you? Often only one or two of the subpersonalities will be conscious of the abuse, while the others would have no memory or experience of the pain. To a great extent, the personality of the African American today has been shaped by our desires to escape the memory of the slave experience, to deny its existence. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to come in terms with it. We don't want to re-experience it psychologically. We don't want to know about it. And therefore our lives becomes defined by eternal escape and avoidance of reality and of history and of a knowledge of who we are and how we came to be who and what we are. And consequently, we cannot act upon the reality of our history, and we guide our behavior and define ourselves in terms of a fantasy as history and a misinterpretation of reality. This is what it is. Yes. How did we get this religion we talked about earlier? I talked about Star Trek, and we talk about the time warp that Star Trek depicts quite frequently, of how people move from one state of consciousness and one world and are suddenly flipped into a new world. They go through a warp, and suddenly, all of a sudden, everything that they used to use to guide themselves no longer counts. The language that they used to speak can no longer be understood in the new world. The values that they used to guide their behavior are no longer workable. In fact, it gets them into trouble. The gods, the culture, the nature of the social relations, and all of the things that they used prior to meeting the walk no longer suffice. Now they must learn new values and new behaviors and new orientations in order to adapt themselves to the new universe that they live in. We are in that kind of position today. Think about the African in the world the African lived in prior to being brought across the oceans. Think about the gods we praised. Think about the organization of our society. Think about the languages that we spoke, the food that we ate, the dress that we wore, the music, the song, the dance, and all of those things that defined us as African people. And think how horrendous it must have been for us to be thrown into this world where there was a whole new language, a whole new social hierarchy, a whole new set of authorities, people pushing you around who you don't understand, people who are putting strange tools in your hands, people who are trying to get you to relate to them and to relate to each other in a very different kind of way from what you're used to relating to. Think about the stress and the confusion, and think about the abuse. Think about the horror of that situation our parents and great-grandparents were put in. And there was somebody that said then, if you pray to this God, if you talk this way, if you dress this way, if you relate this way, you'll get a greater sense of security. Your anxiety will be reduced. You will feel good, and you'll be able to withstand the pain of your existence. And the God then that I'm going to hand you is one that I have created for you. And a theology that comes with it is one that I have created so that you will continue to serve me as you continue to serve it. And we come to believe in the veracity of that God and that religion. Why? Because we feel so secure when we follow it. And we feel so relieved when we follow it. And yet we wonder why, despite all of our prayers, despite all of our devotion, we still suffer the way we do. I often ask the question, why is it that the people who pray the most have the most of their children in the jails of America today? Who shout and kick over the benches and so forth, are filling up the prisons and have the children killing each other and addicted out here in these streets. There must be a problem here, ladies and gentlemen. We must reorient ourselves to our religion. We must reorient ourselves to our gods, because apparently we don't have the appropriate orientation. Because as that book you read says, you can tell a tree by what? The fruit it bears. And therefore, if it bears bitter fruit, or if it bears no fruit at all, the God you worship says it is but fit to be hewn down and thrown into the flame and consumed. Read your own Bible. It gives you a very practical measure as to whether the religion you're pursuing is an appropriate one. And that measure says, look at the fruit that it bears. And if then the kind of religion and the God you're pursuing ends up having your sons in the jails of America, and ends up maintaining African people in slavery and servitude in their own lands and everywhere, then something is wrong in terms of how we relate to that religion and that God, because the outcome is wrong, and the outcome is destructive. And it's because we don't want to confront the abuse that we went through and deal with. You see, when you go through that time warp, the only way you can ultimately come to understand the new world is to understand what happened when you went through that warp that transformed what? The personality, that made the personality what it was. And I find that interesting when further over, when I read here of what happens when the personality moves from one personality to another, when the body is possessed by one personality and that personality is displaced and another one comes in. It says during the switch, there is typically a period of seconds or even minutes when heart rate, breath rate, and other physiological markers show a disorganization that is followed by a new pattern typical of the personality that is emerging. In other words, then, we go through a period of disorganization and stress, and then the personality is reorganized to fit into the new circumstances. We can't continue to pursue this, but it's interesting to look at the changes in blood pressure that each personality brings about, the other kinds of changes, physical changes that are representative of the personality. So what are we saying here then? That each personality has its own name, its own history, its own memory, biography, way of speaking, language, way of thinking, way of perceiving itself, its own vulnerabilities. Each personality generates its own life space and generates its own types of social relations. Each personality has its own tastes and appetites and its own morality. So to a great extent then, if we look at the problems and issues that confront us today as African people and see those issues in terms of the consciousness, we would recognize that we must rid ourselves of the consciousness that has been implanted in us by our European masters. One other thing I want to bring about in this situation, we notice that if you engage people in behavior therapy and you scan their brains and look at how their brains metabolize energy, there's a relationship between the areas of the brain that are rapidly using energy and the type of mental activity a person is undergoing and the type of physical behavioral activity the person is undergoing. Each personality, each type of orientation has a blueprint in the brain in terms of the various areas of the brain that are functionally relating one to the other. And it's interesting to note, for instance, that we look at something called the obsessive compulsive personality, the person who cannot stop repeating a particular behavior, no matter how irrational it may be, the person who must wash their hands every 30 minutes, even if they are not dirty, but who are compelled to the point that they wash their hands to the point of rawness because they cannot stop, is this kind of person. The person who is absorbed by a particular type of image, by a particular kind of thought or orientation that they cannot get out of their minds. This is what we talked about. We talked about the obsessive compulsive personality, a rigid, repetitive personality. We note then, if you scan the brains of these personalities, that certain areas in their brain are intensely active. For instance, we talk about their frontal lobes, the so-called orbital lobe of the brain, the orbital cortex of the brain, the part of the cortex that is above the eyes, the part of the cortex that concerns itself with intentionality and purpose and direction and motivation, and the connection of that cortex to the lower brain, to the what we call the caudate nucleus, that part of the lower brain that deals with repetitive behavior, that deals with monitoring, that deals with modulating behavior, that deals with, in its connection with the hypothalamus and with the thalamus, with senses, with the distribution of the senses, and with organizing the senses. When we look then at the compulsive personality, we notice that these areas are intensely active, and active in a way that they maintain the symptoms of that personality. It has been shown then that when these people take a drug such as Prozac, the intensity of and they respond to them in a way that their symptoms are relieved, the intensity of the interaction between these three brain areas is decreased or delinked. It has also been noted then that you can put these same types of people through behavior therapy. That is, by changing the nature of the social relationship between the therapist and the patient, changing the nature of the rewards and punishments that the patient undergoes in an effort to change the patient's behavior, by changing the way the patient thinks about what is in their mind, thinks about the problems that they're in. And when you can successfully then reduce the symptoms of the compulsive disorder through this social conditioning, we note too the same kinds of physiological brain changes that occurs with the intake of the drug occurs with the intake of social training. Now, what are we saying then? Yes, that too, but what we're saying ultimately then is that the nature of the consciousness and the nature of the experience of the individual physically transforms the brain and physically transforms the way the brain operates. And therefore, when we talk about consciousness, we're talking about something that is real. We're talking about something that transforms both the psyche and the body. One of the things that you note when the individual is possessed, that the facial muscles change and that the body itself changes in a way that it literally incarnates and represents the nature of the spirit that is possessing the individual. So to a good extent, if you're in certain religions, you can tell what particular spirit is possessing the person by the very nature of the behavior that the individual is exhibiting and the very shape of their very physiological body and their face. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, once we get the spirits of these demons that the Europeans have implanted in our bodies, our faces and our bodies themselves will be transformed. To a great extent then, a lot of the way we look and a lot of the way we have organized ourselves physically is a result of the type of consciousness that we have. To a great extent, and I will begin to wrap it up here, to a great extent, the kind of consciousness that inhabits us reflects the kind of culture that we live in, the nature of the culture that we are a part of. Recognize, ladies and gentlemen, that culture cannot exist outside of our minds and of our bodies. Culture does not exist out there. History does not exist out there. History and culture can only exist in the minds and bodies of people. If there were no people in the world, there would be no history in the world, no culture in the world. Culture does not stand outside and direct us. It is where? Inside of us, and it directs us from the inside. Culture is instilled in our bodies and in our minds. And we have to keep that in mind, because sometimes we tend to see it as something separate from ourselves. Culture indwells in us, and it inhabits our bodies. Our history dwells in us, and it inhabits our bodies. We reflect our history, and we reproduce our history when that history becomes a part of us and is one with us. We tend to see culture in terms of music, in terms of the kind of dance we have, in terms of the songs we sing. And that is a part of culture. But ultimately, culture is deeper than that. Culture is a way of thinking. Ultimately, culture is a conspiracy. That is, it is a means by which a group of people organize the way they think, organize the way they believe, organize the way they see the world, so as to create a consciousness by which they can cooperate